Hello, everyone. Welcome to CIMM East. I am Tamika Key, SVP of Programming here at CIMM. We are so excited to get started today for a day of discourse and discussion and conversation in the way that only CIMM does. First, kicking things off, I want to say a special thanks to our partners. First, Mutinex, our sponsor. We're going to talk a little bit with them later today about AI, MMMs, and naturally AI and MMMs. Those are two of the hottest topics in the industry right now, at least for measurement nerds. And then also, thank you to Paramount Advertising, our partners, for this beautiful, beautiful space that we're in called the White Box. Oh, that's my wall. First, take. Just I get checked. Maybe? No? Yes. That? I'm so sad having a headset. I love having a headset. So one of the most important things is you need Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is Paraguest. The password is Woodpecker, as in Woody Woodpecker. And as per usual, we have a curious and ambitious agenda that I would use to describe us here at CIMM. We also are having some technical difficulties, but that sometimes happens too. We're going to cover a couple of things. We're going to cover big topics like outcomes and incrementality. The connection between attention, quality, and engagement. Can't have a measurement conference without talking about attention at this point. We're going to talk about innovation and live and linear, perhaps proving that linear is not dead. And we're also going to be talking about using AI for growth and not just cutting costs, because the conversation. I'm gonna turn a bunch of these off just because I don't want to have too much feedback. And then we have some firesides, which we love, as opposed to just panels, because firesides let you get into the weeds a little bit more with Pepsi, with NBCU, with Mediaocean, with Aquila, and also the return of Kelly Abcarian to the CIMM stage after absence for almost a year. She's gonna have a really good conversation with John. And then it wouldn't be a CIMM conference without some research and case studies. And so we are excited to have Josh Chasin and Manish Bhatia come talk a little bit about one of our new studies on the economics of measurement and the unveiling of some findings from our previously unannounced study on the best practices for planning and buying CTV. We also have our CIMM Soapbox sessions. For those of you who've been with us for the past 2 years, we've been kind of playing with this format a little bit. But our CIMM Soapboxes are designed to encourage open dialogue and interactivity. And so what you do is, no, you don't have to scan the code yet. You will scan this QR code. There will be a couple of options over the course of the day. You'll scan the QR code with your phone, and then you can answer the questions anonymously with Slido. You can also raise your hand for the mic, and Eduardo, standing over there, will bring a mic over to you if you have a question. One of the pieces of feedback we get is that our sessions are densely packed and our speakers love to talk. And so sometimes people don't get to ask questions at the end of our sessions. And so what we've tried to do is program at least a couple of moments over the course of the day where you can guarantee ask some questions and or share some feedback. And so these CIMM Soapbox sessions will happen from 10 to 10:15. We're going to talk about the cost of measurement innovation. From 11:15 to 11:30, we'll talk about attention and whether it's a distraction or not. Pun intended. And then from 1:30 to 1:35, 1:35 to 1:45, we'll talk about getting beyond the hype with AI. And then we're going to close out our day. If you decide to stay with us, I know you're going to stay with us, but if we're going to close out our day with a really spicy discussion around whether we can expect transparency and trust from self-governance. So make sure that when you do see the QR code, and I love that most people saw that code and instantly took out their phone. Love it, Pavlovian response. But when you do see the QR code, that's the time for some of the interaction. Again, we will try to leave time for questions with some of our panels, but you guys know everybody loves to talk, and everybody's a little bit nerdy, and everybody's really passionate, and so sometimes we don't get that to happen during our sessions. So Speaking of passionate nerds and people who love to talk, I will bring up Mr. John Watts from CIMM.
Right. Thank you so much, Tamika, for, as ever, an amazing introduction. And a massive thank you, just to echo Tamika's thanks, to our hosts, Paramount, and to Mutinex. So I just wanted to very quickly set the scene for today's discussion by doing a very quick refresh on CIMM's program as a way of leading us into our first panel, which will explore the upfronts and the multi-currency revolution. We'll see where we get to. So quick recap. CIMM's mission since 2022 has been very straightforward. We're here to cultivate and support improvements, innovations, and best practice in 3 areas: measurement and currency development, the use of new metrics like attention, and data collaboration. Increasingly, I think it's worth saying, during the course of the last 6 months, we think there's a missing word here, which is catalyze. More and more, we want to collaborate with other parties, because delivering real change in this incredibly complex, dynamic, innovative marketplace is very hard to do if you're doing it by yourself. We want to try and be the rising tide that can lift all the ships. And that's what underpins our MO. We are heroically non-partisan. We try to be pan-industry, online, offline, TV, digital, buy-side, sell-side. We want to be the vehicle for collective projects that can make a difference to all of your businesses. We have, as a result of that mission, been delighted to grow our membership base very considerably. We now have parties like TikTok and Netflix on our steering committee. We have a variety of major consulting firms who've joined recently. You'll see that Amazon Advertising is now part of the coalition. That is massively important to us. The more we can bring diverse voices, businesses, and perspectives onto the podium, into the coalition, the more innovation we can drive, and that makes a big difference to you. There's a lot of productive conversations that we can have. It's worth saying that as we sit and peer about the market, and this is a slide we update on a regular basis, there is a lot going on. The pace of change is extraordinary. When I started at CIMM in 2022, clean rooms were kind of a bit less of a thing. Now they're everywhere. I think many of you stood up literally hundreds of them. We've got addressable enablement at real scale. Larry Allen from Go Addressable is lurking somewhere over there, I believe. There's an enormous wave of measurement innovation in this space. Everything has changed and improved, I think we would argue. And we'd like to thank our measurement partners, particularly the Comscores, the Nielsens, the Vidiamps, the iSpots, the Sambas, all of you for your incredible work to really push forward measurement. Platforming and programmatic, huge wave of growth. First-party data being exploited, identity resolution, clean rooms, a lot of publisher-specific cross-platform planning tools. This market has changed fundamentally in the last decade, and I think it's changed for the better. There's more innovation now, and arguably it's easier to innovate than it ever has been. However, and I'd like to thank Josh Chasen, who's sitting here in the front row, for this slide, there's also questions about where we're going. We are building on a set of foundations that come together to form measurement solutions, some of which are challenging. Panels we all understand, but are we really confident about the veracity and quality of the identity spines that we're building measurement solutions on? There are issues there, particularly trying to find certain audiences. We're relying on data provided by third parties with no guarantees that the prices of those data sets won't be increased or indeed withdrawn from the market entirely. There are big questions about how we build future measurement solutions. Equally, there are questions about the quality of the data. There are gaps in the data. Projecting from one base to another remains complicated. There are commercial restrictions. Privacy regulations mean we have signal losses. There's a lot of work to be done to make sure that we have a business that relies on measurement fundamentally, that's built on solid foundations going forwards. So CIMM's program has been designed, given that context, to touch upon all sorts of issues relevant, we think, to our members. You lucky people have 6 studies which we're delivering in the next 6 to 8 weeks. A review of the programmatic TV market ecosystem, the case for industry-wide action plan to support open universal watermarking. Caroline Horner and her team are here, who've authored that study. A vision for the future of the US JIC, probably our longest ever project. It's taken a little while, but it is heading towards the stable doors, we'd like to say. Jonathan Stoyer is here in the front row. We'll no doubt tell you some of his findings if you're interested. We have a piece looking at fraud in the connected TV market, which will be our final panel today, and so on. We also, even better, have 3 big new studies which are just closing in on completion. The planning guide, a really exciting project with our friends at TruthSet, looking at household to IP address matches, and then a piece looking at agency use of advanced TV advertising in multiple currencies. We want to get under the hood of the operations, the workflows, and so on, to see if there are barriers which make it hard to transact against different currencies. And then lastly, and sorry, this is the most word-heavy slide I put on this particular presentation, we have 6 big new studies which are just crawling out of the blocks. So first of all, a really exciting study, a collaboration with the 4As and 3 other partners, looking at advertiser perspectives on measurement, metrics, and data, but critically unpacking differences between different sectors. Do pharma folks think the same as autos, think the same as CPG? Or actually, do they have different wants and needs? It's a very interesting study which we're delighted to be working on with Sarah Mansfield, former VP of Global Media at Unilever, who will have some interesting things to say. The brilliant Patty Cohen is going to be helping us look at gaps in local TV and video measurement, another really important area. We're going to figure out what is available in the data sets and what isn't, and then look at how to plug those gaps. We have a big piece which has just started, working with Chris Williams, formerly at Arima Data, looking at the future of market mix modeling. We have a piece looking at a bold new approach to personification. We have an attention playbook for marketeers. And lastly, we are trying to put together a coalition of the willing to look at a proof of concept for a universal ad ID-based watermarking scheme. We've been talking to various parties about that. We like to think these are all super important projects, projects that can genuinely help the market move forwards and make real progress. Importantly, as I said at the beginning, collaboration is absolutely critical if we're going to change this market. And as a philosopher once said, the point is not to interpret the world, it is to change it. And that's what we want to try and do. We're always looking for ways to deliver more, better, more significant impact, to drive out the improvements that all of you are working hard individually to do. So if you have ideas, if you have projects or things that you think we should be looking at, we would love it if you brought them to us. Now, that's all I'm going to say. I would now like to welcome up on stage our amazing first set of panelists to talk about the big debate, making sense of the multi-currency revolution. Folks, come up on stage. Let's dive in. Oh, actually, I'm going to need my clicker, aren't I? Because we have...
Should we sit in order?
You can sit in, and I'm actually fairly neutral about how you sit. We know who you are. So, I thought as stimulus for this particular debate, we would just start by setting out the fact that there are somewhat different perspectives on where we are. Some of you will have seen the great Mike Shields, whose podcast I have to recommend, set out a perspective suggesting that the multi-currency war is over. It's done, it's finished, Nielsen won, that's it. Others, for example, Frank Friedman, now at Comscore, have suggested that we're just getting started. The playing field is level. The good news is we have an incredible panel who are going to help us navigate these 2 different perspectives. So let's dive straight in. Aaron, why don't you give us a perspective? I suspect I know the answer to this, but there is clearly some debate in the marketplace about where we are. Where are we?
Yeah, I mean, am I on?
You are on. Introduce yourself quickly. Tell everyone who you are.
Aaron Lilly. I head up, well, there you go. Account management and growth for VideoRamp. So I've been there about 3 years, which has really been the rise of our currency opportunity. So shockingly, I am here to say we're just getting started. And there's massive growth opportunities. You know, we did about $3 billion in currency and measurement last year. That does not feel like it's over. We supported 1,000+ brands. So we're just getting started.
Okay. Celeste?
I'm Celeste Castle. I'm Executive Vice President, Head of Research and Measurement at Dentsu. I agree. We are just getting started. I mean, what we're seeing this year is new methodology all around, so why not embrace methodology, you know, emerging partners coming into the space, you know, holistically. There was a race that was won, but it doesn't mean that you've won the marathon. So I'm really excited for what's to come. So yeah, I think there's a ton of opportunity, and I think a lot of the partners, even the ones on the stage, have unique perspectives, and I think it's great for the industry.
Awesome. Jacqueline? Oh, no, we can't. No. 1, 2, 3. Do you want to have a go?
Is Mercury still in retrograde? Hello. I'll just use. We'll just share. We'll collaborate because I think this goes hand in hand.
Testing. Do you want to try that?
Does this work?
Is that good?
No.
Yeah, it's
Well, are you guys expecting me to disagree with?
That's better. That's good.
I'm just.
I'd just like to be clear, that's absolutely by no means a conspiracy. We're not trying to silence you.
It's just
Speak
hilarious. So I'm Jacqueline Keller. I'm the CMO of ComScore. I would agree that we're just getting started, but I would actually add to that because I think the way that we've historically defined currency is in the context of GRPs and traditional currency. And the reality is a lot of dollars are already being transacted and activated in what is not traditional currency. That might be ad impressions in Publica or Google or within walled gardens. So I think eMarketer said $31 billion of ad revenue is going to be transacted in programmatic and with CTV this year. So we're just getting started in the context of traditional, maybe national TV. But I think that the highways are built, there's a whole infrastructure when it comes to currency as it's defined in the non-traditional way.
Awesome, thank you. Kim?
I have
it
one.
works.
Ooh, and it's loud. Hi. I am Kim Frank. I am the SVP of Research and Data at Fox Ad Sales. I like to think it's not a currency war. Maybe it's more of like a currency fiesta, where we're all invited to the party, and some of us are more fun than others. No, I think the media industry is evolving constantly, and as a result, the currency needs to continually evolve and change, and there's going to be ebbs and flows where maybe one currency provider rises to the top for one type of measurement, and another one rises to the top for a different one. But I think that this is going to continue to evolve just as the channels continue to evolve.
And last but definitely not least, Mr. Grand.
Hello, it works. So I'm Nicholas Grand. I run research and measurement and value analytics for Group M in the US, despite my accent. It's very confusing.
Where are you from?
Can you guess?
No.
Well, I've been all over, so people, I want to keep people guessing.
One thing I found, Nicholas, is that as a Brit, generally the Americans think you're about 10% smarter than you actually are if you have a British accent. With a French accent, they think you're mysterious and slightly fashionable.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's my perception. But
Did you
Breaking
just tell
news,
us that he's
okay.
from France?
Maybe, so can we talk about Nielsen for a second, though? Because I don't think we mentioned the elephant in the room. They are on a roll right now, right? We have to admit that going into the upfronts, they are going to be the dominant currency with big data, right? Group M, we made that bet last year. I think we were the only ones last year to do deals with networks using big data. It was early days. I think it's paid off, and I think there's no turning back. Everyone, whether you like it or not, most networks will have to embrace big data, Nielsen big data. So yes, they're on a roll, but yes, the battle isn't over. There's definitely momentum with the alternative currencies, and more importantly, I think, as Kim said, I think we need to look beyond currency and look at measurement with a big M, because I think the challenge as well, and being new in the market, I can see there's a lot of confusion between currency and measurement, and the currency is effectively an agreement between the buy side and the sell side on a CPM, on a guaranteed CPM, which is pretty relevant to advertisers, right? When we talk about engagement, attention, outcomes. So measurement will allow us to measure more important, more relevant things to clients, and in that space, there's going to be a lot of room for other players as well, so not just currency.
great, we have some opening shows of perspectives in hands. Let's try and get under the hood or the bonnet, depending on where you are, of some of these questions. And I thought this slightly wordy quote was a reasonable way to get into the discussion. So this is a quote from Ed Papazian of Media Dynamics. And he said, I'm going to read out loud to you, We have long had currency monopolies in national TV and other media. The reason for this is simple. There needs to be a single standard currency for each media platform, otherwise one can't evaluate one seller's offerings and performance from another's. In the case of national TV, that doesn't mean that Nielsen can't be challenged, but to do this, you have to be able to show that its methodology is producing misleading or wrong data, and that you can do it better and perhaps more cheaply. What exactly is it? Simply, it's some meaningful definition of audience. Aaron, I'm guessing you don't fully agree with Ed. Tell us why Ed is wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it's about a single currency. It's more about the ability to have like-to-like measurement and translation. So we spend a lot of time with the buy side, and one of the biggest things they need is to understand what is the difference or benefit of video amp versus a legacy. And so to me, it's more about like-to-like and showing that and understanding that. Nicholas talked about big data. Like, we love that it's a big data conversation because we were born of big data. So we feel like that puts us in an amazing position to start to show, how we're like-to-like and even better, and start to drive scale and growth.
Because to me, lurking under the hood of this particular question is this notion of what kind of multi-currency marketplace we want. Do we want different vendors competing to produce the most accurate estimates of, say, age, gender? In which case, how will we know which most accurate rating is? Or do we want vendors competing to produce innovative products which are differentiated? Do we know the answer to that question, Celeste?
I don't think we know the answer yet to that question, but I kind of disagree with the statement that was made. I don't think that just because the methodology is different that it's wrong. So I think that's where we have to get used to seeing numbers that aren't exactly the same. They may differ, and we have to find out, because some people are like, there should be no difference, and I'm of a different mindset to that. I think that the combination of big data, panel data, and first-party data, and that first-party data is really the secret sauce for most of the measurement providers. So things will look a lot different, but we have to be okay with that. The goal when this started a few years ago was looking at things holistically. We've never gotten there, and I'm not sure we can. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, not many times, but I have. But we can, it's about understanding where the consumers are versus, having the right age, gender, impressions. And we're moving a little bit away from the age and gender currency conversations. We're not there yet, so again, we need a bridge before we can abandon that. But I'm not sure if the differences between the measurement providers are such a sticking point. And I'm not sure that calling it that because there are differences, that it's wrong. I'm a big proponent of the MRC, and I'm going on, I'm sorry. But
I support this message.
Okay, I'm a big proponent of the MRC, and yes, we've seen Nielsen have won part of that race, but all of these partners are actively engaged with the MRC, so it gives us a bit of confidence in the data, and I want to keep looking under the hood.
So Jacqueline, you've heard this a million times. A client, an agency, a media owner, an advertiser sits down and looks at some numbers from different measurement vendors and says, they're different. How do I navigate this? How do you answer that question, which I think is at the heart of what Ed is sort of getting at?
Totally. I would say this is an outdated way of thinking. It's almost like if we had a kitchen in the 40s and whatever devices that were there, that's what we're saying we want to build an industry in 2025 on. And you mentioned big data. Like, ComScore has been using big data for over 10 years, and the way we go about doing it is we start with big data, Our digital technology underpins, right? It's the reason we can measure all 210 markets, and then it waterfalls up, or I should say ladders up, waterfalls the other way, to that national number. So I do think methodology matters, and it's going to be different because the tools that you're using are going to have an impact on your numbers. Like, if you're in a 1940s kitchen versus the modern kitchen, the output is going to look different. And I think because there has been the one-size-fits-all Nielsen standard for so many years, we're used to having dinner look a certain way. And really, we have this industrial kitchen now, and there are so many different opportunities. And even with Nielsen essentially assassinating its own measurement a few months back by introducing big data and like sprinkling it on top, to your point, you're still using Nielsen. So for me, I would say this is an outdated way of thinking, and I kind of would turn to the buy side and ask them like what the blocker is.
Kim, you must have clients who come to you and say, wow, we're super excited by innovation in the measurement space, but I can't make sense of these numbers. They don't look the same. Help me. What do you say?
No one likes change, especially when it comes to currency. So I think when it comes to measurement, change is okay, but when it comes to currency, change is hard. But more than hard, it's expensive. We are primarily a Nielsen shop at Fox. Like I say, Nielsen's our first language. We're happy to order off a menu in VideoAmp. Like we're proficient in all of these other currencies, but Nielsen is our first language. But I mean, my concern really is the investment of personnel in all of these meetings that we're having with different vendors and understanding all the methodologies and the investments in our systems and back end. So to Ed's point, having a single currency is great until it isn't, because if it wasn't for these other currencies trying to change what's happening, I don't know if we would have the innovation that we have. But I think, just backing up a point, it's a financial struggle right now, but I think it's also a financial struggle for all of the different people who are competing on the currency side to try to get our business and to try to build their own businesses in a way that's sustainable.
And it's worth saying that our next session, which Josh and Manish will lead...
I was plugging for Josh.
You were
Casey.
plugging, it was a brilliant plug. I was very excited. Nicholas, can I take a slightly different tack with you as one of the other Europeans on this particular panel? GICs in Europe. You must have heard this conversation from some of your European colleagues. The Europeans will often say, I don't get this multi-currency thing. We have a GIC, we have a single currency, the GICs innovate, they retender contracts, we feel like we're getting all the benefits of innovation as measurement improves, we're leveraging big data and so on, but we get that by retendering, and that seems like a calmer and more orderly way of managing currency. We look at the US and it feels chaotic, a bit like your politics. I'm only passing on the message. Do you hear that from your European colleagues? How do you respond to them?
Well, I still speak to Simon Thomas regularly.
Simon Thomas is the godfather of measurement innovation, yes. One of them at Group M, and where he's been for 30-something years, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much. And, he's been very passionate about this topic. But I would say being in the US now, and they're very different markets, right? And so maybe having a proper GIC in the US would have made sense maybe 10, 15 years ago. But I would say now the ship has sailed. We have a much more fragmented marketplace here. I think what makes those GICs easier to operate in Europe, when you think about it, in most markets in Europe, you have duopolies at best, sometimes monopolies with, companies controlling 70-80% of the ad market. So it's easier, right? You have less people that you need to get to the table to align on those decisions. It's not the case in the US. And we already have a lot of companies in that space that are innovating. So I don't think we want to stop that innovation. And again, talking about currency as a measure of a CPM that you guarantee between a buyer and a seller, this is becoming increasingly less relevant. And so, again, that's the reason why I think, maybe 10 years ago, yeah, but now I think we need to move on and stop comparing ourselves to what others are doing, especially when viewing patterns, viewing behaviors have evolved much quicker in the US than in other markets, at least when you look at Europe and Asia aside. So yeah, let's move on.
I agree. I applaud the effort that the GIC has made, But again, I think it's a little too late. And I also think that the rigor that goes in, I'm not talking about the amount of data, because the amount of data is massive, but I'm talking about what are we looking for. Having a third parties that are evaluating that data is so much more instrumental and makes me feel a little bit more confident. So I agree that it should have happened a long time ago, but right now, I think the MRC is the gold standard, and I need that type of, my team is lean, I'm sure everyone's team is pretty lean. We need a third party that is impartial reviewing the data.
So the US is clearly, as Nicholas pointed out, fundamentally different to any European market. It's bigger, it's larger, it's much more complex. It's a bit like comparing, the US to the whole of Europe, it seems to me, which obviously has many different jigs. We have chosen a different route, and that route relies upon competition to deliver choice and optionality and to stimulate innovation. Aaron, quickly tell us, how does that competition really work? I mean, how do you think about competition in this marketplace? How are you competing with Jacqueline, for example?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dimensions when you think about currency. So obviously you have national, you have audience, you have sports, you have local, you have syndication. So you can, when you start to break it down, it opens up just a lot more surface area to gain and advance. So we're very excited. I think a lot of our partners talk about optionality. We believe in that. You will always hear VideoAmp talk about multi-currency. We believe in multi-currency, and we're looking for growth. So I think with every one of these partners, outside of ComScore, obviously, we're looking to grow and advance this year and take steps forward. So.
And how do you think buyers and sellers should navigate those particular choices? I mean, the challenge in a sense is that we have some MRC accredited currency providers, we have some that aren't. I think there are strengths and positives about many of them. Do we need to help buyers navigate those choices?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a good way, we will be kind of entering the MRC audit very soon.
Congratulations.
So I think you'll have all of the key currency partners in that audit. And so that's a big step, as Celeste has noted. A lot of it as well, we spend a lot of time with Celeste and Nicholas to kind of build awareness and engagement across that leadership team at the Holdco. But then also you have to go and work, the individual accounts and get them to understand it. So there's a massive amount of education, and I think a lot of that lies on, people like Celeste and Nicholas. So again, we're there to help them and collaborate, and because I think we said it's new is hard. And so a lot of this is education and operations, which we spend a lot of time on.
Okay. Jacqueline, how do you compete with Aaron?
Well, I guess we win because we have MRC accreditation, right? Sorry, Aaron, no hard feelings. But in the context of being accredited, we're the only currency that's fully accredited on the stage.
Congratulations.
And also in local, national, and this morning we got accreditation for demo. So thank you for letting me plug that. So we win. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yeah, I see that's your preferred outcome for that.
In the context of the MRC accreditation, but I think to Celeste's point, we need to think bigger than just MRC accreditation, because if that was the only barometer that was kind of driving choice, then what he said, Group M wouldn't be just going with Nielsen for the upfront, because we have local and national accreditation, and we've had big data for 10 years. So I think the real question is to think about the systems that we're working within and how we can make sure the infrastructure can support those multi-currencies, to Kim's point, because it does drive a specific cost. And that's where the methodology matters, because ultimately ComScore's methodology drives better efficiencies for those brands. So when you choose the partner that was born in the era of Y2K, not in the 20s, and VideoAmp, I guess you guys are toddlers now, I don't know. But when you choose us, we can drive that efficiency for you, and ultimately that helps offset the costs of adoption.
Okay, so Kim, as a major TV network in the US, how do you think about choice? And help me out with something here. So we often talk about the benefits of the multi-currency revolution being that buyers have choices. But you only guarantee against 2 providers, I think I'm right, Nielsen and VideoAmp, right? So are you pro-choice or anti-choice?
You say no politics.
Holy smokes.
Strictly in the context of a debate.
It's about currency, right?
About currency.
He's a Brit. Well,
Wow. we want to help our buyers buy the way that our buyers want to buy. So for that reason, we are happy to be pro-choice. Internally, we are a Nielsen shop. But if somebody wants to buy something else, we will happily empower that. I think, what ends up being a problem for us, and I earlier in my career never would have thought I would be thanking Nielsen for this, but Nielsen has been, no offense to Karina, who's sitting there, who's my rep. Nielsen has been very good about being the currency police. So not just measuring everything, but also policing the rules around which we discuss measurement. And I think now that we have all of these other currencies at play, we end up in a situation where there's not like an apples to apples comparison that's always happening. Specifically thinking about press, like not even just the upfronts, but just press. When we go to press with a number, it's a little bit of the Wild West out there. So I think this is actually something where CIMM can probably play a bigger role, or some of our other industry associations, if we are going to be in this multi-currency ecosystem and we're all gonna support a pro-choice atmosphere for currency. Somebody, I think, does need to step up and take the weight off of Nielsen and put the weight back on everyone in the ecosystem to make sure that we're all playing by fair rules.
Sis?
Yeah, so I think that what hasn't been said is that all of the measurement providers have some type of a gap, right? So it'll hinder us from using them across the board. So that's why I think it's really important that, and I'm not gonna mention what those gaps are, but I will say that we use Mediaocean, we use ComScore. I like the fact that you roll up to a national number. I love the fact that all the work that you've done for advanced audiences. I think there's a case for all of the providers, and we have to, especially here in the US where we have, and I know this is, diversity, what a bad word, but we have really, nuanced audiences that we need to capture, and a lot of the time we're missing those segments.
So you mentioned advanced audiences. Let's talk about that a little bit. Again, from over the pond, I have to say, in the UK, people will often look at advanced audiences and say, well, the Americans like to stand up and talk about how great advanced audiences are. I think Travis Scholes was on a panel recently and said, in a public forum, so I'm happy to quote him, said, anyone still transacting on age gender is completely behind the curve and missing a trick. But the reality is that the vast majority of national TV spend is still against age gender. But Nicholas, why? What's holding back the market? Do you expect to see change at this year's upfront in relation to what we're guaranteeing against?
For advanced audiences, I guess the biggest blocker is inertia, because when you look at the traditional currency, age and gender, and Nielsen, I guess we've been operating that way for 20, 30, 40 years. So change always takes time. But I will also say that advanced audiences, they do work for some categories, for some brands, but they don't always make sense, right? And especially in a linear space that is shrinking, right? We still need to rely on this inventory to drive reach, broad reach, and especially for some of our brands that have effectively, large audiences. We say, for example, some of our clients are targeting anyone with a mouth, right? So using advanced audiences sometimes don't actually make sense because it kind of diminishes that impact. We have to be able to demonstrate to clients that advanced audiences drive value, and we're not always able to make that demonstration. I can give you an example for a pharma brand. The advanced audience was anyone with a headache once a month. And that's typically, pretty much anyone in the room. When I was, negotiating the Nielsen contract, that happened more than once a month. Sorry, that was a joke here. I had to say it. And what was actually interesting is that audience, that the size of that audience was bigger than the age and gender audience that client was buying. It didn't make any sense. So I think it definitely works, but not for every advertiser. And so it will stay limited.
There was more than one headache per person, basically. Yes. Kim?
No, but pharma brands, they target older audiences, and you get,
Kim, age, gender versus advanced audiences or both? Why is there not more spend guaranteed against advanced audiences?
Yeah, I have to agree with Nicholas on this. I think it doesn't work for all cases, doesn't work for all advertisers. It also doesn't work for all content. You know, we have very premium content at Fox, and sometimes you just want to be in the football game, and you're not buying an advanced audience for that.
Okay, can we talk quickly about the economic piece? I think a number of you have mentioned cost and complexity. Do we need to do more work to reduce some of those costs and complexity, to make it easier for buyers and sellers to onboard and work with different currencies? I mean, Aaron, do you want to start and we'll just work our way down?
Yeah, I think this becomes a huge advantage for us as, you know, building and growing. You know, we feel like we are way cheaper than legacy, you know, from the buy and the sell side. And we're a tech-first company, not a measurement company investing in tech. And so we think about really building efficiency in the workflows, from an audience to a plan. We work with every publisher to get those plans directly to them, and then outcomes. So we're spending a lot of time, and you'll hear about this more, investing in technology to make it more efficient, because it needs to be easy.
You're like the cost cutter of the currency world.
Yeah, I mean, let's go, right? But I think, you know, it needs to be efficient, it needs to work, and we hear that loud and clear, and that's why we're investing so much in tech and spending time with these partners.
Celeste, is there more to do to help buyers and sellers navigate cost and complexity?
I think it is, and I think operational ease is also very important with the cost reduction, and it's so much that goes into it, right? So the resources on our side that's needed to make this really seamless. It has to be seamless in our buying and planning systems. And so all of those things, yes, the cost does. You know,
is it seamless today? I mean, do you
not completely seamless, but we're getting there. We're closer than we ever were before. And I also think that's why you can't do long contracts anymore, right? We have to make sure that our contracts are shorter because the marketplace changes so quickly. I don't think we should be in 5-year contracts anymore.
Okay, shorter contracts?
Contracts.
Less
Flexibility,
complexity, cheaper costs?
Well, I actually want to answer this and connect it to the advanced audiences, because I do think that they are connected, because it's this binary thinking of demos or advanced or addressable audiences. And I think there's an inefficiency / an opportunity in the marketplace that brands should consider heading into the upfront, which is maybe you buy on a demo basis, but you're not stuck in that plan forever. You need a partner that can flex between a traditional demo, age, gender, and then if you see there's a certain audience that's really leaning into your product, you can then optimize your plan for that audience. So in the case of a pharma advertiser, maybe it makes sense to go broad, and then you find this audience, you could surface insights. And I think one of the challenges is the process across the board that has existed historically, where you define what your audience is, and then you build from that. What if the better approach, now that we have digital tech, is that maybe you use age and gender with a partner, I don't know, say ComScore that has that, and then you can kind of optimize the plan if you see that there are people with headaches once a month. I don't know, it needs to be bigger than that, but double click on that and optimize the plan. And that's where you can find efficiency in the programmatic CTV space, because you can reach those addressable or those advanced audiences with precision. It's not like a female 25-45 buy if you're P&G and going after, I don't know, babies who selling diapers. It's kind of broad, but you could go after parents of young children. So that's where you can combine those strategies, start with demo, go to advanced or addressable, and that's going to create an efficiency.
So you're in other words, you're not talking about interoperability between currencies. You're talking about optionality within.
Well, our currency has interoperability, and I guess that's my point, across all channels because of the way we were built, whether it's traditional TV, local, national, programmatic pipes, digital, social, like we got you.
Excellent.
Can I just jump in? I totally agree with you. And I think that's the difference between currency and measurement. I think the deals are made on age and gender, and the agency optimizes using other parameters. And that's effectively the bigger measurement piece. And especially, beyond what we're discussing, we're working with partners like EDO to link the TV activity to engagement, web traffic. web search or Adelaide to
You've been
optimize on
defining
attention.
currency as a CPM, though. Isn't currency whatever you pay after the fact? You negotiate whatever's in that ad server, like at least in the context, again, not local, but in the programmatic ecosystem, if it's an OEM, you're going to pay what you're seeing from Publica or from Google. It's that impression that is the discrepancy is resolved on, first, right? Or Nielsen, if there's Nielsen DAR. So it's at the beginning, and then it's something that could be aligned at the end.
I guess my definition of currency is what comes at the beginning. So it's effectively the agreements and the guarantees between the buy side and the sell side, and the guarantees can be made on different things than what the agency optimizes against and what we report back to clients. So that's where I think we've got that. We maneuver to optimize campaigns beyond the pure negotiations, which is effectively the currency.
And that's in traditional TV, but in programmatic, it might be different, when it's more
Yes.
based on what you actually delivered, right?
In programmatic, definitely, we're
Exactly.
talking.
That's my point with the definition of currency must evolve, because programmatic in CTV is
It's a
31
great
billion versus 52 billion in TV this year.
We are sadly, I have to say, I could happily do this for another hour. We've got a lot to talk about. Sadly, we're just about out of time. I have one final question, which is to Kim. What do you expect to see happen at this year's Upfronts?
So I think a lot of people are going to have some really nice dinners. And, so if I could make a prediction, and probably this isn't shocking, but I mean, outside of negotiations and all of that stuff, I think we expect to have a lot of conversations about flexibility given the current economic climate, because I don't think any of us knows what to expect over the next year. So I would expect that becomes a big topic of conversation at the Upfronts this year.
Wonderful. A massive thank you to our panel. I personally am going to be using the currency fiesta from now on as my favorite phrase. It now gives me enormous pleasure. We'll give a round of applause to these good folks in a moment. Oh, we'll do it now then. But I'm now super delighted to welcome up on stage two of the most experienced execs in the business, who also happen to be leading the charge on our newest study looking at the economics of the national TV measurement marketplace. So please welcome up on the stage Josh Chasen and Manish Bhatia, who will give us an introduction to that study, and then we're going into a soapbox. So if you have questions, comments, even qualms, now is the time to ask them. Josh and Manish, over to you. I'm going to stay here.
And for our friends over on the
Grab a
other
seat, everyone over
side
here.
of the room, we definitely have a bunch of seats over here if you're tired of standing.
Oh, I've got a clicker. Here you go. My bad.
You're a control freak.
I'm giving you a clicker.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving a few minutes of your time to us to give you a little bit of detail on the project that we are working on, Josh and myself.
Can everyone hear all right?
There's a lot of familiar faces here, but for those of you who may not know us, given our slightly advanced age, talking about advanced demos, I started at Nielsen, went to Net Ratings, which got acquired by Nielsen, went to Arbitron, got acquired by Nielsen, went to ComScore, which acquired Rentrack, and spent the last few years at Kantar, pitching our services in international markets to various chicks, and also in the US to the ANA, which became Aquila.
Manish, sorry, can we give you a mic? I think that
Can you guys hear me?
It's not loud enough, I don't think.
I'll get closer. Is that better? Okay. You don't want me to repeat my
Project,
so I'll keep
project.
moving. So the study that Josh and I are working on, which I find quite exciting personally, is because it focuses on the economics of measurement, the business of measurement, the P&L, the cost associated with audience measurement, the expected revenues a company can expect to generate from providing audience measurement services in the marketplace. Is that a sustainable business? Is that a profitable business for them? Is there a benefit to the marketplace of having multiple currencies? Can the marketplace sustain more than one currency? And because somebody just mentioned, the contracts and the length of the contracts, this is not a one-time buy. As clients move to using different vendors, one of the things they need to be comfortable with is the longer-term viability of whichever vendor they work with. You don't want to have somebody working and then in a year not have them around. So that's the other thing we're going to investigate as part of our study. And also look at practical, credible ways in which the costs can be improved over time. One of the questions that keeps coming up is that all the big data vendors, all of them, rely upon data from other companies, whether they be set-top box companies, smart TV companies, and so on. And there's a cost associated with acquiring that data. There are
Manish,
privacy
can I ask
concerns.
you to project a little? As I know, I think the audio is not.
Is that better?
That's better, yes.
First time I'm being told I don't speak loud enough. But that's what we're going to look at. And one of the other things that is coming up is that.
Right.
I'm done in a minute. Is that better?
Right. That's much better.
All right.
Better.
You want me to start all over again or keep going? The other question that comes up is, as traditional TV clients are getting much more comfortable in using services like ad effectiveness and so on, is there a value to be had and an opportunity to combine data from a ad effectiveness service, for example, or a targeting service, for example, along with audience measurement? And that way the cost gets spread over, the cost for measurement and currency gets spread over a single cost base, and there are consistencies built in within the data.
Manish, sorry.
Those are the kinds of projects.
Hold the mic right up close. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to put you
So
off.
that's, no, it
That's
wasn't
it.
me. It wasn't me. No, something happened in the back.
No, just
Put
hold it
in my
right
mouth.
up close. Don't everyone.
So anyways, I'll do
Up
better in
close.
my last slide. But that's what we are going to look at. And let me hand over to Josh to go into this in a little bit more detail.
Thanks.
That's great.
So I actually want to speak to 2 points that we've heard already today that aren't in the slides. One is the conversation about GICs and the US, okay? And I have learned that if you look at the global revenues for television audience measurement for TAM, right? 2/3 of the money is in the US. 2/3 of the money. So if you think about a company like Kantar, they have TV measurement in 66 countries. And here in the US, there's twice as much money as in all their countries combined. So in the world of should we have a JIC, the economics are just quantumly different here, right? And the US is actually a radical outlier in terms of the global audience measurement marketplace. That's one point I want to make. The second thing is that if you spend as much time in the comments section of Media Post as Tony Jarvis does, then you would know that Ed Papazian and I often disagree. And I vehemently disagree with the comment he made about why there's only been traditionally one currency, okay? When I worked at Arbitron in the 80s, and I was there when we went out of the local TV business, and I was there when we kind of drove Birch out of the local radio business, no offense, Ellen. And we used to say that there was enough money in the marketplace for a service and a half, right? And so it was inevitable that something would go out of business, but the economics are not the same. This is an economics point, right? I've heard tell that Nielsen's national panel costs annually between $250 million and $450 million a year. The 250 I heard from a Nielsen spokesperson on a stage, okay? Now, I've worked at VideoAmp and I've worked at ComScore in the relatively recent past, and I promise you, neither of those companies spends anywhere near that for data acquisition, okay? So fundamentally, what Ed wasn't getting is that the nature of the economics have changed. There isn't this war of attrition where there's only enough money for 1.5 services and everyone's going to go away until there's just one, right? The economics, in a big data environment with multiple sources for big data, the game is very different. The economics are an important driver of how many services can survive, and that's why it's important that we're doing this paper. Okay, so now the actual paper itself. Thank God I had cataract surgery. So the the first assumption we're making, and you know, we had 2 meetings with the steering committee of CIMM. It wasn't sequential meetings. It was like there was 2 meetings on the calendar and people went to one or the other. And those were really helpful meetings. So one of the things we've come away with as an assumption is that currencies are going to need to measure both traditional linear and streaming. That's pretty straightforward. Also, currency service is going to have the preponderant, let's say majority, of the ad-supported streaming services. So Peacock and Paramount Plus and Disney Plus and Max, but also Amazon and Hulu, YouTube TV or YouTube. You really have to measure the full panoply of video. We also
Josh, if you peer to your right, there's an enormous screen.
Yeah, I know.
You could stand there and gesticulate.
All right, I'll do it like this. So here's the content in advertising, right? We tend to think of currency as measuring advertising. We're hearing that content is an essential component of any currency service. We'll find out. We're still doing the work. We're really just the very beginning of the work. But and I think there's a question of, which is probably on the subsequent slide, do we need content and advertising measurement from the same product? But without question, we are hearing that users of currency need content data. And I would argue that probably more than ever before, because if you're a company like NBCU, you don't have to just program a handful of networks now. You have to program a library for your streaming service. So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. The other thing that we're assuming is that person's measurement is going to have to persist. There are multiple schools of thought on this. There are people who say, and companies who say, we're all about advanced targets, and advanced targets are at the household level, so maybe we're fine with household level. Or even that we are delivering impressions to devices which are rolled up to households on identity graphs, and so households are fine. Maybe at some point, but we're going in with the assumption at this point, which could change from the interviews, that a person's measurement is a requirement. So some of the avenues for investigation, source of demography, and that inevitably leads you to the question of panels. So I worked at VideoAmp, and at VideoAmp, we had an algorithm based on the data, but trained with a panel, right? So I think there's a general sense that even if you're using big data, panels are a component of that. So we want to look at, where demographics are and should be coming from, the quality of demographics, the cost of demographics, and the cost of panels. And one of the things that I think is exciting is that for the first time ever in our marketplace, it's a buyer's market for panels, right? You've got Haifa Metrics, you've got T-Vision, and you've got Kantar, all maintaining or engineering panels. So if you are a currency provider, you can license a panel. That's a lovely thing. We're also going to look at what's going to happen to the cost of big data, right? So we've got smart TV data, set-top box data. Will that continue to be available? Is it going to become more expensive or less expensive? I think we also, by the way, I'm going to toss this in, we need to think about where we're going to get streaming data from. We all know that we're building this stuff out of big data. There's no streaming data a priori in set-top box data, and there's sadly precious little of it in smart TV data for reasons I won't go into, but many of you probably know that. Also, privacy, right? So as the states pass enhanced privacy laws, I think it's up to like 23 states now, 22, 23 states, there is less data available on, for example, race and ethnicity. Again, I worked at VideoAmp, and January 2023, when Virginia passed their new privacy law, Experian stopped passing us race and ethnicity data. And that was the first state with one of those laws, and now there's like 22 of them. So privacy is an important issue, especially when we pin all this stuff to identities. So I think that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let Manish wrap it up.
Given our given our handicaps, maybe I read, you speak. The next slide. But we have one more slide to go, just to give you a status of where we are. So we've shortlisted about 40 plus people in the industry across, as you would expect, a spectrum of client bases, large networks, small networks, streaming platform players. We are talking to agencies. We are talking to advertisers. We are talking to almost all the alt currency providers, and also going one step into the providers of data into them. And those are the cable companies and also the smart TV companies, answering and exploring all these questions. And Josh and I are working very hard to keep our own personal POVs behind the scenes and let them do the talking and tell us what they think. And there are some, we've done about 4 or 5 so far. There's some pretty interesting learnings that are coming out of that. Because the dilemma for me, the confusion for me has been, we've talked about competition for a number of years, over a decade. And we have a lot of rich choices in this marketplace. But if you look at a pie chart of all the research spent across the 4 or 5 players that come into this ecosystem, only perhaps 10 to 20% goes to the alt currency providers. You want MRC accreditation? Well, guess what? ComScore has it. You want, a link to ROI? iSpot has it. You want, programmatic? You want high tech? VideoAmp has it. But when you look at the relative share that the market is spending on them today, that's pretty minuscule. So what is it that is holding the marketplace back from moving more and more money and utilizing these services more and more? And that's the question we're trying to get to. What are the hesitations and how do we overcome that? Can we overcome that as an industry, and how do we do that? That's what we are working on. We'll be sharing results back with the CIMM committee, hopefully in May, based on what John was putting a lot of pressure on us to share some today. And we can, but the sample size is only 4, so we didn't want to go out. And we didn't want to bias the other people we are talking to, because some of you guys are in the room, so we are holding that back intentionally. And the final report, hopefully, we'll be able to get it out in the June timeframe. But thank you very much, and stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Josh and Manish. You hang on to that. I've noticed after many years of consulting that it's mandatory for consultants to claim that they're working hard. So it doesn't surprise me that you both are. Now, I'm a bit nervous about what happens next, because we're going over to you folks. So here's how this is going to work. We have 10 minutes during which you can pepper Josh and Manish with questions or respond to anything the panel said. And to stimulate the conversation, we're going to have a vote. So here's how this is going to work. All of you, don't lie, all of you have your mobile phones. Now, take out your mobile phone, point at this QR code, and you'll be asked to respond to this question.
Ooh,
Here's the question.
Sorry.
How confident are you that the US market can support multiple currency-grade national TV measurement providers? So I'm now desperately hoping that some real-time data is going to appear on the screen, and then we're going to ask Josh and Manish.
Just wondering if anybody has any other any actual questions outside of this question.
If you do have a question, there is a roving mic.
Please raise your hand. So Eduardo, perfect. Thanks, Howard.
Question Bahad. Has everyone voted?
No.
So actually, I wonder if we can get a mic to Nick. One of the questions I think we have is, have other countries had a better experience with converting? I mean, with the JIC, they've made methodological changes. The trend line of the data gets a little wonky. It seems like other countries have had to deal with a giant sticking point in the United States is how do you convert from Nielsen to something else? Yeah. So I'm wondering if Nick has any experience that maybe we could learn from.
It's a great question. Where is Nicholas? I think that's Nicholas Grand. No, he's run off to an upfront negotiation.
I can talk to that.
I was going to say,
I can talk to that.
Talk to that, yeah.
I think the typically, and honestly, outside of the U.S., most of the markets in Europe are JIC markets. Brazil is an open market, Spain is an open market, but for the most part, including Canada, Canada is a JIC market. And the way the market will work is, first of all, the JIC comprises of buyers and sellers. And they will get together with their methodologists and put out an RFP, which is what do they want in a measurement system. Paper goes out, companies respond, It's usually Nielsen, Kantar, Ipsos, GfK, 4 or 5 known names will respond to that JIC. And the committee decides who gives them the best product at the best possible price. They do their weighting, they come up with a recommendation. And usually these contracts are 5 to 7 years. And then what they do is they give you a couple of years to set up the service. Because you can't just turn it on right away. So if there's a switch going on, they'll say, my contract comes up in 2027. I want to decide who I want to work with moving forward in 2025. If it's the same vendor, they may still have changes to what they want that vendor to deliver. Streaming media, this, that, so those changes have to go in. If it's a switch to a different vendor, there's a runway. And the vendor pulls together that service, and at the time when the other JIC contract is up, the industry switches to the new service. So it's a very coordinated and planned way.
That's not my question. We knew how to do, in 2007, when the industry moved to C3, we knew how to do something, right? We knew how to convert a historical trend of CPM baselines that were based on Nielsen average program rating to C3, right? We all did that, right? Many of us lived through that. Today, it seems like we don't know how to do that. We've lost the ability to do something we did 25 years ago. And I'm curious, can we learn something from other countries so we get over this obstacle?
Hey, Howard, can I speak to that? I'm going to speak to that super briefly.
Let's hear from Josh, and then we're going to digest the results of the vote.
I also want to say that people have been calling me a young Howard Schimmel. It's not clear yet. Howard, I think there's a difference between being able to do it and being willing to do it, right? I think that it's look, I'm just going to be blunt here, okay? One of the things that I've ascertained in my travels is that changing currencies for age, gender, for agencies is not worth the effort for age, gender, okay? They're looking at age, gender perhaps as a melting ice cube, and the amount of work required to switch currencies for age, gender, they can't go to the CFO and say, and therefore we'll make this much more money. That's why currency, you told me, you're the guy who told me, that you're seeing in Data Fuel X that 90% of the money on advanced targets is on video amp. I think that's really what's going on, right? Is they're really happy to make this change for advanced targets because nobody's got 50 years of auto and tender data. But there's switching costs involved in changing currencies for traditional age gender that I don't think the agencies are incented to incur.
And Josh, the good news is we have an agency who's going to speak to that. Nicholas, did you want to comment?
Yeah, on that, I think it's also difficult to compare the data across currency providers on age and gender for the simple reason that Nielsen makes it impossible from a contractual standpoint, right? And so that obviously is something that makes any changes difficult. It can be done, but obviously we have to be very careful how we go about it, because the last thing we want to do, trust me, is get the Nielsen lawyers on the phone. They're not they're not an easy bunch. But what I've said to Nielsen about this is they should make it easier for us to compare their data with other currency providers. What are they afraid of, right? If they think their data is the best, the most accurate. Accuracy is a word as well that we've used, and I think it's very subjective, what is accurate, what isn't. But they shouldn't be afraid of allowing others to compare their data set with other currency providers.
I mean, the challenge, I guess, is that we have no truth set, as in you have a set of different numbers, and it's very hard to navigate and know which is most accurate.
It's not about accuracy. It's about consistency, transparency in methodology, and relevancy, right? Who can say that Nielsen data is accurate? It's been around
or
for
anyone's data.
a long exactly. When I look at TVision data, for example, right? There's TVision here. What they're effectively telling us is 40% of people in front of a TV set are actually looking at the screen. Is that more accurate than Nielsen? I don't know, but it's potentially more relevant to advertisers, right? So relevancy, transparency, I think is more important than accuracy. We can ensure that the data is stable, and that's what our teams does to make sure that there's no unexplained gaps in the data. And that's probably the most important thing.
Okay. Let's just quickly look at results for the vote, because I think this is quite interesting. So what this is sort of saying is that there's no real consensus, and a significant proportion of people who responded are not at all confident that the US marketplace can economically support multiple currencies. Josh and Manish, any comments? Does this surprise you? Or, I mean, this is kind of why we're doing the paper, I guess.
I'll say something super quick. One of the complexities here is that I think it's possible there'll be multiple currency markets. I mentioned, that Howard says that Video AMP has a dominant share of the advanced target market. Nielsen has a dominant share of age gender. ComScore has a dominant share of local. So it might be that when we ask the question of what's happening in the currency marketplace, that the marketplace is comprised of multiple marketplaces and they might have different solutions.
Right, let's jump on. We had a second question, which I think some enterprising members of the audience may have answered. So here is our second question. What's the biggest barrier to supporting measurement innovation today? If you haven't already done so, lift up your phones and vote. I think some people already have. Have you all voted on this? Yeah. You've all voted on this. Great, let's see the answers. Cue slide. So, I can't see that from where I am. The number one biggest barrier is data integration and property, 45%. So, Josh and Manish, does that surprise you?
No.
No.
No, because in the early discussions we were having and over the years when we talk to clients, producing a number is one part of the challenge. Making it operational across all the planning, buying, post-analysis system is the second piece. It has to be easy to pop up and be part of the workflow. So that number doesn't surprise me. But going back to the question before this one, can the marketplace afford multiple solutions? My short answer is yes, because the US marketplace is already spending more than twice what other markets spend on research. You guys are investing a lot more than the UK, on a proportionate size of the ad market basis. So to me, the issue is there money there? You guys already have a lot of money in there. Question is, where is the money allocated today? And what would it take for it to be more evenly distributed across other vendors?
Do we have any final questions or comments? We've got one down here from Mr. Jonathan Stoyer. Can we get the mic to Mr. Stoyer? You've got it?
Yeah, so first a comment. I love the notion of currency fiesta rather than a currency war, because I don't actually think it should be a war. To the point Josh just made, like there are multiple problems to be solved, and there might not be a single winner or loser, and that's fine. But a challenge I think that also exists is we need to have a planning party to go with our currency fiesta. And nowhere in this entire conversation today have we talked about the use of these data sets for planning, and at least to enable data-driven linear and to enable cross-screen measurement. It's a bookend problem, right? You need data to plan and data to measure, and the only way you can build confidence is for those to be the same data set. And as now doing a review of all the different data sets in the market for my current position, it's really hard to have those conversations. And the data vendor marketplace, the alt currency provider marketplace, is not currently set up to do that. So, I mean, I think we'll get there, but if we can't have the planning party, it makes the currency fiesta less fun.
So to the assembled journalists present in the audience, if you're going to quote anything, please do quote the currency fiesta and the planning party.
I think it's fair to say Kim Frank's already won the day.
I think we are sadly timed out on that session. A massive thanks to Josh and Manish. The paper's going to be great. If you want to get involved, feed into it, reach out to them. They can't hide. I'm now super delighted to welcome up on stage the little and large of the measurement world, Evan, Cohen, and PJ Gasparini, for what promises to be a fascinating fireside. Evan, take it away.
Hi. Yes, great. Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Evan Cohen. I'm with CIMM, an SVP of Projects, and strategic initiatives, and I'm delighted to be hosting this fireside chat with PJ Gasparini from NBC Universal. PJ and I just realized 15 minutes ago that we worked together 25 years ago when PJ was at an early internet measurement service called Mediametrics, and I was with an early internet research company called Jupiter. The two companies merged, and we never met, so that says something about post-integration success, I guess.
25 years, wow.
Yeah, I shouldn't have given away your age. Sorry about that. Anyways, would love to ask you to introduce yourself more fully, please, and then let's dig into a couple topics around measurement and media. But please, do better justice than I did to an intro, please.
Hi, everyone. PJ Gasparini. I lead the Insights and Measurement team at NBC Universal within the ad sales division. I've been with NBCU for about 11 years. Yeah, excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Sounds good, and thank you for agreeing to sit down so the height difference is not as pronounced.
Yeah, I was going to say these chairs are not really conducive to.
Having not met 25 years ago and only prepped for this session on Zoom, had one of those moments of oh, this panel's not going to work. You're too tall, but we're good. Okay, let's start with a general question about measurement at NBCU. Tell us some of the latest ways that you guys are thinking about measurement. Ad effectiveness, ad products. Just kind of give us a lay of the land, please, of kind of dynamics and innovations you guys have been working on.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we are right now very focused on, bringing measurement solutions to market that help our advertisers understand both short-term performance as well as long-term brand impact. We've built this framework that essentially helps advertisers to connect the dots between their ad investment and the performance of their ads at multiple touch points within the marketing cycle. So it's somewhat of a flywheel approach. And it really starts upstream of the planning and buying process. We've developed capabilities that enable advertisers to sort of understand how to maximize performance of their creative within different NBCU environments, really geared toward some of the most premium properties like the Olympics and the Super Bowl. As they make these big investments, we want to make sure that we're optimizing the performance of that creative. And so we've developed a set of tools that are really driven by AI and statistical modeling, and we call these tools creative ad engines. And so we've built a database of over 14,000 ads. We are correlating ad metadata, so tones of the ad, presence of an animal or presence of a celebrity or presence of a child, creative length, music, logo placement, things like that. We're correlating that to ad outcome metrics, right? So we're looking at things like brand lift, message memorability, search engagement, attention, and then we are able to run an advertiser's creative through that engine, and then we can come out with a set of sort of predictions and recommendations for how they can optimize that creative for different environments. And as I said, we've built these models for the Olympics, for the Super Bowl, as well as for golf and for our suite of Peacock ad innovations. So that's sort of the first phase. And then the next phase is really, we've sort of leveraged the fidelity of our first-party data to bring more audience insights to clients so that they can understand, how to connect their brand to the right content in terms of sponsorship. It enables us to build smarter media plans. It also enables us to accelerate audience creation. So we can then, in very near real time, understand performance against campaigns, and then also potentially retarget those audiences.
Interesting. On the first set of initiatives you were talking about, greater attribution measurement and ad effectiveness intelligence, how is that rolling out? You mentioned that it was something you did at the Olympics and a couple of other broadcast initiatives. Is the plan to scale it, and if so, how and when across more NBC properties?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We are, in market right now for Super Bowl and Olympics. I'm obviously focused on February of next year. Like I said, we're leveraging it for our Peacock ad innovations, so we're able to take advantage of that. And we are, looking to scale, as we bring the NBA on and looking to other sort of environments as well. But also sort of the third leg, or as we think about media activation, we also have a full suite of full funnel measurement capabilities, right? And so we're really thinking about this in terms of how we scale full funnel measurement across clients of any size. And so a really sort of critical innovation in that, or evolution, is that we have automated the data flow with a lot of our third-party measurement vendors. And what that's enabled us to do is really start to scale that measurement. So it also sort of enables us to move beyond, if we think about that study-based, impact relationship right now, which is really, 6 to 8 weeks after a campaign ends before we can, read results back to a client. They're not very actionable. And so this now enables us to have more of a real-time feedback loop, or an in-flight feedback loop in terms of campaign performance. And then we are also, focusing on that sort of lower part of the funnel as we think about building out solutions. And we're doing this in a couple of ways, right? One is, scaling measurement across multiple categories. So, we're really taking a vendor-agnostic approach as we think about those vendors that we engage with to bring more lower funnel measurement to clients. Additionally, we also have real-time measurement outcome capabilities. We're working with MMP providers. That's enabling us to bring real-time outcomes to clients relative to their streaming campaigns. It's helping us understand how CTV performs relative to the rest of the digital market, and sort of the role that CTV plays in driving impact, right? Both from a direct attribution standpoint, as well as the contribution to other platforms. And then, once we sort of complete that cycle, so we have creative insights, we have audience insights, and we have impact insights, we can now sort of complete that flywheel and start to optimize.
It sounds very impressive and very in-depth, but also complicated. So where I'm going is, how far on the journey are you towards full automation and real-time feedback and data? Maybe that's the one ideal goal. The other end of the spectrum is heavily consultative, work-intensive work with your clients. Is it kind of a white glove service that you can only focus on with very top advertisers, or is it something that you're able to scale and truly automate?
Yeah, I mean, this really, the automation, and it is a journey, and so we've sort of completed that automation with a number of our measurement partners. So that data has started to flow, and we're able now to start to sort of funnel insights in a more in-flight fashion to clients. The goal ultimately is for us to be able to scale, and that automation layer certainly enables that. And in terms of the white glove versus sort of full automation, the goal here is to focus our internal teams on the biggest partnerships, so that we can get a deep understanding of how those are performing, bring recommendations and insights back to clients, but have a more sort of free flow of insights back to clients of various deal sizes, so that again, it can start to become iterative, and we can share more and more insight with more and more clients.
You mentioned vendors a couple moments ago, and there had been, it reminded me, a lot of energy a couple years ago around certification. There was something called the NBC Measurement Innovation Forum, if I recall. There's a perception in the market, maybe, that NBCU has kind of stepped back from being really loud and vocal and involved in measurement issues and dynamics and debates. Is that true or false? If so, why? Is there some insight you can share with us about how NBCU thinks about some of these broader its broader role in the measurement ecosystem and maybe specifically around vendor certification, which again was something you guys were explicitly doing quite a bit of a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, while we've certainly been a lot quieter in the press, measurement and measurement excellence, data integrity are still of critical importance to us. We go through a very rigorous process when we onboard vendors, to make sure that the methodologies are sound, that the data is sound, while we haven't been as vocal, it is something that we're very active in the conversation. We're very active with clients and with industry groups around measurement. It is very important to us, I would say we're proud of the accomplishments we've made in terms of the sort of framework, the measurement framework that we've built, and bringing more outcome data, which is what matters most to our clients. And that's really why we've sort of taken more of an outward focus around what's beneficial to our clients and sort of how we bring more insight there.
Peacock is coming up, I think, to its 5-year anniversary, so maybe that makes it not quite a rookie, but a little bit newer and more fresh off the block than some of the bigger, older streaming services, let's say. How's it going broadly? What kind of sort of ad measurement innovation and infrastructure do you have around Peacock, please?
Yeah, I mean, Peacock is doing phenomenally well. In its 5th year, we are averaging near 100 million monthly active users. We're seeing a lot more engagement on the platform, right? So users are coming and spending more time with more content. 5 years ago, we really built Peacock from the ground up with advertisers in mind, with ads on the platform, at the very start. And the majority of users are on an ad-supported tier, about 80% of the users today. In terms of the capabilities we've developed or the focus there, it's really been around that ad experience. We've done a ton of research. Every ad format, every ad innovation goes through a rigorous amount of testing as we think about bringing ad formats and innovations to the platform. We've just completed our 22nd consecutive quarter. So we actually started this testing pre-launch to really make sure that user experience was the best that it can be, right? To be optimal in terms of retaining viewers and essentially making the viewing experience as enjoyable as possible. I can give you a quick example of
Sure.
How we're doing that, right? So for the film genre specifically, we've done a lot of testing in this area. We've actually developed what we call the cinematic experience, right? So if you think about movies that are coming out of theaters and right to the platform, so Wicked just launched on the platform a few weeks ago. It was the most watched film to date on the platform. We did a lot of research around sort of the viewer experience because films are so long. Where we netted out ultimately was we created an experience that's akin to an in-theater experience, right? So we have a set of trailers that are running before the film starts, and then the film is largely brought to viewers uninterrupted. And we just came out of field with additional research. We're actually going to be introducing an intermission. Again, what we found through testing is that these are the optimal environments. We're seeing that the majority of users, are enjoying this experience relative to a standard experience.
Yeah.
We're also seeing, tremendous results in terms of the impact that the ads are having in that environment.
Nothing's more annoying than a movie being interrupted several times midstream by an ad, I would say, from a consumer point of view. First-party data, is that being leveraged within the Peacock environment? Is that part of the opportunity that you have and you're able to exploit?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I talked a little bit about, what we're doing with first-party data, which is largely coming from Peacock from an audience perspective. Again, I think the acceleration of our ability to create audiences has definitely been beneficial. We are also We've also built out data clean rooms and are integrating with agencies, with clients, with data collaborators, right? So, we're currently working with a variety of retail media networks in this way. And so we're able to link our exposure data, right, our first-party data with outcomes data and, build measurement functionality within those clean room environments.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I know we are out of time, so I think we'll wrap it up. Thank you so much, PJ. Really appreciate your time and sharing your insights. Thank you. We are now moving to a 15-minute break. If you prefer email or coffee or conversation for your sustenance, you can choose any of those. But please be back at 10:45 for the beginning of our next set of sessions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Evan. Yes. So one of the things that we were really excited about at this event is to have one of our steering committee and streaming providers join us on stage for the first time officially at CIMM. And so I'm going to turn it over to Yan, who's going to talk a little bit about some attention metrics alongside some stuff you've done with Netflix. Yep. Okay.
Sure. Great. Hey, everyone. So we're going to talk about something about attention economy. So if you guys can come back and pay a bit more attention to this presentation, that'll be great. So my name is Yan Liu. I'm co-founder and CEO at TVagent. So we've been doing attention measurement for close to 10 years now. Today we're going to show you some interesting learnings we learned along the way, and also our partnership with Netflix to how to innovate our attention measurement. So first, I just want to set the stage, right? So why are we talking about attention? Because attention is getting harder and harder to get. So this is the study we did with Ubiquiti a couple of years ago. On average, the US adults watch 275 minutes per day TV. In my opinion, that's a bit too much, but that's a separate issue. Then about 30 minutes of the TV commercial. But in terms of the active, real human attention, that's only 7 minutes per day. I mean, that's not a lot of time. That's just 7 minutes, right? Especially if you think about this industry, the large screen video advertisement, linear plus CTV, that's about $100 billion industry, and we're only competing for this tiny, tiny 7 minutes. I think that's why we all need to really understand how human attention really works from both buy side and sell side, so we can make much better decisions. We need to understand how attention is affected by different factors, and we need to get really smart around it. So one key factor influencing attention is clearly about the content. So this chart shows that the premium app content on average has a 6% higher attention than everything else. And what is the content? This can be the production quality, right? Whether this is made in studio, whether it's UGC, but it's not only that. This also can be about whether it's syndicated versus original. This can be whether it's live versus time shifted, whether it's on demand. There are a lot of factors goes into that. But I think a lot of people, just as a common sense, understand content does play a huge role into the attention. But content is definitely not the only factor that affects attention. There's more to it. So this shows about the day part. So I think people understand day part in traditional linear setup. Of course, prime time has the highest attention. But this is about the CTV attention. So if you look at the green line, attention starts really high, like an early bird definitely pays high attention maybe to the news. Then attention started to dip, then goes up, and actually peak around the 7, 8 p.m., which is the traditional prime time, right? So it's very interesting. The CTV attention curve is very similar to traditional linear attention curve. And this, I think, is more about the need state or the mindset of the audience, which is quite interesting. Another interesting thing is it's a bit harder to see maybe. The yellow line is a household with only teenagers. And the blue line is household with kids under 14. So by the way, I have 2 kids, 7 and 4, so I'm the blue line. So essentially, if you have kids younger, you're actually paying much less attention, which totally makes sense for me. So audience actually plays another important role in terms of the audience, in terms of the attention. So it's not only about whether you have kids or not, the age, gender, all plays an important role into audience attention. So we talk about content, we talk about time, day part, and also audience. Another big thing is about the context. So this is actually the study we did with Freewheel. I saw Travis somewhere. So essentially, we try to understand when the content and the commercial has perfect match, what happens in terms of audience attention. So we look into 3 different genres, the outdoor nature kind of genre, home and garden genre, and food genre. And it's very clear that when you run a very relevant brand category, let's say sporting goods or RVs, right next to outdoor kind of the show, you do see a significantly higher audience attention when people in the right mindset and they are really, they think the commercial has a lot of relevancy compared to the context. We obviously in the very early journey to understand the impact of the context, so we actually started to use AI to extract more information from the content, such as emotion impact and some of the object in the scene, and much more sub-metadata. But this research has a lot of potentials in the future. So now we get into Netflix. So speaking of the context, one interesting study we did with them is to really understand how does the custom creative affect the attention in the right context. So the traditional attention measurement, so CIMM has been covering attention measurement for quite some time, but traditional attention measurement really focus on the media placement. It's basically about what's the probability of attention based on the media, which is totally cool. It's a scalable solution. But we all understand that creative plays a very important role into the audience attention. So what we try to understand is, let's measure both content and ads, and we try to understand, is there any synergy between these 2 things when you actually create a commercial, try to fit into the context of the show. So I think it's easier for you guys to see the actual commercial to understand the impact here. Ooh. Let's try again. Here we go.
Life doesn't always go as planned, which is why Domino's is giving you an emergency pizza. A free pizza to use when you need it most. No matter the reason, Domino's has you covered. Get your emergency pizza when you order Domino's online.
Creative, great execution, and we definitely found that, just going back one slide, when you have the very custom-made creative and able to fit into the content, if you can go just back, here we go. So when you make this kind of the co-branded creative, so in this case, it's not only Domino, we had brands like a Johnny Walker, we have WhatsApp and a few other brands. So when you make the creative perfectly fit the show, you definitely see a significant boost, right? So compared to CTV average, it's 39% higher, and compared to linear average, is 10% higher, which is a significant lift in terms of attention, which shows the power of the context. If you put the perfect commercial in the perfect moment, you definitely increase the attention. Another interesting thing we did, which is, I think, much more innovative compared to the traditional attention measurement, is we look into each session. So T-Vision, as you guys may know, we have a panel, so we can look into each person in the session. And when you look into the session, we can understand how attention changes as session goes on. And typically this goes down, right? I mean, when you watch a couple hours of TV, of course, I mean, you pay less attention, you get bored, and you want to do some other stuff. But interesting thing is, for Netflix, actually after about 2.5 and 3 hours, I mean, attention maintains very high level. Actually, it goes up after 2.5 hours-ish, which is fascinating. It definitely talks about the power of the content, the power of fandom, and people really started to pay more attention as they spend more time in that particular one session, which I thought is really, really interesting. Then we have some data on football. So the interesting thing for this is about the Christmas Day game, and we took a look at the entire show minute by minute, and we found actually the Beyonce's halftime show has the highest moment of attention, which is interesting, and this, I think, give a lot of implications on potentially how to serve different ads in different moments. And another thing we did check, so John Watts asked about Adolescence, which is the new show coming out in the UK, and so we didn't have enough time to put the slides here, but the interesting thing there is if you're parents and you have the teenager kids at your home, episode by episode, actually the attention builds up significantly over the episode and peaks at episode 4. So I'm on episode 4 now. I do have 2 kids, so I definitely understand that, but it's quite interesting to see when you have the perfect match with the audience and context, attention does build up, which is quite interesting. So before we get into the panel, just quickly wrapping up. So we're working on a bunch of other interesting stuff around attention, try to drive more innovation on the attention measurement. So one thing we're doing is we really try to match our panel with the Netflix first-party data to really enhance our measurement methodology, which is quite exciting. Another thing, a couple other panelists mentioned about programmatic. So definitely we hear a lot from the buyer. They want to use attention as a signal to activate in the programmatic through the DSP, et cetera. So that's another thing we're helping them to create a package and hopefully enable buy through using attention as a signal. So that's it, and we're going to get into the panel discussion.
Awesome. Let's bring up Julie and Michael. Thank you so much, Jan. Now, very quick warm-up just for all of you. We are going to go into another soapbox after this. So if you have questions about attention, get ready to ask them. Let's dive straight in.
Cool.
Welcome. We want to
Thank you.
have you on stage.
I do. I have to turn it on. Okay, yeah.
We want to have you on stage forever, so it's a pleasure to finally get you here.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
So Netflix is one of the...
John, you can hear me, though.
Give you a mic.
Testing, can you hear me now? Oh, no, I know why.
Got to turn it on.
I went to the restroom.
Good idea.
It seemed like a very good idea, but I should remember to turn it on. Excellent, as I'm no longer in the restroom. Welcome back, John. Let's try that again. Julie, Netflix is probably one of the most data-rich media businesses in the entire world. Why are you bothering with attention? What's interesting to you about attention? Why do you need it?
Well, I think it's a meaningful signal to understand and how to get people to come back and watch more Netflix. I mean, we obviously have a lot of first-party data that indicates a lot of behavioral television viewing, when they're watching, where they're watching, what they're watching, on what devices, time of day, et cetera. It's all incredibly rich. It's what drives our recommendations and our customization for our members. It's what drives our discovery engine. However, one of the things that we know about, about our content is that we have a tremendous amount of variety and quality. So the variety is what serves the needs for viewers when they come to the service. We have any kind of mood you're in, we can serve it with our content, our shows and our movies. And the quality is what keeps that connection to the brand. And when you have an emotional connection to the shows and the movies, that's what drives attention. All of that sort of creates this flywheel that we believe keeps people coming back. And we have a lot of engagement. We know that people come back. We know that we serve these needs. So it's just another signal for us to really understand. And by the way, we're an ads business now, and it's a really important part of an advertiser value proposition. And we know, as you saw in that slide, that we really drive a lot of attention. And we also know that that contributes to driving outcomes for advertisers.
Awesome. Let's ask somebody who knows a bit about the advertisers. Welcome, Michael, one of the industry greats. You've been with us forever, but you're now looking at attention. So as a huge media agency, why are you now starting to lean into attention? Why is it important to you and your clients?
Yeah, I mean, I think expanding on what Julie said a little bit is that we believe it's a critical factor in evaluating the quality and effectiveness of paid media impressions. The idea being, all impressions aren't created equal, right? And I always think about it as like, if I were to create like a superhuman impression, like the strongest impression ever, what factors would I put into creating that? And I think it's 3. There could be more, but we today know that there's 3. That is audience. We talk about this endlessly in advanced audiences, addressability, all of that. Content and context, which we've known for decades. We've used that in television exclusively for decades to target and to drive our media placements and plans. And the third being attention. Because if you nail those first two, but nobody's paying attention, what's the point? So I think the varying attention levels in those three factors can be utilized to really increase quality and increase effectiveness of impressions within our paid media plans.
And Michael, sorry, quick side question. One of the things I get slightly anxious about is if we're maximizing or optimizing for attention, do we end up with lots of horrible shouty ads screaming at the audience with famous celebrities? I mean, do you know what I mean? Is there a trick, a kind of formulaic way of creating high attention advertising?
Yeah, 100%. I think you see that with like puppies, monkeys, babies, in Super Bowl ads, for example, is like attention for attention's sake. It's also about the creative and our creative that we're putting in front of consumers. So the idea being, right, like using attention to maximize the opportunity to convert in media, but the creative itself is what actually does the converting. And so if you think about it that way, that's where you could really start getting into also creative optimization, which is the second half of the equation that we as media agencies really haven't gotten into to a great degree yet today, but certainly will in the future, and that's certainly a direction that we want to go and head.
Okay, Jan, so let's talk a bit about the differences between different video services. So one of the things that intuitively feels kind of confusing is that we have various services, all of them being viewed on televisions. We have linear TV, we have YouTube, we have Netflix, we have CTV, streaming services. And often the attention metrics suggest that these different environments, even though they're being viewed on the same television, are different. How do you explain that? Why are there these differences that you seem to find in your research?
Sure. So so some of the study we just showed. I think we've been doing this for a long time, and at this point we understand that a lot of this is because of the content, and a lot of this is because of the audience, right? And also the context. I think that's kind of pretty much well understood area, and that there are a lot of other companies also publish a bunch of the interesting stuff. But what interesting thing for me, at least for 2025, is really about the creative. I think one thing Michael just mentioned is about how we can better understand the relationship between the creative and content. And in addition, I think there's more innovation happening, especially in CTV, around the creative format. Right? I mean, this industry for a very long time, we've been sticking to 15 and 30 seconds commercial. There's nothing wrong about that. But in CTV, there's a lot of opportunity to innovate. Pause ads, shoppable ads, homepage takeover, right? A bunch of new stuff coming out. And we did find a huge variance in terms of attention. If you can use those spots well, it really boosts attention, which I think is a really exciting opportunity for everybody.
Okay, so Michael, what's your take on this? When you think about the attention dynamics of different services, would you expect the same creative on a national linear channel, a streaming service, YouTube, and some other environment to deliver very different attention metrics? Why is that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it goes back to the engagement or the reasons why you turn on the television and choose particular content to watch. The state of mind you're in, the time of day. And the different services that you might use, really, when you choose those services. And it could be, I mean, as simple as when you think about all of us, most of us in this room, consume television and turn on the TV for different reasons. I mean, some reasons increasingly today is like just turning it on for backlight or lighting. I mean, I have the Roku channel or the Roku home screen, Roku City on. Sometimes for a length of time. This is why, the first time I saw, Barbie takeover of Roku City, I was like, wow, that's amazing, right? And it's subtle. But other things for companionship, just to have the TV on while you're around the house or, being sort of a companion. It could be for information, seeking news, etc. But it could be for really immersive sort of entertainment experience. In the primetime hours. So I think there's like various need states and state of minds where we have the television, and also I think that relates to the different services we use and consume at different times and in those different states of mind. So I think there's various levels of attention and engagement that goes along with those, and that we can see in our media plans with the results.
And Julie, that seems to be what's going on here. I think TV service has a very wide range of need states, and ads placed against different contexts, therefore, will behave slightly differently.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, that's why I point to the variety of the shows and movies that are available on Netflix, again, meant to serve the needs of a viewer when they're ready to sit down and spend some time with a TV show and get really engaged in something, you know, really immersed in a story. That's why that line goes up. You know, you've all been there. It's 11 o'clock at night and you're turned to the person you're watching TV with. You're like, should we watch one more? And the answer is always, yeah, I want to know what's going to happen. And that emotional connection to that show is what really drives that attention and keeps it growing. And we see it a lot. And, you know, Yan mentioned Adolescence, which has been a massive show for us and a really different show and unique show. If you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out. It's hard to watch, but also not hard to watch. It's really, really compelling. And to see that really come through in the data, that the attention builds over time, that really is all about relevance and connection and emotion. And also the fact that the show is just really, really unique and different, I think that also has led into, you know, why we see that attention grow.
Great storytelling drives attention.
Exactly, yes. And told in a really kind of unique way that you don't see all the time.
So can I quickly ask you about the power of choice? So something we've discussed. There's obviously a fundamental difference between the user experience of watching a programmed linear channel versus choosing to consume a particular show or series on a streaming service. How does that feed into attention?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of research done about this over the years, that when a person makes a conscious choice to say, oh, here's a bunch of options, this is the one I'm going to watch, they have a vested interest in knowing whether or not they made the right choice. And because of that, you know, that purposeful viewing, they tend to be more invested, and that tends to show up in a lot of the attention metrics that we've seen.
Michael, do you think advertisers buy into this? I mean, are we starting to learn from attention metrics that there are very different types of attention available to advertisers across different video services, be they linear channels, streaming services, YouTube, and so on? Are you expecting to see those different attention metrics reflected in the prices that advertisers are willing to pay?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have a tremendous opportunity to use it to find pockets of value or find places that are undervalued using attention, because I don't believe that it is necessarily priced into the market like other factors are priced into the market, such as scale and reach, and demand versus supply, and where the demand is headed versus the supply. I think those are really more factored into the price today of different in television in the marketplace than attention levels are. So I think we could use attention to find really greater pockets of value in the marketplace, and that's how we have been using it so far today. So I think it would be really valuable for us and our advertisers to find that value.
Yan, what's your take on the power of choice?
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely different kind of the mindset when you watch different TV show. I mean, for some show like a Squid Game 2, I put into my calendar to-do list, and it's like I determined to watch, right? That's clearly different from more like a passive kind of the viewing. So there's a different like a attention level. But the interesting thing, going back to what Michael mentioned, by the way, Michael was our first buy-side client 10 years ago when I started the business. So at that point, we're tiny bit company. But even at that point, right, we had this vision, like when you do a buy, you really need to understand both volume and quality. I think a lot of brands really focus on the volume, which is important, but we really need to focus on the quality. And I do think attention is an important input into the quality. And once you have the two elements, you can make a better buy decision. And as we discussed, attention variance is very big, right? So I think this can be a really interesting signal.
So Yan, sticking with you for a moment, CIMM has an attention working group working, which you know very well. We have some great sessions programmed. If anyone's interested in attention, let us know. The group is meeting next on April 22nd. We'll be hearing from the great Bill Harvey and from Tracy Adams from the ARF, two fascinating presentations, all free to CIMM members. Plug. One of the things the group's been exploring is the fact that attention is a neuroscientifically complex phenomenon, that we're bundling under one label lots of different things. So someone measuring, say, galvanic response may not be measuring the same thing as, say, an eye tracking type solution. Give us a sense of this complexity and how it plays into the work that you do.
Sure, and we've been doing attention for a long time, and we've been working with many external academic people as well. So it is a complex topic, right? Especially if you try to do this in the lab, there are many, many different ways to do that. But if you just use common sense, right? I think we all have to agree, if there's no attention, nothing's going to happen, right? If nobody in the room at all, I don't think anything can happen. So that's easy. So I think have some attention is good. In general, more attention is good. Then I think the question is, what's the right level of attention and how to drive better outcome using attention. I think that's the more like a brand-specific, industry-specific conversation. But at the first place, I mean, we have to agree that if there's no attention, nothing's going to happen, which means attention is important input into the system.
So Julie, what's your sense of this complexity question? Are there different types of attention to optimize for?
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're exploring this globally. We work with T-Vision here in the US, and we've done some work in Japan as well. And there's other vendors out there who measure attention in different ways. There's a lot of metrics around attention. We also are looking into our options with our first-party data to really get a sense of how all the engagement data that we have also can translate into attention and understanding that better. I think we have more work to do in that regard, but obviously there are many, many signals that can indicate attention. Presence in the room and eyes on screen are two really big ones. And then obviously these sort of like biometric responses are other layers on that. So we continue to explore all of that as we try to hone in on what we believe are the signals that are most accurate to describe attention and then understand the results on advertiser outcomes of that attention.
So Michael, have you dabbled with different types of attention measurement? Do they tell you and your clients slightly different things?
Yeah, we've dabbled a lot in different types of attention metrics, and certainly companies that specialize in sort of aggregating all of these different signals that ladder up to different types of attention. So not only length of tune in or eyes on the screen or in the room, but also like the size of the ad, the placement, et cetera, across different channels, and sort of normalizing across different, this is where it gets really interesting, a metric that normalizes across screens and channels, right, to understand cost versus attention levels, right, and being able to optimize media, because when we buy media and plan for our advertisers, we're doing it across multiple channels. I mean, we're not just talking about television and CTV and cross-screen video, but also online video and display and social and at-home and all of these different media channels. So developing an optimal plan that looks at attention levels across these channels per the cost that you're paying is where you can really start to optimize a media plan and get into it. So I think there's a bunch of signals that we could use and sort of data scientists and companies to get down to that level.
So, final question before we go to our soapbox and get the audience to participate a little bit. Everyone's slightly nervous about this. I certainly am. Ad loads. It's obviously a thorny issue. I saw Kelly, who's here. Kelly Abcarian's in the house, everyone. Hi, Kelly. I remember I saw you present at CIMM Summit, I think 2 years ago or so, and you put some research up which seemed to suggest that increasing the ad load led to decreasing amounts of attention and certainly makes it a less palatable experience for the viewers. Does attention tell us that we need to be thinking very carefully about ad loads? Do we increase ad loads at our peril if we need attention to drive outcomes? Julie?
I mean, I think that at Netflix, we are trying to be really very careful with our member experience, right? We want to deliver an ad experience that's commensurate with the viewing experience that gives everybody choice and control. And we have a limited ad load because of that. It's just sort of philosophically where we started. We have so much engagement that it allows us to deliver campaigns with optimal frequency without having to jam this experience, full of ads and, crazy numbers of frequency. I think everybody's experienced that on all kinds of television, and it's not ideal, but frequency is part of the equation. And obviously, I think certainly ad load and total engagement have a reverse relationship, or an inverse relationship. And I think that, we've seen that in many other examples. So we started from this place of let's deliver the best member experience we can so that our members love our ad tier, and so far they do. And when you do that, you earn the engagement and the attention that comes along with a relevant and restrained ad experience.
So, Michael, is the challenge for the industry that in order to maintain monetization, we've increased ad loads? There are lots of companies that have tried to bang in as many ads as they can. Ultimately, do we need to start thinking about a managed transition to a lower ad load media market?
I mean, that'd be ideal, right? Less ads, more relevant ads, more effective ads, and I think that's why we're on the panel talking about. Like, how do we?
Ads?
Yes.
Me?
And higher priced ads?
Yeah, well, absolutely not. Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that question, but it's like, do my advertisers want to pay more, a lot more? Do I want to pay more, a lot more? Absolutely not.
Shouldn't you pay more to have an ad in a ad break or pod that has fewer ads?
I think we're looking for greater value and paying for that greater value. I think this is much like, how we evaluate restaurants in our neighborhood, right? Like the cheapest restaurant or the most expensive restaurant isn't necessarily our favorite restaurant, right? Our favorite restaurant tends to be where we, pay a good price but get a great value for that price in the atmosphere, the service, the food quality, and the portion size.
So the journalists in the room, the headline is, media agency wants more for less, shocker, or something like that. Jan, final word, your take?
I think our role is, I understand this is kind of complex issue, the buy side, sell side, and we just want to introduce quality signal, right, in terms of the food choice. We don't want to kind of quantify the quality of the steak, right? And depends on how you think about, maybe you like steak, maybe you don't like steak, but at least we want to set kind of the one number to let everybody to talk about it, and depends on that, maybe price is gonna go up, maybe gonna go down, I don't know, but at least that's what we can do, and I do think that's a healthy debate in the industry, and yeah, that's our goal.
Okay, we have some time for some questions, so there is a roving mic over there, just put your hand up. On the way there, though, we've got another one of these great QR code things which fill me with total terror, just because I never think it's going to work. I want to get a show of hands from you folks, essentially. So here's the question, true or false? Attention metrics are just an industry distraction. You know how to do this. Point your phone up, scan the QR code, and vote. And then hopefully, by some technical miracle, we'll be able to present the results in quasi-real time. Is this going to work? Yeah. They are not. Oh, wait. Ooh.
Oh.
There's only 3 people who voted, though. So while that's sorting itself out, we have a question over here.
Yes, we
Identify
do.
yourself, sir.
Yes, we do. I'm Simon Applebaum. I'm the producer and host of Tomorrow We Televise, the Audio Proman podcast all about television on TalkShoe, Facebook, and YouTube, and podcast. Netflix, Julie, has been doing a lot more with live programming, whether it's been the NFL Christmas Day games, which will be back this year, both games, as well as the new dating show that is coming up based on the YouTube feature Pop the Balloon, the John Mulaney talk show out of Los Angeles. And I'm wondering, what is the posture that Netflix has on live commercials, which used to be so big in the 1950s and 60s because most programming at that time was live? Are you looking at doing, let's say, demonstrations of products, or maybe something like, if you want to, whether on Monday Night Raw or in John Mulaney's show, if you would like to buy this Neutrogena new product and you order it through your smart TV set or device, you get not only 20% off that product, but maybe you'll get a discount on the next ticket you get to a WWE event. What do you think about live commercials on Netflix?
Fascinating question.
I mean, all great ideas, and obviously, show some contextual relevance there. It's not something that we've contemplated quite yet. We are still relatively new to live, although we've done some giant live events, and certainly they have not all been ad supported, but of late, obviously WWE is, NFL is, and we've done some sponsorships and integrations around some of our other live events. So we're really learning into it at this point and trying to deliver the best member experience that we can with our live events, and of course, serve the needs of our advertisers who understand the immense value in being in live events that really drive cultural moments globally, and that can't be replaced by other types of content. So that's really why we're in that business. Whether or not we experiment with live commercials is not something we've really begun to consider yet, but maybe someday.
I mean, Michael, there's a natural question there, which is, what have you learned about the value of live? I mean, live programming. And to brief plug, we have a panel this afternoon talking about supercharging the live linear experience. But does attention tell you that live is worth the money from an advertiser point of view?
Yeah, I think live is terrific, and we see higher levels of engagement and attention in general overall in live, and I think that's why we've gravitated towards it, certainly in linear TV environments. But I don't think that that's always the case necessarily either. You know, I think in some, so you look at regular season sports, for example, versus like playoffs, for example, and I think the engagement levels and the attention levels not necessarily aren't as high. So I don't always think it's just live. I think you have to dig a level deeper on that. But obviously, we love what Netflix is doing in this environment and reinventing live and putting these big events in front of the subscription non-ad supported paywall to get that reach that we seek after in these engaging live environments as well. That combination, I think, is very powerful.
We have time for one more question, if anybody. We have one over there. Can we get the mic over there? Just while we're waiting for that one, I have another question, which is just a debate we've had in the attention working group. Attention versus outcomes. There's clearly a set of people, some vendors here, who specialize in outcomes, and they have different ways of doing that, whether it's search traffic or footfall or retail sales. And some of those argue that attention is just a kind of distraction on the way to get into outcomes. What's your take, Julie? Do we need both? Do they both add something different to the mix, or can we just skip attention and go straight to outcomes?
I mean, I think we certainly need both. I think that, I think to Jan's point, you won't have any outcome if there's no attention. So they are certainly related, and attention can be a way to understand how you're better driving those outcomes. One of the things that we've observed as we've begun to roll out our measurement capabilities is that we believe that attention is related to driving mid-funnel metrics like consideration and intent. And as we continue to build out our measurement roadmap and have more lower funnel capabilities, we believe it'll drive that as well. Reach is all about sort of the upper funnel, and we drive that too. But again, we've begun to tease out this relationship, and that's really, really important. Attention is finite and scarce. And if you have someone watching your ad and they're not paying attention to it, you won't have an outcome. So there's certainly a relationship there. I understand all the advertisers in the room. Ultimately, driving outcomes is what the goal is there. But understanding that relationship, I think, is really an important part of the formula.
I'm guessing, Michael, the answer is what she said.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what she said. I mean, I think this coming from the perspective that, can't necessarily buy outcomes or buy sales. I think we need metrics that we use on the front end that correlate to lifts in outcomes. And on multiple study after study that we've done in correlating attention levels to outcomes, whether that's brand lift on the top or whether that's performance lift or conversion on the bottom, those metrics do correlate. So then we're able to use that data and those metrics on the front end to plan with confidence in that we're going to invest in higher quality, more effective impressions, and then that'll pull through to outcomes.
Okay, we had a question over here. Do you want to identify yourself?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Ratliff. I'm a data scientist for the Walt Disney Company and the Research Insights and Analytics team. I used to work for Julie. Hi, Julie.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm great. Good to see you, too.
Ask an easy question.
This is a really cool
What
presentation.
a friendly conference visit. I mean, it's super friendly. I love it.
One through line that I think all three of you and probably everybody in this room can agree is that more engaging storyline tends to lead to higher attention levels and therefore allows us to do what we all want to do, a better brand, a better story, a better et cetera. These attention levels have been largely really useful on the measurement and currency side. I'm curious to what extent you find their value on the creative side and whether or not you let in creative partners either within drama-based television or in live television in terms of programming, and to what extent you think the creative partners would find that valuable and what your experience has been with that.
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, we have shared some of this data, particularly on the live sports side with our partners there. And, I think that, again, it's part of the overall formula of getting people into a show has to, come from our recommendation that understands the relevance of that show, and getting people emotionally connected to that content is what keeps them engaged and keeps them attentive and keeps them coming back. So I don't know how much we've shared these specific metrics. We've been focused on the ad side with TVision, for example, so far, and with our attention metrics, but it doesn't mean it's not worth sharing with some of our creators as well.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are pretty much timed out on this panel, and I want to make sure we have as much time as possible for our next question, for our next panel, which is going to... We have one more question to do.
Yeah, we have one
This
more
one isn't a lead in the next panel. We'll do this one last one. Okay, so here's the question. What is the question?
In
I can't read that.
cross-platform measurement.
Yes, in cross-platform measurement, incremental reach in TV and video is, and if you click on the QR code, you'll get a set of options which you can then respond to, and then by, again, a miracle of modern technology, they're going to be presented up on the screen. Right, so, Timothy, can you read that out, because I can't see it from where I am?
In the cross-platform measurement, incremental reach in TV and video is, drumroll please, a vital measurement insight. Only 2% people said incremental reach is not useful. I would love to know who said that. Like, why did you think it's not useful? I think we got a 0% that said it's fully understood and easily measured, which is interesting. It's a perfect segue for the next conversation. And then a planning insight, not a standard. No, we're getting a couple more. But yeah, clearly it seems like incremental reach, much like attention, is vital to the measurement conversation. And now I think we can let our panel.
Which takes us seamlessly on to our next panel. So a massive thank you to Jan, Michael, and Julie for that. That was fascinating. And I'd like to welcome on stage to
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Actually, there's steps. I'll let you guys come down. Although much to my own dismay, I told our panelists to exit. I think I told them to exit stage right. And there's no stairs. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to have anybody injured. If I could have my wonderful panelists come join me, that would be ideal. Dan, my two Dans, Jess, Lily, and Tony. So, thank you, gentlemen and ladies. So I think we're the most colorful panel thus far today, which makes me very happy. So as John mentioned a little bit earlier, I think he mentioned this, we have a study in progress focused on best practices in planning and buying CTV. It's such a meaty topic, and you'll hear more about the findings from the research team a little bit later. But one early theme that emerged as a thread of the research was this idea of different approaches to leveraging CTV as a performance marketing medium. And I think there's also increased interest from our members in understanding incrementality, hence that last question. And so we thought, why don't we take these two kind of connected concepts and get some smart people together, including representatives from some of the companies that are participating in the study, and explore the idea here at CIMM East. So this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna talk about. So let's just dive in. We'll go down the line, we'll start with Jess. Can you tell us who you are, what you do briefly, and then answer this. How has the definition of performance in CTV evolved over the past 12 months for the clients and companies you work with? We'll start with you, Jess.
Yep, I'm Jess Pellin. I oversee measurement and insight strategy at Cargo. And yeah, I think over the past year, there's definitely been a lot of excitement and evolution in the measurement space. When we think, at least at Cargo, all of our advertisers, they're looking at all different kinds of outcomes. And I think now with CTV, there is lots of tools available. And so there's lots of opportunities to measure all those types of outcomes. And I think as eyeballs are shifting towards CTV, that means bigger budgets. And then there's just more of a need to substantiate those budgets to like the CFO to prove that they actually work.
So they're spending more money and they got to prove it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Lily.
Hi, nice to meet everyone. Lily Tong. I lead brand, cross-channel, and connected TV measurement at Amazon. Been at Amazon for 9 years, so it's been quite an evolution. I will say Amazon started in digital advertising, so measuring display, mobile, and then increasingly Kindle ads, Alexa ads, and then in 2019 we launched CTV. So we have a little bit of a different approach where outcomes and performance have been part of our measurement from day one. We use the same measurement infrastructure that scales across all of our ad products throughout, and we support full funnel for advertisers ranging from everything from reach and frequency all the way down to performance outcomes. We have seen, I would say in recent years, to answer your question, an increased interest from advertisers, especially performance-oriented agencies who want to look at outcomes, in addition to typical measures such as brand lift and audience reach.
It's a nice segue into our performance-oriented agency. Dan?
So I'm Dan Larkman, CEO and founder of Keen's Digital. So we are a CTV partner that work with medium growth and enterprise brands, and we've always been focused on outcome and performance. So just a level set, we do everything programmatically, so that kind of gives you the vantage point I'm going to be looking at. But from our side, we've seen performance the whole time. The difference being that early on it was CPA ROAS. And the evolution, especially over the last 12 months, has really been leaning into the geo lift and the MMMs, and really looking at how does it impact all paid media versus a standalone. I think we've seen the evolution of CTV from impressions, video completion rate, through to CPA, and now we're seeing those MMMs and geo lift studies.
Oh, here's one extra. Would you pass that down? Thanks.
There you go. You want to go yellow?
Yeah. Hi, Tony Yee. I'm with Cadent. I believe I work with the vast majority of people in this room, either from a linear, CTV, or digital standpoint, or even a data standpoint. Cadent has been in the business for 20 years now. We've acquired quite a few companies during the process, and performance has always been part of our core values. Where it's changed for us at Cadent is in the last 12 months, we acquired a predictive DSP called Abcarian. That is now the glue between all of our assets, and our focus is on predictive growth. Notice I said growth, not performance. Performance is certainly an important stepping stone within growth, but it's a rearview mirror to us, right? So how do we bring our linear assets, our CTV assets, our digital assets together in a finely tuned, incremental reach, well-mixed manner, and drive a flywheel of growth, not just performance in the rearview mirror, as a navigation system for our clients.
And last but not least, the other Dan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dan Meridian, I'm the SVP of Global Client Solutions at Innovid, a company that helps marketers and agencies create, deliver, measure, and optimize all of their media that they're delivering across channel, certainly with a focus in CTV. And the definition of performance over the last 12 years has certainly developed, and I think 12 months. But I think the next 12 months are going to be really exciting too as we start to think about it. But ultimately, I think the definition for marketers has been around the connectivity of data, understanding and exposure, and actually being able to connect it to the outcome that matters to them, because across vertical, that's going to change and vary greatly. And then, of course, being able to do something with that data. And our platform allows you to optimize within not just the exposure, incremental reach, but also the creative that you're delivering to that customer.
I have to take an aside and say there's two things about CIMM events that I love, that I feel like, obviously I'm biased, but I feel like are different than other events. One, we have really polished and prepared panelists. If I try to throw you off your game, it's not going to happen. But two, our attendees are like taking notes, like on notepads. Like this is just amazing. We're all a bunch of nerds, and it's great. So Lily, let's just start. We got to address the behemoth in the room. You said Amazon has always focused on performance. Yes. but you have a distinct advantage because you have inventory, you have the pipes, you have a treasure trove of customer data. Some would say that makes it easy, but can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the technological challenges that you have to overcome to close the loop in a privacy compliant manner?
So thank you, Tamika. I think that's the first time in my career someone's called me a behemoth. So I appreciate that. I'll remember that one. So one of the things I'll say is Amazon, like every other company who focuses on measurement, is undergoing the same changes in the industry. So we have reduced signals and signal loss because of privacy regulation and a tighter, the right thing for the customer in terms of a tighter grip on customer data. We have increasing opt-outs in Europe. All of this is, I think, common to folks in this room. What this then, causes us to then do is look towards new technology like clean rooms to safeguard customer data while increasing the overall ability to measure. And also allows us a scalable method in which we can then take multiple fragmented signals around performance in order to create outcomes for our customers. The one thing I'll say is that the backbone of Amazon Ads and our measurement stack is all built on technology that's freely available in the industry, which is AWS. So both publishers and measurement companies can take advantage of technology like AWS clean rooms in order to analyze and compute multiple data sets without directly sharing data, and also tech like AWS entity resolution in order to match and join files across.
So for everybody else that's not Amazon, I imagine that some of the elements you need to make the connections to measure performance are not in-house, and it requires partnering with other companies. So are there any technological or data partnerships that have been most valuable in your company's approach to measuring CTV performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely at Cargo, one of the challenges that we face is we don't always work directly with the brands, right? And so the challenge is getting access to the very outcomes we want to measure. So we have a heavy reliance actually on third-party vendors that measure full funnel outcomes so that we can deliver those things and tell that full story and get that picture in a privacy-safe fashion for our advertisers without, like I said, having to poach the brand for their actual outcomes data, which they may or may not want to share.
Dan Larkman, you as kind of the agency in the middle, who do you partner with? Do you partner with the DSP? Do you partner with an SSP? Do you partner with a measurement provider? Like how do you close that loop as an indie agency in particular?
So I would say it's a little bit of everything. So there's the daily running of the campaign and being able to use identifiers, things like cross-device platforms, that type of stuff. So we can actually try and identify a user to target. And then there's the outcome side and the measurement side. And so you've got two sides of it. The reason that we lean so heavily on working with third parties is, firstly, anyone who works with brands know they're not going to trust your data. So having a third party, it just helps us, right? And secondly, it's about calibrating. Using GeoLift, so you've got like Meta's open source or any of those type of technologies, using the Measured of the world, the Recast, the House of the world, those type of guys, it gives you the ability of being able to use those metrics to help calibrate what the daily metric, CPA, ROAS, that type of stuff that we're going to be looking at. And so the hurdle is around being able to identify the users from, I kind of call it the shared device. When you're watching TV at home, there might be 3 of you, 4 of you watching TV. That's the shared device. And then you've got the personal devices, your phone, tablet, PC, where it's easier to track on a single device. And so using those identifiers means we're able to then build audiences, target, and then work with those MMMs on looking at how does it impact the total media landscape versus just us as a silo. Because effectively it's what's the ratio of spend for CTV versus linear or versus social or search. Do you sell via Amazon or you sell D2C or retail? All these different metrics need to be pulled into one place. And again, those geo lifts or geo flexes, spend up and down is really the thing that we find is needle moving.
Tony or Dan,
Yeah.
you guys both bought, you guys are also kind of amalgam companies. So do you have to partner with other people as well still?
Well, I was just going to comment. We've got a similar but slightly different approach. We certainly have 100 different third-party data companies which brands do trust. But we also put our faith in our flywheel, like the performance and growth engine. So we actually source our own data, depending on the vertical. For healthcare, it'll be claims data. For travel, for example, it'll be OTA data. And we get as raw data as possible into the clean rooms, as Lily was saying, in a privacy, HIPAA, and AI compliant way. And that way, we're able to, in real time, measure and score and learn from every impression. And then we'll then score that against a measurement provider, like in health, maybe Crossix, right? So you get the best of both worlds. You get real-time performance, not a stale, off-the-shelf, third-party segment that you're optimizing between 5 different variations of, and you get machine learning and the training models flagging the impression as something that's likely to produce that outcome that you want. And that's why I say performance is great, it's the rearview mirror, but if you can create that flywheel, that continuous learning, then that's where you get outsized returns.
Lily, I know you want to hop in.
I just wanted to add one thing too. I mean, Amazon is one CTV provider where, even if we drive outcomes in our store, and not all of our advertisers sell on Amazon, right? So we still need the ability to collect those other performance signals depending on what the advertiser wants to do. For example, a financial services firm will have a very different view of their customer than a CPG brand, right? And so what we need to do is offer a number of different ways in order to gather those signals, whether it's from an advertiser directly. We have a product called Ads Data Manager where they can upload their own data and then attribute it. Or a third party. 92% of the sales that Amazon drives actually occur outside of Amazon store, right? Or from a trusted third party or from Amazon stores itself. It's just another source of the signal.
Dan?
Yeah, so here's the beautiful thing about where I get to sit on the panel.
Yeah.
Innovid's platform is an ad server, so we're delivering everything on behalf of the advertiser. We're also evaluating the impression. We're understanding all the things that happen once that ad shows up in front of the consumer. That data then sits in our platform, and we do things like look at reach and frequency and overlap. We're completely independent, so we don't own or buy or sell media in any way. And then we understand, based on the KPI that the advertiser has, whether it's an in-platform KPI like a completion rate or a QR scan or something that happens on a website, on their website, or in a brick and mortar retail store or an online e-commerce store or a QSR restaurant. Like, all of that data is completely mobile within our platform. We can connect it to the outcome that actually matters to the marketer, and then we can optimize the next impression. So if they're evaluating the performance at a creative level or at a placement level or at an audience level, all of that is data that is connected within our platform and then exposed. So if my fellow panelists are working with Innovid, in partnership, or those in the audience, these are the kinds of benefits you get when you look at the entirety of your investment and how you can connect that to the outcome that matters. We made a very conscious decision to open up our platform to accept any KPI. So for pharma, it's Crossix, or another farm lift company, or it's automotive. They care about customers going to their dealership lots, or retailer wants to sell something in store or online. All of that is outcomes that we can connect to exposure and optimize the next impression with.
So we're all kumbaya, and
Yeah.
everybody's platform works, everybody's sharing with each other, advertisers are spending money, it's amazing. What's an outcome or a performance benchmark that you are being asked to measure that you're still finding it a challenge to calculate? And sort of what's the piece that's missing that's making it hard to close that loop? Oh, now nobody wants to.
I mean, I'll throw in. I don't mind. For us, I think the challenge really is about connecting all the data sets. You know, like if an advertiser has first-party data and it's protected in some way, and they're not able to expose that to us, we will share a log file which has all of that, like atomic impression level data, but then it's on them to connect it and tell us which, you know, ad is working, which creative is working, or something like that. So I think that's the last 12 months, to go back to your first question, is about data mobility, data connectivity, making sure you're able to understand the exposure and then what you do with the next exposure that you have. That's where I think the next 12 months is going to be really exciting, because we see that getting faster and faster and faster. So I mean, I think that's the challenge that we're seeing.
I think true multi-touch attribution has kind of faded in the background. I think 10 years ago, we were really concerned about it because there were a lot of last touch attribution vendors that would steal all the attribution. And now we've gone to this, the pendulum swung the opposite way, where it's just looking at if it was exposed at all, then you get attribution, right? So I think the science there is still a little murky, and for whatever reason, we've focused less on it. I think we need to focus a little more on it. And it's just not a single winner take all, right? It's a combinational factor, right? And it's not splitting 100% of the pie in different proportions. It's does A plus B equal C plus extra, right? I think that's an important thing that's been overlooked recently, and it's a challenge. It's very difficult.
Jess, were you going to say
Yeah,
something?
and I think maybe you led the witness with the question you asked us before here, but I think like incrementality, it's such a buzzword. What even is it? And I mean, at Cargo, we run across screens, and what we're often asked is like, what purpose does each screen serve, right? And I think the average household has like 17 connected devices now, right? Which is insane. And so thinking about CTV and like using something like IP address, well, how do you know who actually saw the ad? And all of that just complicates things. So I think that's just like a overarching question, trying to use data to answer that story, but not always possible.
Like personification.
Yeah, I just want to build on that, because if you have 10 different advertisers what they mean by incrementality, you'll get 10 different definitions. So, I mean, we kind of approach this, I would say, 3 different ways in 3 different buckets. One is looking at incremental reach. Increasingly, that's not just linear TV, but that's also third-party CTV as well. A second way is actually a metric that we have in our conversions data that we call new to brand, where we look at our conversions and then we look at a previous 12-month window to see if that customer had engaged with the brand, and then we were able to tell advertisers, you know, this is a net new customer for you, for advertisers who sell on Amazon. And then the third way, we have actually a conversions incrementality product where we do randomized controlled trials to test out what the true lift is for impressions that, you know, that generated a conversion, what that was relative to the control experiment.
So Dan Larkman or Tony, I know we'd gotten into this on the prep call. What are the methodologies that you're finding most effective for measuring sort of true incremental lift, specifically for CTV as opposed to other channels?
Yeah, I think I touched on this several times before, but it's, you know, at the time of impression request, optimizing the scoring and exposing our methodology of scoring, starting from the raw data to any third-party data that we'll implement as gates, and then demonstrating the eventual result. And as Lily said, testing control is a very powerful way to do it statistically. So we try to use as much transparency as possible into our methodology, and then as statistically relevant findings as possible on the back end to measure it. But again, demonstrating how both are tied together, and it's a flywheel, not just that one snapshot into that campaign.
And I agree. We didn't prep this. I agree. I think, yeah, how we look at all different types of measurement, and I'll go back to the geo lift, is there's huge value in it, but it's not something you're necessarily running every day, right? I think we went from MMMs that took, you know, a 6-month cycle, right? To then now we've got some that will claim a week. We've got a little question mark next to that. But realistically, you can start seeing the performance constantly. And the hurdle that we face when it comes to measurement in general is the different decision makers at brands. So again, because we work with brands direct, it's not just the marketing person that needs to explain, it's the CFO, right? And so anyone who's watched Shark Tank and you hear, what's your customer acquisition cost? That's exactly what the finance team are asking. And so it always comes back to those metrics that people are used to and comfortable with. And so what we've spent a lot of time is educating people on what lift looks like, what the ratio is. So we talked about multi-touch. Yeah, I think that multi-touch has had its day. I don't think the day's over, but I think the evolution of it's exactly what you said, which is how are we able to look at the ingredients that are driving the best results? How are we able to score that and give it a weighted, effectively a weighted or a bid against it, so we can make sure that we're driving those outcomes on a regular and a repeatable way, using GeoLifts to calibrate it, and using things like the more day-to-day CPA, that type of stuff, that is an easier metric for the whole companies at brands to understand, while using Lift to really show the total impact of what revenue is for the overall company.
So one more incrementality question in particular. Does streaming present a specific challenge in terms of measuring incremental reach or incremental net new customers? So like, how do you address the dual issue of kind of frequency management across the different streaming platforms to be sure that you're actually measuring incrementality and not just another exposure?
Yeah. So again, Innovid delivering that impression, being the ad server, we can see across your direct investment, we can see across your programmatic investment. We also have a measurement and attribution platform that builds on the delivery data that we're generating every single day. Scale-wise, it's about 1.4 billion impressions a day. 53% of those end up on televisions. Just to give you a sense, that's almost every US CTV household. There's about 93 million in the graph. It's a deterministic data set that we build our measurement platform on top of. We can aggregate, we can deduplicate across all different video investments. So we can look at direct programmatic, we can look at end inventory source within programmatic. So let's say, for example, you're buying partner A directly and you're getting partner A as a part of your targeting strategy in programmatic. I can tell you exactly what the overlap is between those two. And every other partner on the plan. The interesting thing about the incrementality question is that's data and it's measurement and it's information that you can use to make future forward decisions. You can see what is happening in this plan, and then the next time you go to negotiate, you have more information to do that with. But the question we constantly are asking ourselves is, because of this lion's share of data that we sit on, how can we make the entire ecosystem better? And this is where frequency came up, because it's not just a problem of waste for the marketer, it's a problem of experience. The Netflix plan we just listened to, Julia, if she's still in the room, hi. She was talking about the customer experience. And if you saw the same ad 5 times in a row or across 3 different ad breaks, that's a bad customer experience. It's gonna turn you away. And so as a part of the CIMM research, we actually published a case study to go alongside of it that looks at our Harmony Frequency product, which is a cross-platform, cross-campaign, or cross-media frequency management solution that takes the exposure data from the direct investment, builds audiences for the DSPs to consume so that they can better manage frequency for inventory that they're delivering in the same channels. This resulted in some wild results. One of the marketers who we implemented this solution for cited a 35% increase in incremental reach with the same budget. And as we think about the future, again, the next 12 months, I'm sure every one of you is having conversations with your customers right now and your clients about their budgets and what might be happening because of tariffs and things like that. And so using what you have to be more efficient is something that we think is really important, but then even still more so as we look into the future.
You know, I love that you brought up what Julie said. You know, we've talked about relevance for a long time in our industry, but she said a combination of relevance and restraint, which I think is
Amen.
really, so that users can have a good, so that because we are users, we consume the streaming content. Like, I'm so tired of seeing the same ads over and over and over again. Like, anyway. But,
we all have it.
Right? I mean, how do we explain this to our partners and spouses and kids, right? And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the industry I work in is the reason.
You're welcome, is what you say.
That we watch these ads. You know, coming back to that consumer experience, though, because I think there's a big connection between the user experience and an outcome, right? Especially from a creative standpoint. If the ad is dumb and boring, the user's going to tune out and there's not going to be an outcome. And we have standard 15s and 30s in CTV, but also, as Netflix said, there's also kind of these new ad experiences. And so Jess or Lily, maybe start with Jess first, do custom ad units change the way outcomes need to be calculated, or do they even change sort of our perception of outcomes?
Well, the short answer is I think it's complicated, right? So I think it's yes, but. So yes, 100%. It is about the user experience. As we all know, we've seen that stat thrown around that creative drives like 50% of sales. So having a better creative experience can ultimately lead to better brand perceptions and outcomes. With the additional like bells and whistles, you know, whether it's a QR code or a pause ad or some other way to engage and interact with ad, this invites consumers to participate in a different way than they maybe were used to in the past. And so I think we're still early on in as far as like, are consumers ready for that? Are they, you know, ready to adopt that? So we need to be mindful of just creating a bunch of new custom KPIs to measure. You know, at least from my experience, we've seen mixed results with QR codes, right? Like maybe that detracts consumers away from other brand cues, and that would be a better use case for the real estate of the ad. So really making sure there's a blended approach in creating these custom KPIs, because like I said, these are things that we can now measure and can be a lever for ultimate performance, but also thinking about tried and true methods as well, the brand lifts, the sales lift, the foot traffic, so that it's sort of a level playing field when you're comparing this newer format to something else and not getting so tunnel vision in the actual ad experience. You know, as we've seen with like CTR, is that actually correlated with sales? I don't think so necessarily, probably not. So I think we need to be careful and not run into that trap as well.
That's so funny that when's the last time anybody thought about a click-through rate? Oh my God.
There's no mouse on the CTV.
Well, you're primarily in TV, yeah. Lily, did you want to?
Sure, I just want to add, I agree with Jess. It's expensive to introduce new metrics to the industry, right? There's a lot of education, and you know, I think what we found that works is take, you know, common kind of concepts and then build on them. I actually disagree that there's no such thing as a click. We introduced something called an interactive pause ad in Fire TV, where
100% agree
you have a pause ad,
the mouse,
and then you click the remote in order to get more information. We actually see that purchase rates are about 40% higher than.
But I just meant sort of coming from the primary digital world into working in CTV or TV and video. I'm like, CTRs were like that. I remember press releases being like, oh my God, a CTR of like 2%, which was higher than the industry average. And now we don't even think about that.
I agree with Lily, by the way. From an interactive ad perspective, using your remote is a completely different experience. And absolutely, you see wild performance increases as a result of like interactive formats and things like that, and leveraging that input. I was being trivial about mouse clicks and
So I have a bunch more questions that we did not get to, but I'm going to respect my own time clock, and I'm going to respect our audience's time. We're all going to go and have some lunch, and then we'll come back and have a bunch more conversations. Can we give my panelists a round of applause? And time for lunch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second half of the program. Please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful friends over on the other side. You can continue eating lunch, but you could also bring your plates over here and join us. But we're going to get started and have a fun conversation. I would love to bring up my panelist, Mr. Zach Lane. Can we do a round of applause? Maybe people will come. And let's switch so I can. Oh, we have no mics. Whatever. You sit there. Thank you. We have no mics. We can just yell. So,
Thanks, John.
Zach, I'm so glad that you got to come join us. We are working harder to bring more marketers into the fold at CIMM. And so many of our conversations are about what marketers need to measure and what marketers are doing. And we figure it might be nice to actually talk to the marketer themselves.
I like it.
So can you tell us, I know what you do, but can you tell our audience what you do for Pepsi?
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm Zach Lane. I run a team at PepsiCo where I oversee pilot embedding and scaling of all data assets entering the ecosystem. There's a little bit of a lag here, or a little bit of a
Reverb?
reverb. Is that the word?
Reverb? Are you do you hear?
Yeah. Okay, that's great. So this is aspirationally across the breadth and depth of CPG, not just what we're talking about here. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, it's also routing data for the trucks. It's flavor data for the R&D teams. It's satellite data for the agriculture teams. Who knew? So yeah, it's more than $500 million every year of data spend. Yeah, it's crazy.
So I'm not going to go off script, but because especially with the brand marketers, you can't. But I feel like during our prep call, you talked about even data, just understanding if you change a package or you change the color on a package in one demo, how that actually might affect the sales in said demo, and if it's different in another country.
100%.
So
100%.
we think about data a lot in terms of audiences and CTV, but you're looking at it from a much broader perspective.
Yeah, truly. I think what undergirds all this to make it is that, when I think about sourcing data, percolating data for my internal customers, the brands, it's all about making sure that data is decision ready, right? Sure, it needs to be accurate, high fidelity, sourced right, et cetera, but it has to be able to solve an actual problem. It doesn't matter if you have the most precise, cleanest data in the entire world. If it can't help you move from point A to point B, if it can't help you make a decision between two choices, it's not valuable. And I think, in the marketing context, we're seeing, at least I'm seeing, folks have a change in mindset, which is good. We're no longer chasing perfect data. We're chasing this business grade data. I'm seeing folks ask better questions like, can this drive investment? Can this optimize creative? Can this help me make a strategic bet? And if I'm wrong, do I know where my assumptions fell flat? So I think that's the baseline. That's the table stake. So I think even the thought of what is good data has to be reframed a little bit to, is this data decision ready? Can it withstand government regulation? Can it withstand identity collapse? Can it actually solve the problem I'm trying to solve at hand?
And so does that vary based on kind of geo or specific product? Or so PepsiCo has such a huge array of products. Is decisionable data for one region different than decisionable data for another region? If you have all of this data and you have this kind of decision-ready mindset, how do you organize that?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's still a work in progress. I'll share that, right? It's all data strategy is centrally managed, but execution has to be locally, has to have local elements taken in mind just because of different regulations. It's different tech stacks, different folks, different processes, different platforms that different geos use.
So if we drill down a little bit more into our world of video and CTV, what does good data or what does decision-ready data mean in the context of CTV and video in particular?
Yeah, this is hard. I think because we're kind of flying the airplane and building it at the same time, whatever phrase of that is, and I think it's, for several different reasons that question is really hard. I think the signal chain is so fragmented across CTV, across devices, across walled gardens, across inventory sources. It really makes, sometimes exposure data can be deduplicated poorly or can be delayed or, could be stitched together with probabilistic logic that then has that then has eroded over time. We use a lot of proxies in this channel, right? Because deterministic data is either not available or hard to get. I also think there's a disconnect between what buyers think they're getting. I think sometimes they think they're getting, person-level, platform-agnostic insight, when actually they're not. They're getting less granular, perhaps delayed, perhaps sample data. So I think, Tamika, to your question, what does good data mean in CTV? I think it means being brutally honest about what's available, what's not, what's missing. It's at the end of the day, it's about understanding, not just the data, but all of the myriad of decision making that has gone into creating that data.
I love that you kind of the tagline that you said about the data, because I imagine that was shared with you via some type of one sheet at a conference.
It might have.
And you and perhaps bought that data, and you're like, actually, no, you didn't.
That's
you didn't
not
promise.
right.
Right.
Nope.
You didn't give me what you promised. So maybe one question would be then, and this is perfect, so what criteria do you use to evaluate data partners for your initiatives? Do I just get to send you my one sheet that says I have privacy compliant, household level, actually person level data that doesn't identify the user specifically, but somehow lets you know who's
Somehow, you do not. I think it is really capability and clarity. We focus a lot on signal integrity here. Was it observed? Was it directly observed, or was it inferred? The provenance of that signal has so many downstream effects. We care a lot about translatability. Can this data set be used across the campaign life cycle? Can it be stretched from planning to targeting to measurement? Oftentimes no, but sometimes. And I think lastly, to make it to your point a little bit, I don't know, this definitely transcends outside of our space, but transparency culture, can you tell me where your data is the weakest? Can you tell me where it works, where it doesn't work? Yeah, there are some specific nuances to some data sets, ACR, device graphs, fine, sure. But at the end of the day, I need the data to be operationally dependable. So I don't know, how do you say this? Maybe transparently flawed will always be better than aspirationally perfect or
obscure,
great. Yeah.
Aspirationally obscure. That's interesting. So what I'm hearing is, and I know, one, you can't speak for all of Pepsi, and you also can't speak for all marketers, but what I'm hearing is, and it sounds something like what Celeste said on our panel earlier, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you need to be able to tell me the truth about how it's not perfect. So I think you answered some of the questions. You answered my next question kind of around the specific questions that perhaps vendor companies or other companies need to be prepared to answer when they want to work with a brand partner like a Pepsi. Have any more?
Yeah, I think, we're always interested in, I call it internally, data fragility. It's that idea, just to know, where's your data the weakest? Will you be proactive about telling me that? That's often we don't get that. I think very related is variability across platforms. I think a good partner will acknowledge it. I think a great partner will help you plan for it. We ask a lot about model drift, refresh rate. We care a lot about, how are you going to help us in 2026, 2027? I know there's some sellers here that probably are thinking, oh no, we always do this. Well, it doesn't always come across to me. I often get a very short-term view of the partnership, and I want to see how you're planning for next year. I do have a little weird anecdote to share here. This is going to sound like it's not related, but it actually is related. John's laughing. 10 years ago, when my dad retired, and he got really into karate, which, strange times, which is really weird. But I kind of think about, my ideal data partner is kind of like my dad doing karate. He became a brown belt, which is black belt's the best, but brown belt's still pretty good. He's flexible, he can roll with the punches. And I think my dad's kind of he has a lot of humility, he's fun to have a beer with. So, Zach's dad doing karate is kind of those attributes together are kind of how I see my ideal partner here.
Zach's dad doing karate, so flexible, agile, not necessarily a black belt, but pretty damn good.
Pretty good,
Yeah.
pretty good.
So that's what you're looking for in your partner. I think lots of marketers would love to have the wealth of first-party data that a company like Pepsi has. How are you leveraging your own first-party data for CTV targeting and measurement, or not?
First-party data is like the bane, a little bit of my existence. First-party data used to be the goal. You know, it was this like mythical goal. Once we reached a certain number of first-party records, all our problems will be solved. On so many decks, I know I've talked to a lot of people in this room about this. You know, I am glad to see the shift a little bit. It's no longer the goal, it's now the strategy, it's our baseline here. You know, and we're using first-party data in ways that won't kind of surprise this audience here. You know, we're using it to build precision audiences based off real buying behavior. We're using it to suppress our known customers that have converted, which is super hard in CTV. And, you know, we're using it a little bit of a QA element for the industry itself. You know, if we are seeing our known customers, you know, appear in post-campaign matchbacks like over time consistently, you know, maybe it's not our data, maybe it's the pipes, but I think Tomika, to be honest here, you know, I talked a little bit earlier about, you know, transparency. I think brands have to be a little bit transparent. We have a lot of, you know, big butts at AOL.com first-party data, right? That somebody entered to win a bean burrito at Taco Bell. Someone tried to win a trip to see the White Lotus cast. Like, cool, but like, how useful is that? And I think the answer is actually, it can be super useful. Like, we are on a journey as a CPG, right? We're not replete with direct consumer touch points. We're working on that both in quantity and quality, but you know, we are still able to make a lot of use of this first-party data, even the big butts at AOL.com, because we have the processes, the platforms, the people in place to actually activate it and make use of it. So the data itself is super important, but I would say even more important is the infrastructure, inclusive of the people, on top to make use of it.
2 more questions. We're right on time. Talking about measurement and attribution and making use of it, kind of alluding to something you said earlier with the fragmentation of CTV.
Yep.
How, you know, how do you approach the challenge of attribution in particular? Because I could be watching, I could interact with your ad across multiple devices as well as across multiple streaming providers. And in our panel before, you know, we talked about the end of MTA or one, you know, the last platform getting the attribution for the sale. How are you trying to approach that?
Yeah,
with CTV in particular.
CTV attribution like broke how we've done attribution for the last few years, right? It's like it was more based off, you know, device stitching, person stitching. Now CTV doesn't have that level of determinism. So I will say this is good for a company like PepsiCo, you know, a 100-year-old, 100-plus legacy-old company. It's forced us to move into new kind of test and learn strategies. We're leaning into probabilistic models. We're doing more incrementality testing. We're doing outcome-based cohort analysis. You know, all this is really good for a company like ours. I think, you know, we're not trying to prove causality at the impression level. We're trying to prove impact at the behavior level. So it's just a different way of looking at it. You know, where did my media go? What happened? Like, what actually moved? I think simultaneously, we're seeing a mindset shift, at least along my senior execs. They're no longer asking me like, you know, what's the click-through rate? It's like, okay, that makes no sense. But, you know, we're seeing them ask, you know, like, how did this affect demand velocity for Cheetos in Pakistan? You know, how did this unlock or help us, how to acquire like XYZ 123 segment? You know, so it's like the strategy is reinforcing the culture shift and the culture shifts reinforcing the strategy shift. And I think ultimately, you know, it's allowed us to be more comfortable with these new tests and learns, focusing more on outcomes, focusing more on momentum.
One thing I know you're not comfortable with is fraud and sketchy behavior.
Gosh.
And so we have a conversation about that a little bit later. And we're closing the day with that conversation because we think it's important. But you talked about your partners being transparent with you about maybe where their data isn't great. What about being transparent about, I don't know, where your campaigns are running? Like what?
Yeah.
How important is that issue of kind of data quality and transparency and sort of being able to see exactly where something is run?
Wildly important, obviously, and it's deeper than I think many folks in this room think it goes. Since I know we're almost running out of time, I'm just going to share this anecdote that I think, kind of illustrates this kind of like iceberg. We know what we know on top of the water, but the depth of the iceberg is so deep we don't know. I recently learned about a brand that fraudsters were spoofing $50 CTV CPMs. But it was actually running on a single pixel on a smart refrigerator in Vietnam. It's like, I didn't even know that was possible, first of all, which is absolutely wild. And if you drill a little bit deeper into this, this was for one brand, one quarter, in a region of the world where it wasn't particularly strong. And this bill is in the high single digits of millions of dollars. And this was discovered by a brand safety verification partner. Great, that's why brands have folks like this. But it really illustrates this like iceberg mentality of like, we can only play whack-a-mole with the fraud we detect. It's so hard to detect it deeper and to uproot it. So it's like, I have to go back to the brand and, or in this example, you have to go back to the brand and be like, wow, cool ad, but like it was viewed by like a Vietnamese grandma and like
possibly even on one pixel.
On one pixel. So actually it was non-viewable on grandma's refrigerator. So I have a lot of hot takes on, who's responsible and how, like, what are the next steps for ad fraud? But I don't want to take the thunder from the folks you have at the
And
end.
hopefully if you stay with us, then you can chime in.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely have some questions about who's responsible. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tamika.
We are going to continue that's a mic drop. You heard it here, $50 CPMs running on smart TV pixels in Vietnam. That's a new level of fraud. We're going to continue this conversation. John, in both cases, it was us. It was us both times. Okay, so we're going to continue our conversation around marketers and how they're using data, and we're going to actually talk about AI and how it's changing the media buying workflow. But first, we're going to chat specifically about how it might impact the models that underpin so many media plans. So Henry, will you join us up here? Join me. I'm not an us. I'm not an us yet. So let's give Zach a round of applause and then Henry a round of applause. Okay. Good to go? No? We just changed the headshot. So Henry, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a bit tired, a bit jet lagged.
Yeah.
But if you can't tell from my accent, I'm from Australia, which is a very, very far away place. If none of you are aware, 22 hours on a flight. Don't recommend it. But other than that, great.
And then you were just coding.
Yeah. I was actually sitting in the speakers room, and Tamika's like, "Oh, do you want to test the demo and things like that?" I'm like, "Oh, I think I might just go write some code."
So we wanted to talk about MMMs in particular, which is something that someone like Zach will use. From what I understand, I'm not an MMMs expert. MMMs use historical data, sales, campaigns, specific channels, in order to make future predictions about where advertisers should invest. So in a world where someone like Zach has so many different platforms and tools and methodologies to optimize his budget, why have MMMs remained a go-to?
Well, I think Zach kind of said it, right? Like, increasingly, it's hard to find causality at the impression level. And we're seeing that more and more across the market. Pricing changes, the economy. I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on in the economy right now. All of these things are things that affect buyer behavior, impact buyer behavior. And I think for about 10 years, our thesis, our hypothesis on measurement was, let's try to find out and determine the exact action that drove someone to a sale. Except the reality is that that's not how marketing works. Marketing works by increasing the probability of someone taking an action or buying a product with a whole set of actions, a whole swathe of actions, your pricing, your packaging, what you're doing in terms of distribution, what you're doing in terms of your marketing, both offline and online. And all of those things accumulate to actually influence the probability of an outcome or an action. Now, that's impossible to track unless you're going to stalk someone around, on everything that they do. Like if you follow someone with a camera all day, every day, I don't think that's particularly scalable as a measurement methodology, but...
Or a pixel.
Or a pixel, well, but I mean, even pixels, right? They're like on a tiny part of someone's world and ecosystem. Like if you think that through, like realistically, does a pixel cover someone walking down the shopping aisle, looking at prices and looking at the colors of packaging and things like that? Of course it doesn't. And we've kind of convinced ourselves that these very tight and narrow digital ecosystems are responsible for the outcome and they're lifting the probability of outcome for the vast majority of sales, when most academic research says that's complete, sorry for my Australianness, but BS. And so I think that's the problem MMMs have solved for some time. And they've played that role and they've been able to be validated in a way that CFOs understand. And I think for a long time, measurement is, the measurement that we have on platforms has been divorced from the measurement that CFOs know and trust. And that's why we've had degrading value and degrading credibility in boardrooms, because we don't factor in things like price, the economy, all the things CFOs know change the trajectory of their businesses.
And so Mutinex exists to do what? Help make MMMs more effective in the age of streaming and big data?
Well, I think we need to talk about why MMMs have failed the marketing experience, because if you look at legacy MMM practices, they typically come out once a year, maybe once a quarter if you're lucky. So that's the first issue. And data out of date is not very useful, particularly when you're making live media decisions. The second thing is the MMMs themselves are not particularly granular. And for most of the people who buy media in this room, for most of the people who buy media generally, what you're actually looking for is granularity. Granularity, to some degree, tells you the execution, like how to have a lot of clarity about what a channel's effectiveness is. So I think we set out to solve that problem because, ultimately, what we all know is that MMMs have both failed to provide accurate, clean data quickly, but they've also failed to provide granular data that people can plan against. And so that then means that the methodology itself can never be integrated into media. I think a methodology and a measurement methodology that can't be integrated into actually planning and making decisions about media is a methodology that has failed our industry. And so that's the problem we set out to solve.
In that case, I'm going to bring up my panelists, if we can, and we'll expand the conversation. So, please join us. That's always the risk with a live demo, but you know what? Thanks everyone for being patient and game with us. Please sit over here. Patient and game with us, and let's give Henry a round of applause for being brave. Okay, so. I think part of what makes Mutinex's platform unique is that marketers can use it to figure out where to invest more rather than cut back, which to me helps offset the narrative that, and can I get my timer up, please, thank you, which helps offset the narrative that the benefits of AI and GenAI are about saving time and money and cutting jobs as opposed to kind of driving growth. So for our first question, if you could tell me your name, you know what I do, tell me your name, tell me your role, and tell me one way that AI has helped you personally do something better. And we'll start with Angelina.
All right. Hi, I'm Angelina Eng. I am from IAB. I run the Measurement, Addressability, and Data Center, and so organize, anything else?
Can we get her mic up a little? Thank you.
So responsible for developing industry standards, helping educate the market, and understand what's happening in terms of things that reducing the friction between buy side and sell side and where ad tech fits in. How AI has helped me, so if anyone follows me, my blogs, my articles, a lot of the research that we do has been with the use of AI to ensure that I'm communicating things in a very not simplified, but in a concise, readable way that marketers can understand as well as ad tech professionals.
Cute. Over to Larry.
Hi, I'm Larry Wolf, CTO of Converge Marketing. I first used AI for ideation, just to explore some ideas that it saw in its models that I couldn't come up with. My responsibility is in the data architecture of our business, and solving problems for our data analytics team and our media managers is a really important part of that. And so I'm teaching them how to use AI to help solve that problem.
And last but not least, Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel Herbstman, VP of Data Innovation at Ampersand. For anybody that's not aware, Ampersand is a media company jointly owned by Comcast, Charter, and Cox. So a lot of data assets that we have access to, as well as a lot of inventory. I'm going to go a little off rails here. AI has helped me take vacations in a way where I don't feel as though I'm missing every meeting. So Zoom's AI companion has been super helpful to summarize a 1 hour meeting in 30 seconds of text.
That's not off the rails. I think that's exactly the way we're using it. And then Henry, we didn't get to see it, but how is AI helping you on a daily basis, or is it?
Well, I think there's a few elements. I mean, one, so I'm getting married on December 13, and I'm using the LLMs to currently manage the wedding vendors, which is quite helpful. Highly recommend it for everybody. But I think more broadly, our business used to have, obviously in the market mix modeling space, you generally have to provide a hell of a lot of support to customers and things like that as you help enable them on the platform and things like that. We estimate we've been able to cut costs by some 80% in kind of customer servicing costs around the platform, purely by customer preference. There's around 6,500 hours of consulting delivered a week just through the kind of AI tool itself, and that's at zero cost to customers. So
That's the opposite of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about not cutting costs.
But I mean,
but I like it.
But I mean, when you think about what that means for growth, I think that the really important thing is it reduces the cost of asking a question. And I think when you can ask more questions, you can ask more questions about growth if you can reduce the cost of actually asking a query.
So Angelina, from the IAB's perspective, are there clear opportunities around AI, around using AI in the media workflow in particular, that go beyond efficiency and actually enhance like the effectiveness?
Why, I am so glad that you asked. So we recently published a research paper. We surveyed over 500 executives in our recent IAB State of Data report, and it focuses primarily on how AI is being used, perceived, and challenges and issues and use cases within the media campaign lifecycle. We estimate, or we project that within, and a lot of the people that we surveyed, that by 2026, AI is going to be used in every aspect of media planning and buying, including MMM, RFP process, financial reconciliation, optimization, forecasting, projections on an ongoing basis. So think about this as, right now, a lot of the times we gather data together, we gather data, we look at it, and then we activate against it, and then we kind of look at it once a week, and you make optimizations. But imagine having to feed your campaign data, your performance data, even your content data, back into the model in real time every day, where it comes back and says, hey, based on what's happening, here are some recommendations of what can change, what you should change, but there's also outside factors. So what's happening in the marketplace from an economic or a cultural standpoint.
And I feel like one other stat that you gave during our prep call was like people are using it for like RFP, what is it, like RFP reviews?
Yeah, so you think about taking, when you're wanting to develop different RFPs for different types of vendors or media companies, catering a proposal back to that publisher looking at that RFP, looking at their inventory, figuring out what type of content that they have, what users are actually at that moment interested in, and that feeding back into the model, but also providing recommendations back to the publisher on what additional content that you should be developing and driving that your consumers or your users are actually most interested in. and which ones are not really getting a lot of visibility.
Larry, how is AI or GenAI or Angelina, I think you guys coined two terms. It was like GenAI and then advanced AI. Is that?
Yeah, at IAB, Gen AI is just one part of the puzzle. Like you think about machine learning and NLP, and that is all part of AI. But there is and Gen AI is around creating content, creating thought leadership. However, think about advanced AI, where it's a combination of data science and generated AI and agentic AI and et cetera. So there are different forms of AI, and what we currently see now being used from an AI perspective is we're just at the beginning, and things that we can't imagine, we will be able to do in just a few years. I mean, the advancements are just so rapid, and there's, you talk to any company, every single company, right? Majority of companies are talking about how AI fits into their roadmap and what they should and shouldn't be doing, and what types of companies they should be investing in and looking at, and the use cases are unlimited right now.
Larry, how is AI, Gen AI, or how is AI in general kind of changing your team's approach to campaign measurement and optimization, or is it?
It is, yeah. We've been using ML Junior AI, I guess, back in the day, for a while to figure out where we're going to put our spends. And more recently, we've been trying to escalate or accelerate the report generation for our media managers, because our media managers are not just responsible for big platforms, they're responsible for about 50 to 100 other partners with varying transparency of data. So we started with a foundation of clean data and build some queries and pre-prompt models to ask questions about that, produce queries for our media managers to submit and get a data response. So it takes a lot of load off of our data analytics team in generating reports and dashboards, because we get constant requests. Oh, can I see it this way? Can I see how this particular tactic is doing? In reality, it's very difficult to make those bespoke reports. So we have a tool that lets them ask a question and then give them a report back.
Do you have any examples of how your team might have used AI to identify and capitalize on like an investment opportunity that they otherwise might have missed?
Yeah, knowing where to put their spend in particular zip codes. We do a lot of print, and knowing where to run our print throughout the United States is an important aspect, so we don't waste spend. So we use an ML model to figure out where we put our spend for a particular campaign that we run.
That's a sentence I did not think I would hear, that you're using AI to help determine where you're going to invest your print budget.
Good for you. So good for you. Anyway.
No, we got to support print still, right? Rachel,
that's right.
How is AI helping on the sell side? Is it more about advanced audiences?
Yeah, it's interesting. So everything Angelina said is, here are all the use cases of AI. Then what Larry said is how he uses it. From our side, on the sell side, we need to understand what we have and what is actually important and what advertisers or agencies would actually care about. So instead of trying to, boil the ocean as the key phrase, we're not doing that. We're starting small, crawl, walk, run, for lack of a better term, and really just understanding what we could do that would be a unique offering and helpful. So, from step one, while we have a use case, then we need to figure out what are the data governance rules and privacy compliance regulations and all that kind of stuff, because, we're owned by the MVPDs. The TV privacy rights are insanely tight for, in comparison to anything in the digital world, which may be catching along, but not quite yet. And then, what makes sense for our business? We are a media company. It has to help our clients. If it helps our clients, it'll hopefully help us. But we have to make sure that we're not just doing things for the sake of they seem cool. So that said, there are two different ways we've been actually using. We've been looking at our lines of business, one from a national side, one from a local side, and understanding what makes sense for our advertisers in both of those transactional lines of businesses. From an addressable side, we've created an addressable simulator. So for any national client that's already in market, we're helping them understand how to make best use cases of their investments. So we'll look at a national investment, and then we'll say, okay, this is what an addressable activation could do holistically for that national advertiser. Increase reach. I know incrementality was a conversation in the last panel or a few ago. So we're able to give a simulation of a predictive model. This is all using machine learning. We're not quite at the AI phase for this particular product yet. It's all kind of that crawl phase. With more data and with more time, and we'll continue to iterate on the model. But the model right now uses different kinds of features like length of campaign, national reach, volume of impressions, et cetera. And we found proof of performance. So we're able right now to say, based on this national advertiser and their national spending, this is what we would predict based on this model simulation. And then we can tell them, once they actually activate, this is what actually happened. The level of variance is minuscule, and we feel really confident about this. That said, that's our crawl. On the other side, a little bit further along on the local side, is more of our walk. This is what we call our audience guaranteed activation. And what that is, it's a traditional television activation for a local client that's onboarding first-party or third-party data. It's matched against our footprint, and then transacted on only those audience impressions. So while, yes, it's a traditional linear schedule, there will be spillover in out-of-target households, but those households will not be charged. So it's really the best of both the digital world and the television world, and really giving you your single line order, and really just combining the best of both. It also really helps us from a media perspective of yield management, inventory management. So again, it kind of goes back to what's the best use case for your business, for your client's business, that makes it work so that your clients want to continue working with you and your investments make sense.
So
Can I interject?
yeah, sure.
So one of the things that we uncovered, not uncovered, but one of the stats that we realized in the State of Data report was that about 30% of organizations have a roadmap for AI. 70% do not. Most of them are looking for point solutions, or they're being hit up by various solution providers on, hey, here is a particular solution I have. Are you interested? Let's have a meeting. And they're being bombarded by all these different tools. Many companies want to minimize the number of platforms and organizations that they partner with and figure out how to ensure interoperability and consistency. But it's really important for any organization. It's not just about campaign optimization and the, who you're serving the ads to, but it's also how to operationalize it throughout the workflow, right? And finding what is right for the company and identifying those use cases, and then developing what groups are going to come together. It should be operations, finance, governance, legal, marketing, sales, et cetera, kind of talking about what are the top use cases, what can we invest in, but what can we also build, and what are other solutions that are already existing out there that we can leverage to help us minimize some of the workload. And what we found was that most companies that are moving or advancing forward have figured out how to use it for operational excellence and efficiency, but it's the strategic element that really requires some really thought assessment.
Which is the segue into the next question for all of you. I think you talked about the operationalizing it, which is important, but are there specific skills or structures in an organization that need to exist so that the company can use AI, not just for efficiency, but to drive growth?
So every single role, every single job will be affected by AI. I don't care if you're in ad ops, if you're in finance, if you're in sales, you are going to be affected. And there are going to be tools that are going to come out that you can leverage and figure out how to drive efficiency. I would say that it's really important for companies to identify what are the guardrails in using some of these platform tools, where there is bias potentially, and figuring out what level of data sets do you really need. So data minimization is really, really important given the privacy challenges that is existing, and deprecation of cookies and so forth, but every single role will be affected. What was interesting that 37% were concerned that it would displace jobs.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's part of this. That's part of this conversation. Henry, Are there specific skill sets that your clients need to have to be able to take advantage of a solution like yours?
So I think you've got to take a little step back for a second with AI and actually ask ourselves, like, I don't feel, and maybe this is a controversial statement to say, but I don't feel the majority of people in corporate workforces at the moment feel particularly happy with their day-to-day jobs. And because we are all stuck doing data administration, stuck in Excel spreadsheet, stuck collating data for the next layer up, right? Like, I don't think there's anybody on the planet who thought at university, you know what, when I want to grow up, I want to be compiling Excel spreadsheets for my boss, right?
Although I do love a pivot table.
Well, sure, I don't, but like, that's the true problem to solve here with AI. The true problem to solve is not the problem of like, is this going to replace our jobs and things like that? The real question to ask is this going to give us time back to think? Is this going to give us time back to actually go and be considered about the choices that we make in growth? Is this going to give us time away from having to crunch through all of this crap data that doesn't mean much to our jobs, and actually give us time to think about what are the bold bets we can make and talk about as businesses to really inspire growth? And ultimately, that's where I think the entire conversation has failed. The entire conversation is failing when we talk about operations and job threats and things like that, because it's premised on the fact that we're all happy in our jobs supplying data to the boss above us. What nonsense. We all want to be talking about growth, about driving efficiencies and taking big bets. And I think that is the future that we've got to start to go for and embrace. And what clients, for us, have to do is they have to start to think about how do you re-engineer your processes around platforms to have that conversation, because that's the important conversation to have in our industry.
So I will tell you that we have lots of council meetings, and we represent the tentpole, agencies, brands, publishers, et cetera. What we're hearing from the agency side are that brands are already inserting, revising the SOW to expect operational efficiencies and questioning the agencies on if they can actually strategically provide better outputs. And they're going to hold the agencies towards outcomes. With what's happening in our with what's happening in the economy, we're kind of at a friction where we can, if we do increase productivity on the strategic side, the market is going to push. Unfortunately, the job market and the outlook doesn't look that great for us, and so it's going to be hard, I think, for us in the next couple of years to balance between the two.
Larry, are your clients coming to you and saying, you better use AI and you better be more efficient? And how do you respond to that? Can you respond to that and say, let's use AI to help you make more money?
Well, we're directly bound to performance. So it's, for a lot of our business is mostly tied to the outcome. So if we're not performing and being efficient in that process, we're going to lose. So there's that constant pressure to perform in the market, get more leads or conversions or actions. We have to do that efficiently. So it's a constant challenge.
I've got stuff to say about procurement, but we won't go there.
Rachel, over to you. Sort of. So it seems like you said crawl but walk, but it seems like Ampersand is kind of pretty advanced in terms of at least organizationally saying, this is how we're going to use AI. We have some processes in place. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're not going to do. Do you have a way to measure whether you're meeting your goals for using AI yet?
I don't think I have a direct answer to that question.
That's fine.
But thinking about, I mean, there's so many uses of AI that are happening operationally. That wasn't really what I was focused on in the last two examples. But of course, if we're not incorporating it into the workforce, I agree with, then we're going to lose as an organization specifically centered around technology and engineering and all that. That said, from more of a client-facing perspective, operationally, it speeds to insights, right? We're not saying get rid of an analyst. We're saying help the analyst make the decisions faster for the client so the client wants to continue spending money with us. I feel like it comes across very simplistic, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. But that speed to insights process especially in primarily a traditional television world, takes a long time. A lot of data, a lot of summaries, and if you can have quick anomalies and benchmarks and understandings of this campaign, something went funky with it, then you've had better conversations with your clients, and they'll give you more trust, and there'll be more circular conversations that lead somewhere.
Yeah, and our media managers want insight right away. They'll come up with a concept or an idea. They want to ask the question, what does the data look like right now? And they can't get that from the team because it's a broad ask. So AI enables them to quickly ask the question and get a response back very quickly off of real data.
So it does come back to what you were saying, Henry, about kind of allowing people to, Rachel, thankfully you're not going to fire that analyst, but that analyst probably needs to adapt, right, to be able to pull that data more quickly.
Well, like if you think about what is the great problem, like with market mix, with any measurement, with any kind of operations question, the great problem in corporations today is the cost of asking a question is too high. Like if I ask a question, CMO asks a question, there's 20 people who are going to run around trying to answer that question after the fact. It's going to cost $1 million a question. We don't think of it like that, but it's true. It's fundamentally true to say that there are millions of dollars being spent every day answering questions in every single organization across this country. And so I think if you can solve that problem at scale, like we talk about being data-driven. Why are companies not data-driven? They're not data-driven because the cost of asking a question is too high. And I think if we can actually become data-driven by reducing the cost dramatically through AI, like a number of our clients have been able to ask hundreds of questions about their market mix as opposed to asking 3 per quarter, that's a huge improvement to our ability to actually find growth, drive growth, and also prove out effectiveness in the boardroom. And that's a really important aspect to actually continuing to grow marketing budgets, which have been stagnant or in decline for some periods of time.
I feel like that's a dropped mic. I feel like I'm going to let you have the last word, unless someone else has a sort of pithy point in 30 seconds. No? Go ahead. Yeah.
One thing that we need to consider is transparency.
About using AI?
About the use of AI and how it's helping and what the model looks like, to a limit, right? I don't think agencies should disclose exactly their methodology and their algorithm.
And Unix doesn't have to sort of
But there has
explain
to-
how it does what it does.
Right.
But it does.
No, we're happy to share code on that stuff. It's fine.
But I do think that transparency and legislation is going to have a huge impact. Every single privacy data law will have some aspect of AI incorporated into it.
Yeah, at our CIMM West event, we actually had a conversation around content provenance and sort of labeling content that's been created with AI. And so do you have to label that your agency used AI? Do we have to label that we're using AI to do all of these things? Well,
The first 10 years, and then we don't have to.
And then
It's just an assumption.
maybe we'll be able to kind of like figure it out in our minds if something is made with AI by then, or we'll have chips too. I don't know. Thank you all for having this conversation with me, and Henry, thank you for being brave again.
I'm so sorry about the tech demo, but I can give you one over there if you want.
Henry absolutely will give you a tech demo during cocktails if you would like to see this. And I'm actually probably going to invite you to present at a CIMM member meeting so that we can actually see it in action. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Give him a round of applause. So, thoughts on, we're going to segue into our next CIMM soapbox. Evan, I'll give you the clicker. Please take out your phones. Please answer this question. Which part of your current workflow has AI actually improved so far? And then let's see. Let's look at some real-time responses. Are people like, it actually hasn't improved anything? Insight generation. Still waiting to see real impact. Nobody's doing any creative testing or optimization. That's interesting. Oh, nope, somebody is.
Hi.
That was yes, it was one more question. I thought that's what you were communicating with me, but it's cool. We'll just roll with it. How much time has AI actually saved you this quarter? Be honest. Let's see the responses. One more, yep. A few hours, a few days. I think that's a critical mass. AI has saved people a few hours, and then maybe we've got one more question. Evan, if you want to. Yes. So what's your biggest fear about AI in measurement or media right now? Oh, bam. Word cloud. See, this is the conversation that I thought we were going to have. Job loss. That's a big one. Bias. AI taking over the world. Yeah, me too. So we'll share the results of these with everyone after our session. But I think now, without further ado, Evan, you can through to your next session.
Sounds good. Am I on? Yes. Hi. All right. Seamless transition to the next panel. We're now delighted to dive into a little bit of a preview of an upcoming CIMM study on CTV planning and buying. So a lot of the themes that we've been talking about already throughout the day, and of course this last AI panel, all feed into and surround the question about how to best optimize buying, planning, in-flight optimization, measurement of CTV ad spend, a market that's still very much in development, a lot of chaos, a lot of exploration, a lot of experimentation. Is it a hellscape? Is it a fiesta? These are still open questions, but we're pleased today to hear from a set of expert outside consultants that are working with CIMM. I'm pleased to introduce Bhavna Smith, Brett Reese, and Todd Gordon here to my right, who are working on a planning and buying study on CTV that will be coming out in May in conjunction with CIMM. So thanks very much for joining us. We're going to take 15 minutes now to go through a preview of some of the topics and early findings that the team has found. Todd?
Thank you, Evan. Appreciate that. Just want to say full disclosure, one of us on this panel is AI. It's up to you. There'll be a vote after the session. Just pull out your phones again and see which one you think is. Thank you for having us. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thanks especially to CIMM and our sponsors for supporting this project. This very narrowly scoped project of best practices in CTV and streaming across planning, investment, and measurement is covering a lot of topics that have been discussed today. It's a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. Each of us sort of represent a different perspective in the ecosystem. My background was in investment for many years and then in ad tech for the last 10 years. Bhavna is an expert in planning and strategy. Brett's an expert in analytics and measurement. And we casted this crew in that way because we think that's the way that you need to think about excellence in CTV. Like, you got to start from the very, very beginning. Why is it being planned? How is it being budgeted? What data are you using? How's it being executed? How's it being measured? How can you build feedback loops to improve all those things? So that's the approach that we've taken in the analysis. We have 6 sponsors of the study who have been very generous with their time, their experts, their case studies. We have talked to 50+ experts across the industry. Thank you for some of the folks in the room who have participated. We wanted to do this study because we see the tremendous potential of CTV to be a beautiful marriage of all the things that's good about linear TV and all the things that are great about the accountability, measurability of digital. That's the dream. The reality, honestly, is falling short of that dream. So things are messy. It's hard to plan. It's hard to decide what budgeting should be. It's very hard to measure. There's a lot of complication in investment. And so we're going to give you a little preview on a couple of topics today, and then, as Evan said, the full report will come out in a month or so. But for my fellow panelists, let's start, like, in all the research conversations we had, what were some of the things that surprised you?
We did not see a whole lot of AI in the workflow. We know it's supposed to be coming, but the reality is it's not there in terms of, certainly in the upper stages around strategy and planning. There's, of course, AI in creative and some algorithms in buying, which are more machine learning, but it's just not there. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to reduce the complexity upstream with AI. So we were surprised that didn't come up. From an analytics and measurement standpoint, we as a community, we feel like we just got our hands around digital and how to get all that data pretty straight and reliably consistent. And now we've got another similar problem where it's just fragmenting. And these clean rooms, while they do keep privacy, it's privacy compliant and safe, we've got to log into all sorts of clean rooms, and we're really looking for some sort of clean mansion or clean hotel to bring them all together and interoperable. But it's a fragmentation problem that, in order to even just measure, the CTV, let alone the linear thing, we've got to stitch a lot of things together, and that's a big burden, especially when you're not being funded by the client to do all of that work.
I think for me, the fact that creative didn't really come up a lot in our conversations, and if it did, it's really very far downstream in the process, and it's almost an afterthought. We got a great quote from Danny Rubin, Cargo, one of our sponsors. He said, creative for CTV is an afterthought, but it's the only thing the consumer sees. And because it's such an afterthought, the assets being used for CTV are really just, linear or digital repurposed assets. And I think it was PJ earlier who said, they're helping their clients think about, creative for the Super Bowl or the Olympics. And it's kind of like that. If you're using CTV, I think you have a responsibility to think about creative at the onset and very upstream in the process.
Yeah, one thing that jumped out for me is, as someone that's worked in the space for a long time, is when we really looked at this step by step and what it takes to do excellent work is the level of complexity. And I think it's complicated. There's a lot of individual companies trying to do great work, trying to build differentiation for their platforms, trying to build walled gardens in some cases. And while that innovation is valuable in its own right, it's created a very difficult landscape to manage for the marketers, because a lot of those platforms are doing great things but don't necessarily talk to each other. So there's a little bit of a conflict between innovation and ease of use. And I think I would encourage all of us. We talk about cooperation and collaboration a lot overall in the report, but I think even among tech vendors who are otherwise competitors, if we can just think a little bit more about the user experience and the experience of the marketer to make sure that those things communicate with each other and cooperate with each other a little more. So one topic that comes up constantly is frequency. We don't seem to be able to get this right, and it came up probably more than any other topic. So what's the problem? Why is this? Why can't we get this right?
So frequency is a huge problem, not only if you're an advertiser, but obviously as a viewer as well. I think for me, it was interesting to identify 3 kind of almost root causes, which actually before you even put the plan together. The first one is how clients are structured, especially if you have brand teams, performance teams, separate budgets, and then worse, if you have separate agencies managing those budgets, that there's not a lot of collaboration happening there. Then the second thing that it's leading to is also just how budgets are established for CTV, which we'll get into a lot more in the report, but CTV budgets, there's not a lot of rationale, so you kind of have to go back a little bit. Either you're spending too much or you're spending not enough, because over-frequency is a problem, as is under-frequency. And the third root cause is the different buying methods. So there's direct, there's programmatic, then you're using multiple DSPs, and it's just kind of a mess. So you start running into each other, and it becomes a bigger problem than it needs to be.
Yeah, and it's so if you can't measure it, it's really tough to manage it. And when you fragment the buy across different publishers or different ad tech companies, it becomes near impossible. There are some solutions. There is some hope out there. Obviously, if you can consolidate your ad server, that's a start. Getting a currency grade measurement company to look across as much of your buy as possible, that's another big thing. And then DSPs, that's where there's a lot of decisioning in. But we know that from analytics, there's a lot of reasons why buying's going to fragment or investment's going to fragment the buy across different providers. It could be for cost reasons, it could be long-term deals. So the reality is it's really about the best practice is to partner, for analytics to partner with investment and understand those nuances and trade-offs and then try and stitch together a view of that frequency, especially related to outcomes, so you could determine that optimal frequency. And then, hell or high water, manage it. We did hear from some great agencies and doing great works, and they literally said there's no easy button. And right now it's very manual across all the technologies and people.
And I'll just add that it does take a measure of diligence and paying attention to what's happening. So you can work with the right tech partners, you can set things up in the right way, but we all have to keep each other accountable. And if you're not looking at the logs, if you're not analyzing the data, if you're relaxing your frequency constraints to get a budget spent, even though that's going to have a negative impact on the user experience, like we are trying to solve this, but we also help create this. So we just encourage everyone to just actually pay attention and try and see what's actually happening in the campaigns that they run. The next one, and one near and dear to my heart, is conversation about CTV's ability to drive business outcomes. It's a complicated topic. I think on a simple level, it's obviously easier to connect an ad exposure to a business result, through if you're using data properly and measuring properly. I think it's the next step to sort of understand if you can get enough signals and optimize the campaign to really compete with performance channels. So yeah, curious what you guys think about CTV for business outcomes.
So it really depends on who you ask. So some people, and I think a lot of people, said everything is performance now. And then I think when you ask more of the traditional brand advertisers, they do think of CTV as a brand performance channel. But if you talk to someone at a performance agency, it's a performance channel. So I think it can be, CTV is like that unicorn channel that I think, you can use across the funnel as long as you set it up with intentionality. And we have quite a few case studies that show, CTV drove in-store sales, in-store traffic. So we've seen the case studies, so it can be, it just needs to be set up to, with the right objectives and measurement framework.
Yeah, and I think the last panel, Henry really, kicked it off the right way. Is MMM isn't, it's not going to save you because it's late and it isn't, updated that often. And so you really need multiple measurement methods. The good news is that those methods are not necessarily new. There's closed loop matchback. I mean, there's old school DR, TV, minute by minute correlations. There's 1-800 numbers. So there's a lot of methodologies to do the attribution. The challenge is setting that up from the start so you can set expectations. And we have a measurement framework at the end of the report that we'll issue that will help you guys, kind of get set up from the start to do that all the way through.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that you need really strong signals of what environment, what creative, what audience, what platform is performing, so that you can optimize towards it. And the complexity of the ecosystem makes that really difficult, or those signals are delayed, or they're not clear. So when you think about what you can do, with Meta or Google and how quickly they can analyze a lot of different signals, test them, learn from them, expand, it's going to take a lot, of coordination, cooperation, interoperability for us to really aspire to that. And I think CTV will grow nicely, we're all doing the right thing, but if we want CTV to actually compete for the many, many more billions of dollars that are in the performance marketing space, then we actually have to build things that make those signals clear to read and clear to act on. And then finally, I guess we'll give you a little preview of some of our best practices that will come out in the study in a few weeks. So again, what's one of the best practices from the report that you would wish people would, if they knew them, would walk out the door today and start to implement on behalf of their clients?
Yeah, it's really start working together earlier than before on CTV. Get everybody in the room that you need to, ideally with either measurement and analytics leading the conversation or planning, but to really bring everybody together from the start. That's the best practice. It's a people thing. And then frankly, start using AI, record those conversations, summarize them. You use it to your advantage to reduce the complexity and get your straight line as straight as you get your line as straight as you can to the measurement.
So back to budgets for me, I would say take a zero-based budgeting approach for your CTV. Well, you could do it for all of your media channels, but particularly CTV. I think the two most common approaches to budgeting right now are either MMM, which is grossly undervalues the role of CTV and its contributions, and then the second is year on year. So you got a new planner coming in, I spent 10 million last year, I'll spend 10.5 next year. I don't need to justify, significant CPM fluctuations to my client. So it's really just kind of, starting from scratch and build your budget from the ground up. And we heard a lot, especially even from planning folks, getting back to the fundamentals in media for planning CTV. So look at your audience, define your reach frequency goals, work with your buyers to understand what you can clear in a given week or a month. So again, it's going back to the fundamentals and building your budgets from the ground up.
All right, I'll bring us home and answer this from my investment and ad tech perspective. I think one of the places where we saw some campaigns not being as fully optimized as they could be is a disconnect between the KPI in the campaign and the inventory and buying channel that's being chosen. And also I'd say some bias, like a more TV-focused agency doing a lot of direct deals and direct IOs for a certain reason, or a more purely programmatic agency only buying through a DSP. And I think that there's a lot to be gained by thinking about all the different ways that you can secure inventory. And there are times and there's inventory that you can't get except in a direct deal. I think there's other times where it's super important to put your deal into a platform, whether that's a programmatic guaranteed or a PMP. So I think a little bit more deliberate thoughtfulness from the start about what you're trying to accomplish and then how you're going to buy it is a really tactical thing that you can do to gain immediate improvement.
Terrific. Thanks so much. We're really looking forward to the completion and publication of the study. That was a really good kind of teaser and quick overview. I think the spine of the study will be 8 broad recommendations on how to most optimize CTV planning and buying. So hopefully you'll all get a look at that soon, and hopefully it will immortalize the term clean hotels. I think that was that on the spot? I like that. I like that a lot. Good. Well, let's transition into our next panel. Lynn Johnson is our moderator. Please have the next panelists come up, and thank you for your attention. Let's.
Okay, we are talking about why audience insights are crucial for planning in CTV. So first, I want to go down the panel and have you all introduce yourselves and your role. So Sarah, you first.
Hello, everyone. Sarah Grimaldi, VP on the Audience Impact and Intelligence team, and I lead the Audience Insights part of the team. Happy to be here.
All right, Alex.
Alex Groisman, VP of Ad Product Development at Spectrum Reach. I oversee all of our new product development efforts around media products for local and national advertisers.
Hi, my name is Farah Bazmanian. I am the Global Vice President of Data Monetization at TiVo, overseeing the licensing of our television viewership data as well as metadata services.
Hi, I'm Wendy Dunlap. I'm EVP of Growth Analytics at Media Brands, supporting analytics and audience for Initiative, and Media Hub clients, specifically in the retail, restaurant, and entertainment verticals.
And I'm Steven.
And I'm Stephen Fugity at LiveRamp. I'm in solutions marketing, so I work with our brands and our partners as we continue to build out the data collaboration network.
Thank you all. It was nice to hear those insights from the study. It sounds like, although we think things have changed, they sound a lot the same. But CTV planning isn't linear anymore. What used to be bought on a handshake is now driven by identity, data, and real-time signals, and that's what you guys are all specialists in, about the data and the signals. So from your perspective, how do you feel that CTV, how audience insights, the role of audience insights in CTV has evolved in the past few years? Alex, you talked a lot about the convergence. We both brought up the convergence. You want to speak to that a bit?
Sure. Well, the space is absolutely similar, but entirely different all at the same time. When I think about audience planning around CTV today, data analytics, evolutions, programmatic advertising, and the general shift in how consumers are consuming content is really driving a lot of the change. It's not spots and dots around specific shows, it's audiences, identity comes to play. But in the world of convergence, we're now seeing a single budget, a single media strategy kind of floating across both traditional linear channels, digital streaming channels, and we're starting to see a lot of the traditional linear items of note, such as content, contextual relevance, coming back into the fold as we look at streaming inventory. So from a programmatic advertising perspective, we do see a lot of audience buying, but we're now seeing a flip back to context being relevant in the media planning, execution, and measurement components as well.
Right, so there's a digital mindset now.
It's a digital mindset, but I think the digital first buyers are realizing it's not just old school traditional linear buying that cared about content. Content matters for the digital soul as well.
Okay. And Sarah, for you, I think from the publisher's perspective, you talk a lot about stitching metrics.
Yeah, stitching metrics. Yeah, all day long. It's such an interesting space. I think we're just seeing the amount of premium content in the marketplace, shows that are really scaling to mass audiences, critical scale. And so a lot of the work that we're doing is trying to reconcile the metrics across streaming and linear and bringing those together. I was just doing that earlier today, but there's a lot to consider in terms of playback windows, what's a consistent playback window across linear and streaming, and knowing the monetization model might be different than the consumer consumption model, but we're trying to tackle both those together and present a compelling story and explanations back to our clients and how people are consuming media and how it relates to their buys.
How are buyers responding to that?
Good. I think it provides some stability for them when they can understand what a CBS Prime show does. 18 million people watching Tracker across linear and streaming, and then how they can compare that to Landman, and really providing metrics that allow them to compare to other publishers as well. I think we've seen a growth in terms of syndicated third-party data around the streaming space, which has provided a lot of stability for us to provide to our clients. But I think it's super helpful to know what a view count really means, or what are these impressions really mean, and how you can compare them across different platforms.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, would you say that identity, solving for identity is one of the biggest changes that have occurred?
Yes, I think, we think about how marketers are looking to create like a unified view of the customer across the different streaming platforms. Identity and I would say connectivity are one of the biggest things that we're trying to help them solve at LiveRamp, right? As consumers, we're accessing more platforms than ever before for content, right? 10 years ago, maybe we had one service. Now we're looking at over 4 as an average. And so how do we help marketers effectively understand how they are reaching consumers when all the data is very different, right? There's different identifiers used by different platforms. There is, a little
Go
higher.
ahead, Wendy.
Sorry. There's different identifiers used across the different platforms. The data itself isn't formatted in the same way. And so enabling marketers to leverage a identity solution that connects them all to a single person-based or house-based, household-based identifier means that we can more effectively enable them to reach them where they are across the different platforms. And then the following component to that is connectivity, right? How do we then take those audiences to then reach those consumers on these different platforms with a high level of accuracy so that we can generate the insights we needed that feeds back into planning and buying? Wendy, I know you've got something to follow up with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because we're doing the same thing at IPG Media Brands with LiveRamp, but also with our own proprietary Axiom identity solution, where it's not just about sort of stitching the experiences. I think, Lynn, you said something really interesting about digital kind of being the priority. Digital is just sort of the means, but it's not the end goal, right? The end goal is around delivering omni experiences, right? So it's delivering an audience experience across linear, across connected TV, across e-commerce, across in-store, in the brick and mortar retail experience. And data and digital enables us to do that. Identity provides the stitching, right? It becomes not the goal, but the means to achieve, right? That omni-channel, that omni experience, right? That is audience-led and audience-focused. And we've built that into all of our platforms, from audience design to media planning, media mix, budget allocation, media mix modeling, as well as activation out into the addressable universe. So it is a connected end-to-end ecosystem to deliver that omni experience, and then we're getting the data back within our Interact platform so that we can see measurement not just within digital and connected platforms, but we're also bringing in that rich offline data, right, to really understand how consumers are experiencing and working with the brands holistically.
She's like, mic drop.
A little bit of a DJ remix there.
I guess I was just going to add to, I think kind of rounding out the discussion is data is at the center of this. We have a gift and a curse with the evolution of this industry, where we've gotten the access to big data sets and a variety of data sets, viewership data, other types of behavioral data, shopping cart data, site visitation, et cetera. It's a gift because we now have access to bring together identity and outcomes. But are we doing the same when it comes to the planning side of things? And I think I want to piggyback on what Jonathan Stoyer said this morning. I think I see his purple shirt somewhere. There you are. Is really putting that same rigor as we are implementing on the measurement side of bringing various data inputs, first party, second party, third party, tie it to identity to determine the effectiveness of our investments, but those same assets aren't always used on the planning side. In the bookend to ensure that we have continuity from the planning stage all the way through to the outcomes. And I know that's some of what Jonathan's doing at CIMM Media of getting that bookend and continuity, but I think we need to focus more in developing audiences on the planning side that can go all the way through to measurement and outcomes.
The next gen media planning, right? I mean, that's what we've invested in at Media Brands through our Interact platform, where we're not just designing audiences for activation, but we're designing audiences to inform media mix and budget allocation that is specifically designed for that addressable audience. And then those audiences are then we're able to syndicate and activate them across, right? That very honed, focused media plan, right? That is data-driven, outcome-based media planning today, and it should be table stakes.
That gift of data that you were talking about earlier, sometimes it turns into a little bit of a curse. Data fidelity is one of the topics we don't talk about enough. LiveRamp does a pretty good job connecting dispersed data sets together. We also partner with BlockGraph, LiveRamp, Abcarian, a few other leading partners to try to connect these together. Oftentimes when the data sets originate from a physical address and they're being matched against other data sets that originate from a cookie or an IP address, you're connecting apples and oranges together. Every hop is a drop in the quality of the source data to the destination. It's really important for marketers to understand not only that they can connect audience planning with measurement and execution, but that the language and the hop of the currencies that are involved all share a common spine, or at least as close to a common spine as legally permissible in the industry that they operate in.
Faraba, sorry, I'm always saying.
Get it all the time.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on what you were saying, like in the planning process. When we spoke, you talked a lot about GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, right? You want to talk about that a little bit more? How do you ensure quality of those inputs?
Yeah, I think we have this fixation on scale, and I'm not saying that it's not important, certainly is, but we are at a level of maturity in this industry where we've gotten to harness the power of big data sets, and what we lost sight of is the quality of those assets, and I think you were touching on that just a little bit, but it's important to ensure that the representation of the audience you're seeking is available in that asset that you're using to build those audiences and then measure the outcomes against them. And I think we're, often, as we suffer from in this industry, the shiny object disease, and go forward with certain assets without really vetting them in terms of their representation of the audience, but demographically across the U.S. and behavioral and so forth. So it's just as we've gone to this next generation of planning, is ensuring that those assets that we are using as part of these plans are truly reflective of the audience you're seeking to influence.
And being realistic about that, right? I mean, with data legislation, privacy restrictions, consumers demanding more control, right, and sightline into how their data is being used, the reality is that there is signal loss. And so we need to be realistic about how we plan for that and be really intentional about having the right models in place and testing those models to bridge those gaps, right? We talk a lot about identity and the persistence of ID, and that is critical. Again, that should be table stakes for marketers today. It isn't yet, but it should be. But in addition to that, we need to have smart analytics, right, to model, right? We still need probabilistic modeling, right? Deterministic was this promise that we had 15, 20 years ago, right? It was a promise, right? And it is not possible without really smart analytics to help model for the gaps. And so it is definitely this combination of sort of identity, precision, right? But really smart analytics to sort of bridge those gaps to reach that addressable audience.
Yeah, I want to know the sell side.
I'll add, we at Paramount have launched an attribution tool that goes across both CTV and linear, and I think it's fulfilling a real need for large-scale measurement of a lot of different KPIs for our brand partners at scale that will give us, I think, on the front end, a lot of rich insights to provide for planning. So I think that's something we're really eager about having that, large scale data set around different outcomes for our clients, and then kind of dissecting what it looks like. How does this look like against streaming? How does this look like against linear? How does it look like against different types of campaigns and verticals? And I think that will, certainly help our partners be able to decision in terms of where, how can we improve their spending with us, and, make smart decisions based off that data.
Intentional modeling is absolutely the originating start of these media plans and how they should be executed. I think, at Spectrum, we just released a new tool called Arrow that, similar to Paramount, looks at a broadcast versus cable distribution of audiences. I think most media buyers that go into a programmatic DSP and execute a media buy against the run of connected TV universe will see a massive disparity between the types of inventory sets that become available for their media buy and their relative weighting and distribution compared to a Nielsen or Comscore gauge view of what audiences are actually consuming. And it's really important for marketers to take ownership of where their dollars are flowing and how their media plans are being compiled. The AI algorithms will always optimize towards whatever the algorithms are built for, but they're not inherently built for the marketer.
And I would just add, Farah, what you kind of mentioned, like the garbage in, garbage out. We kind of have to meet marketers where they are with their data, right? It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not like all the data is organized in the same exact way. And so at LiveRamp, we're really about working with the brands, the publishers, the platforms in the way that they organize their data so that they can prioritize the identifiers that they know to be the most accurate, and then helping them expand on it so that they can scale and reach those users across the different streaming platforms, across the different channels, walled gardens, social media platforms.
I'm glad you brought that up. So what in practice does the right mix of platforms look like for a buyer when building a CTV plan? What does it look like?
So I think I touched on that a little bit in my last answer. Starting from an observation of where your consumers' eyeballs are and how many hours in their day they spend on a particular streaming service or social media platform, that should be the origination of the media plan rather than who's available to sell me impressions. If you start with a real analysis of the target consumer audience and then build a media plan to reflect that, you'll ultimately see better outcomes because your outcomes are going to be targeted to the consumers that are going to be driving them.
Also, in your other answer, you were talking about automation. I think a lot of people are relying on automation to help build the plan.
As they should. There's lots of great automation tools. There's lots of great models out there that can help a media planner multiply and accelerate their efforts. But I think the hesitancy that I was bringing forth is not that you should be afraid of technology or avoid using technology. It's that you need to really understand how the technology works and that it's working for you. If you're relying on technology to design your media plan without the right controls, audits, inputs, then it's going to create a generic plan. And these are not one-size-fits-all. I forget if Stephen or somebody else said that earlier. It's not a one-size-fits-all fit. Every brand has their own value set, target market, target customer set, and the ad journey needs to be unique to the specific product set that's being marketed.
What about the human lens?
And the human lens needs to be there to keep it in check. Absolutely.
Okay. Wendy, I think you have something to add to that too.
Yeah. So much of what we do in analytics is focused on machine learning and AI and automation and being able to facilitate quick turn decision making and optimizations, right? Particularly working with retail clients where, retail happens not at the weekly, not at the daily, but every minute, right? Every minute our retail clients have their doors open. And that is an emphasis of the analytics sort of infrastructure that we're building. But at the same time, we cannot discount and de-emphasize the importance of human intelligence and human empathy as it relates to how we design audiences and how we design media plans, right? That is something that I do not believe a machine can replicate, right? It is critical, particularly as we think about reaching more diverse audiences, as we think about reaching audiences that historically AI has not done a good job with connecting with or reaching authentically. That sort of authentic sort of brand building happens through the combination of AI enabling the quick processing of data, but also the human being and that human intelligence and intuition and empathy to really understand the nuances of how consumers make decisions and what is going to drive them to think favorably of a brand and to make a purchase and to come back and be loyal.
I just want to add that this is a relationship-based business still, right? We rely largely on our relationships with our customers, our partners, our vendors, and there's storytelling that we do on a day-to-day basis. At least in my job, I work with data, and storytelling is as much of an outcome of its use as it is to feed into a machine to learn and do more and work faster and be more efficient. But it still requires the human element of that storytelling and the relationships with buyers, for example, to understand the consumer and their journey that they want them to go on with their brand that they're advertising to them.
Yeah, I'll add. I think AI is going to make us faster, right? It's going to get us to the data faster. It's going to allow us to design systems that really grab from data sets that we think are important, that we've identified, whether it's on-target audience percent or how different shows elicit different emotions. I still think the storytelling is critically important, and there's always going to be that eye to look across it. But I'm super excited for the ways that we can kind of leverage what is a tremendous amount of work, I think, at an analyst or researcher level, and really make it super turnkey, and then generate on it, kind of look at it, improve it, and build it into compelling narratives for our clients, and really just help them align and map their brand in a way that is multidimensional. I think so much of it is like percent on target audience, right? Is that the only factor that we're looking at? Obviously, you have multiple KPIs, you have different campaign tent poles that you're looking at, seasonality and things like those that I think are super important to always consider when we're proposing plans for our clients.
I'm glad you brought up multiple KPIs, because I'm thinking, all right, a couple of you here have laid out for me what the right mix is for the plan, but then the campaign is going in midstream, it's not performing the way I expected it to. What are the signals that are telling you you need to adjust? What are you doing to adjust?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we have very intentional sort of measurement plans, right, that identify not just the key goals and metrics of a campaign, but also the leading indicators that indicate, that we are driving performance, right? We build in projection models, ARIMA models to project out performance, 3 to 4 weeks in advance so that we can make adjustments. So when there are multiple KPIs coming in, they're not random, right? We understand how to rank them. We understand what they are aligned to in terms of the consumer journey. And we have both machine learning applications, right, as well as human intuition that can quickly process that data coming in and make decisions on it. So it starts with very intentional planning.
Sarah, earlier you mentioned feedback loops. What role does that play mid-campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, certainly all of the data that we're now collecting as part of this attribution tool is going to create, a lot of good insights and learnings that we would just have institutionally across the business in the way that our properties and platforms and campaigns perform. But on a campaign-specific basis, advertisers will have the ability to look at that level of brand detail and look across streaming and conversion and really make those optimizations based on different KPIs they've set out, whether it's search behavior or whether it's actual purchase data. So they will have the ability to do that as well.
Alex, you brought up before context, right? What role now is content adjacency playing in decisions for CTV media plan?
It's not as big of a role as it probably should be, and there's a lot of reasons for that. The main one is probably technology gaps. There's also some regulatory hurdles around VPPA compliance and other areas that make it difficult for some publishers to openly share what content is running in streaming channels. It's not unusual for a traditional TV buyer to have a do not air list and for that to be applied to linear spots. But it's very difficult for most connected TV platforms today to honor a do not air list without broad stroke blocking of inventory. Something that Spectrum has done maybe a little differently or maybe a little faster than some of our peers is make some of the show level data available for optimization and verification purposes. A lot of times we'll get a brand come in and say, we want to be on sports, but we don't want to be on blood sports. There's some shows, there's content or channels that might be morally objectionable to a brand. And they want us as a publisher to give them assurance that the adjacency will be respected. And that's really difficult to do when there's not enough transparency in the bid stream, not enough transparency being offered to marketers today. So this is definitely an area that we need more collaboration on across publisher peer sets and technology partners to make the data available to make this scale out for marketers to easily implement and leverage.
Working on that, on the data set. But no, it's a real problem because just going back to the basics, an ad placed in content that's relevant to the target, that is has relevant to the audience that's viewing it at the right time is the overall objective. But yet when we get into the bidding process in programmatic, there are so many shortfalls in isolating and identifying placement for that target audience in that relevant content. And a lot of that has to do with persistent program identification. Just the seamless passing of an ID that means something on both sides of the table that denotes the same program. Instead, there's a lot of descriptors and information that just doesn't align. And so being able to even select that content that you're targeting for that audience that's relevant to them to maximize consumer impact can't happen. So that's one of the next kind of chapters that we need to tackle.
In the few seconds we have left, real quickly down the line, what's one innovation in audience targeting that excites you for the year ahead?
Good question. Come back to me. You go.
Go ahead, Alex.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say it's AI. I mean, that's very broad, but more specifically, the ability to customize models to specific needs of a marketer without spending a fortune to get to that result. Whether it's agent management, analytics support, there's a lot of AI-based tool sets out there that are just at the cusp of making a massive difference for the average marketer.
Okay, Fariba.
I would say contextual. Building contextual audiences circumvents some of the privacy hurdles that we have. And there's still so much more we can learn and uncover in that area.
And I'm sorry, Fariba. I got it right this time. Go ahead, Wendy.
I'm going to go with something that's a little bit more operational, and it's going to be the integration of AI and human intelligence, right? As we continue to prioritize machines and automation, right? Also just the emphasis on having the right people, the intuition, the empathy, and how we are analyzing the data that the machines are providing.
Okay, Stephen?
I'm jumping on the AI bandwagon because that's the buzzword, for the last year and a half. But I think it's really the time to value that we're able to leverage insights to then influence how we're buying media as marketers, right? And so the fact that we can make data available at a speed that has just never been achieved in the past means we're going to continue to optimize and reach those valuable consumers with more personalized experiences, which ultimately are going to create the optimal viewing experience for for our consumers.
So the focus is on user experience, AI enhancing the user experience. Love it. Sarah, back to you.
Love it. I would say some sort of data-driven, emotional or need state type targeting that allows advertisers to focus on their core ethos and align it with shows and properties that make the most sense for them.
All right. Okay. Let's give this panel a round. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ramsey, we're gonna get started. I'm so excited to do this fireside chat with you.
Same.
Okay, so Mediaocean made waves, pun obviously intended, when you announced the Innovid acquisition last year, and now it's closed. So tell us, why did you choose to spend $500 million in this economy? Like, what made Innovid a must-buy?
Well, it wasn't 500.
Oh.
It was over the last 5 years. It was 1.2 billion, and that was Innovid at 525, Flash Talking at 500, and then 4C, which was paid social media DSP, that was about 220. So we've invested significantly, and there's a whole thesis that we have been working on for the better part of 9 years to reconsolidate the advertising supply chain as it's innovated.
To reconsolidate the advertising supply chain, can we unpack that a little bit more?
Yeah. So if you go back 20 years, if you were buying linear TV, it was really 5 buyers, the holding companies, and about 12 sellers for TV. And in 2004, it was 65 billion. Last year, it was high 50s. So we all know linear is decelerating, but anyone that says linear is dead isn't looking at the numbers or is wishful thinking. At the same time, CTV, online video, and social video have exploded. So while TV is evolving, it's actually tripling in the last 20 years, but the buyers still need to do the same thing, which is understand reach and frequency against their target audiences at scale. Because if you can't do it at scale, you can't move product. That's how someone like a Procter & Gamble or Unilever looks at it. And in this fragmented world, it's much harder to understand reach and frequency. So our role in the linear world was Mediaocean was effectively the linear DSP. You planned, you bought, you optimized, you measured, you billed, and you even paid from our system. And Nielsen was integrated into that entire process. So it was a vertically integrated capability. Now in a world where you have, open web, walled garden, hedge garden, it's way more diverse. You have more technology, you have AI, you have all of these innovations. So everything and nothing has changed. The world has changed dramatically, but the marketers and the sellers are still trying to accomplish the same thing. So our role is to be the buy-side foundational platform that the agencies and largest advertisers can use to consolidate literally billions in spend to understand where it's going, how it's doing, and what the outcomes are.
That sounds like what the trade desk wants to do.
Well, people will ask if a DSP is what we are. I would say there are things that we do in common, but we're much broader because we're across all media. Someone like the Trade Desk or Google just focus on digital, heavily focused on CTV and thinking about it. At the end of the day, my belief is the world is a combination of the way linear has operated and the way programmatic, which is why you've heard me say if linear and programmatic had a baby, it would be CTV because it reflects attributes of both of the parents. And the future will be, we will be programmatic. Not programmatic as a destination, but programmatic as a capability. Massive data, massive automation. It has to happen given the scale of spend that we have.
So let's talk tech for a bit, because I love that you said you bring these two things together and they become, if these two things had a baby, this is what it would be. The acquisition of those 4 companies, let's say, 4C and Flash Talking and now Innovid. It brings new capabilities, but there's inevitably some redundancies. So for example, Flash Talking has an ad server, so does Innovid. Are you going to keep both of them?
So there is some overlap, but surprisingly not as much as you would think. They're both about $120 million businesses. The majority of Innovid is video, with the balance being measurement, the XP product that Dan has spoken about earlier today. On the Flash Talking side, it's heavily creative and personalization, but also has identity and a couple of other elements. So when we looked at the combination, it was actually quite collaborative.
Disparate.
It was separate enough, and we're working through what's the combined stack. The team already did the work after we announced the deal November 21st. The product and engineering team spent the next month planning it out, and there is violent agreement on what the go forward is, which is often not what you will get on acquisitions, but it's gone exceptionally well. And so we have a vision of 12 to 18 months to fully consolidate, and you'll already start to see some of those things happen in market in the coming months.
That's interesting. I mean, we kind of skipped over this question because you answered it, but I think when you acquired Flash Talking in 2021, there wasn't the same amount of fanfare, if you will, and that could be because Innovid had, or one of the questions that I have is, do you think that's because Flash Talking didn't have the same amount of brand recognition than that Innovid has now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No question. Innovid has been a leading video ad server. In that video ad serving market, they probably have 35, 37% market share, Google being the monster there. So part of that acquisition, and we already announced the go forward brand, it is Innovid, no surprise, it's an IQ test, is to leverage that and leverage the Mediaocean position. As you may remember, at the time of the announcement, several days after, actually about 10 days after the announcement, we announced the investment in Mediaocean by Omnicom, IPG, and Group M. And that was all premised on this vision of a consolidated supply chain and our foundational position in it that allows them to leverage what we have and build their own unique capabilities on top of it.
So you've been playing the long game.
Well, when I joined, Mediaocean was a 48-year-old company, and I've been there 9 years. So we're playing the long game
extra long
on this. You know, we negotiate all of our contracts in basis points, not percentage points. So our vision is about consolidation, convergence, and compression. Back to linear, to execute those campaigns 20 years ago, the non-working media cost was about or less than 3%. We all know where it is in programmatic. Over time, over decades, it's going to squeeze. It's going to get compressed. More dollars from P&G need to go to the Disneys and the NBCs who are creating the rich content that they want to get in front of those consumers with.
So there's Innovid
Yeah.
and protected by Mediaocean, so that's the ad tech side. And as you mentioned, the 48-year-old business, there's the Prisma and kind of the Spectra and the media workflow and the financials. Can you fit all of those together? And I think you just said this. Is that what the kind of investment from the holdcos was about?
Well, we run them as three separate businesses. So there's Prisma, which is financial contractual. There's Innovid, which is ad serving, personalization, identity. And then we have a disruptor verification brand called Protected by Mediaocean, and Eva is on a panel later. Each of them represent a piece of consolidating the supply chain. The ability to contract however you want to contract, whether it's direct IO or through a programmatic pipe, the ability to activate, and whether that's open web, hedge garden, or walled garden, the ability to measure. Now we have a measurement, but the world is full of measurement, and we'll have some of that measurement resident in our platforms where they expect it, i.e. currency needs to sit at the point of the contract because that's what the buyers and sellers have agreed to, or measurement like outcomes measurement. Innovid XP allows for outcome measurement because at the ad server, you want to understand, are you moving the needle with the creative and the media offers that you have?
So I have two questions, and I think you can answer one pretty quickly, but
Yes.
I would imagine that having visibility into the media buying workflow and the financials, right? Literally you can do the plan with Mediaocean, there's insertion orders, there's campaign reconciliation and payment. It gives you, the combined entity, a unique vantage point in terms of providing measurement. Has anyone voiced concerns about that being an unfair advantage?
I don't think it's an unfair advantage. I think we have a really unique position. We're processing about 200 billion in global spend. So it really puts us in an interesting position. If we were intermediating transactions, like if we were a counterparty in a transaction, I would say there would be cause for concern. But we're not. I mean, all of our revenue is software revenue or software related revenue. So we're not planning to ever intermediate a transaction to create an exchange. Part of our value is the independence of not being a media seller or a buyer, but providing the federal highway system on which people can build and run their own cars and transact billions of advertising investment that's funding our economy, that's funding growth of these companies.
Which brings me to my next question. If you are the highway,
Yeah.
if you have so much visibility into the agency workflow in particular, an argument could be made that Mediaocean could help drive adoption of alternative currencies, if you so desired. So without vouching for a specific provider, is that a role you see the company taking on?
Well, over the last 2 years, we've had over 300 meetings with agencies, with the currency providers, all of them that have sort of separated themselves. Nielsen, Comscore, VideoAmp, iSpot, that rolls off the tongue because we've met with them, and the sellers. So we're absolutely in the position, given that we're the system of record where the transactions are finalized, that measurement, that currency grade measurement has to sit at a campaign and even a line item level such that the buyers can reconcile. We're talking about thousands and thousands of reconciliations per agency that have to be able to scale and happen in an automated way. So we're facilitating. We have points of view, but what's most important is the buyers, sellers, and currency providers have to agree. And I'll give you an example. There are currency providers who can provide exact spot measurement, which is literally at the second of the ad. How many people do they estimate? That is not how currency is transacted now. It's on ACM, average commercial minute. So there were lots of conversations about, can we get everybody to agree that we're going to move to exact spot?
Yeah.
And the answer was no. And if they all agreed on it, then they would have to change their process. For example, the sellers currently, when they send an affidavit, and an affidavit is simply a representation that the seller makes on what they delivered before the currency provider provides the measure, they just provide the minute. They don't provide the seconds that's being recorded on when it was the ad was shown. So there's a lot of stuff that has to happen. As much as this is a big data problem, it is as much a process and agreement problem between the buyers and sellers and the currency providers who are trying to help them move to more advanced types of measurement.
I think the challenges we hear, even today, right, we've heard in our opening currency panel, the agencies just being like, we need help making this work on our end. And so are they coming to you, you talked about working with the currency providers and some of the sellers. Are the agencies, you don't have to say who, but are they coming to you and saying, help us make this work better? We want to transact with these people. And is there like one or two specific areas that seem to still be a problem?
We're absolutely involved in every step in the buying and measurement process. I talk about this as a big data problem. There are 4 V's. There's volume, velocity, variety of data, and then veracity. We're in the volume, velocity, and variety of data, meaning we're processing that data that the currency provider is generating on behalf of the buyers and the sellers. The veracity is, do the buyers and the sellers actually agree that the data is accurate? So we're not in the veracity conversation. That's not our position to be. That's people like MRC and the JIC and other entities that are taking a point of view on that. But as it relates to the application of data in this fragmented supply chain, we have a role to play, but it's not the only role.
Damn it, Ramsey, I got like a minute. I'm gonna extend us by like 30 seconds because I could talk to you forever. Crystal ball time. Our industry is in a constant state of flux, but right now seems particularly disruptive. Leaving aside the geopolitical miasma, there's AI, how it's changing the workflow, how it's changing everything, and how it's changing how people create and how they search, how they shop. There is the creator economy, there is the continued rise of streaming, the decline of linear, there's privacy regulation. Can you zoom out, especially given the perspective that you have in the industry? Which emerging channels or technologies do you think are going to be the most impactful over the next sort of 12 to 24 months?
Well, as I said, everything and nothing changes. So 20 years ago, TV still moved the vast majority of product, and it does still. But the TV is linear, it's CTV, it's online video, it's social video, and we're in this fragmented world, and the planning conversation earlier called out some of the problems that you have with planning in this fragmented world. So I still think TV foundationally is where we have to focus. I think it's still what the big brands are thinking about as the centerpiece, and they're trying to have a better understanding of moving from a linear first to a multi-channel world. Eventually, it'll all be digital and programmatic. I'll be retired by that time. But right now, they're in this muddy middle, gangly teenager phase of having a sense, but seeing through a glass darkly and not really understanding. So investing and testing, I think, is what we're going to be, and we'll continue to stay focused on TV because of its foundational role.
Will you come back and have a chat with me in September?
Always.
Okay, thanks, Ramsey.
Thanks.
I will bring up Mr. John Watts next.
Awesome. Thank you so much. People of CIMM, rejoice. We have 4 fun-filled sessions to take you through to mocktails and cocktails. We've got Aquila, we've got Abcarian, we've got billions of dollars of fraud. And for now, we're going to supercharge live with Rosenfeld, McLagan, Bazzetti, and Bender, which is either an incredible law firm or it's my panel. Grab a seat. So, let's dive straight in. We are here to talk about supercharging live and linear with innovation and automation. Opening question to all of you. Todd, you can kick us off. Why should we still be excited about live in today's multi-platform media market? Is live still as powerful? Surely it's diminished. Or actually, has it just changed and become even more powerful?
I think it's...
Mike.
Mike, I think it's just as powerful. I mean, you're talking about sports, you're talking about news, you're talking about something that you could share with your community, your immediate family, and from my perspective and the perspective of Paramount, it's just as important, and it plays a very critical role in the puzzle of how we enjoy television.
But the question really here is, in a much more fragmented media market, is there still value to be had in aggregating mass live concurrent audiences? Matt?
Yeah, I think if you're a buyer or a marketer, the reasons you always liked live still apply. It's high attention, high engagement. If TV is a lean back experience, live sports is a lean forward, edge of your seat, jump out of your chair experience. So those things are still true. Two things have changed. Number one, there's now more community and more engagement around sports. So you have tweeting, posting, texting, gambling, all around sports. So I think there's more activity and communal behavior around sports. And then secondly, for non-live content, a lot of that is now more fragmented. So everything is now time shifted. So the value of having viewers engaged in real time in a communal way, I think, is more than ever.
So Maureen, here is the several billion-dollar question. Do you and your clients agree with what Matt and Todd have just said? Live is even more valuable, and you're prepared to pay, as we head into upfronts.
Well, I didn't say I was prepared to pay, John.
Top dollar.
I didn't say I was prepared to pay top dollar, but understood that listen, there is a premium to it, because I totally agree that live is more important than it's ever been, because most of our clients are trying to reach people, right, in mass with reach to drive awareness, consideration, but they're also trying to drive engagement. And as you said, we can also do that through things like social media. As they're watching big events, most events have a second screen experience, so it kind of gives us the best of both worlds to play with. So we are very heavily leaned into all things live, whether it be, it's not just sports, but news or live specials have really made a bit of a comeback this year. So we are really looking at live as a key pillar in most of our media plans. And then how does that get supported across streaming and social? So it's not just about the linear experience.
So as we head into the upfronts, it's those exclusive, rare, unique, powerful live moments that you're really looking to get access to for your clients.
Yes.
Top tip, everybody. That's what she's after. Right, Dan.
Yes, sir.
Why is live as powerful in today's complex, fragmented, multi-platform media market?
I did not hear the first words you said. Could you repeat, please?
That's a low moment. Let's try again. Why is live so staggeringly, excitingly important and valuable in today's complex, cross-platform, multimedia market?
Well, number one, we want to make our customers happy. And we just heard from Maureen that it's important to her, so it's very important to us at DirecTV.
This is how business should be conducted, in my book.
Number two, to Matt's point, I think it's more important than ever in terms of supply and demand. Everyone has these enormous libraries of video on demand available to them that they can watch anywhere, anytime that they want. And so the moments for us as Americans coming together and sharing that experience watching TV is not as in great supply as it was 10, 20 years ago.
So there's a scarcity value.
Yes, big value in that for advertisers and brands to connect in those moments.
Okay, back to Todd. It is also the case that live and linear content has not remained unchanged. We have supercharged it with various innovations. When you're talking to clients, which I'm sure you must do at least occasionally, which innovations do you pitch into them? What are you trying to talk about to get them excited about supercharging live and linear? What's really changed the experience for advertisers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme that comes up most frequently is around programmatic, right? So it's automation, it's being able to use data intelligently, and from the perspective of the buyer, work in a sophisticated way. And I think that's one area where we still have some work to do as an industry to catch up to other content types. And we can get into that more specifically, but I feel like that right now is an untapped opportunity, because live doesn't quite yet have the ability to live as sort of a first-class citizen within the programmatic ecosystem. And there are a number of reasons for limitations that exist, whether it's the buying platforms and their ability to pace effectively when they see an unexpected spike, the ability for those systems to actually handle the load associated with those spikes, or even basic things like being able to get creative ready in time to serve out and deliver in a way that meets the requirements for customer experience. So I think we are moving very consistently in the right direction, but I think there's still some opportunity, which is extremely exciting. And I think that when you bring together sort of the big innovations around programmatic and data enablement, together with the impact of this viewing opportunity, I think that's a really exciting destination.
Matt, I have a strong hypothesis that you may echo some of what Todd has said, but from your point of view, which advertising innovations in the live and linear space should we be super excited about?
I do totally agree with everything Todd said. I think it's actually...
Oh, no, keep going. No, I'm joking, keep going.
Sorry. So I think it's actually just worth remembering where we were even 10 years ago. So I think the biggest innovation in the last 10 years is just the availability of live sports on streaming platforms. 10 years ago, that was the drag on streaming, is that you could not get live sports on streaming.
You used to say it would fall over, the signal will break. It does still occasionally break, but it's pretty reliable now.
Yeah, I mean, everything's, so the first step was like bringing live sports content onto streaming platforms. Step number 2 is, can we introduce DAI? That conversation is still ongoing. We still see a lot of linear pass through. So DAI introduces, you have the engagement and scale of live sports. DAI introduces targeting and personalization. Beyond DAI, some subset of that live sports content is also available for programmatic, which, programmatic is unique in that it allows marketers to move beyond target or do not target, but actually allow them to assign a value to a user in real time. So I think where we are today, like we'll talk about, the challenges that remain for DAI and programmatic, but both of those things have been proven out at scale. It's just a matter of publishers gradually moving over to those mediums.
Okay, Maureen, you've heard what Todd and Matt have to say. When you go in and are talking to one of your clients about why they should be really excited about live, does programmatic crop up very often?
It's not the top of the list, I would say, because I still think a lot of the big live sports, right, NFL, college football, the big ticket items that most of our clients are really interested in, we're still buying on a direct basis. I do think there's opportunity for programmatic, but it's not something I would say is at the top of the list. Our clients are more interested in a lot of the technology, so things like what Amazon did on Black Friday, where we can run shoppable ads, or we can do DAI, where we're able to really do much more customized ads in a live environment. So I would say we're probably more leaned into the technology and the innovation that's happening in that space is a lot of the topics of conversation that we're talking about when it comes to live and the innovation we can drive.
So Dan, Maureen's not massively excited by the fact that you have programmatic enabled...
I didn't say I wasn't excited. I just said it's not at the top of the list to talk about.
But Maureen is a little bit excited about the fact that you've programmatically enabled all of your satellite live broadcast, and it's now biddable, right?
That is correct.
How did you do that?
So,
I used to think that was technically impossible.
So let me explain what that means. So we've taken our satellite inventory, every single unit that is a pay TV unit that is normally bought and sold on Nielsen measurement and pre-scheduled, and the entire unit is sold. And we've made every single one of those units programmatically enabled, and not menu programmatic or program possible, but fully programmatic with the help of Magnite and other SSPs, and it's completely integrated into the ad tech ecosystem. So somebody in a DSP can now buy our satellite linear inventory with all the bells and whistles and flexibility and data from partners like Acxiom and others in a pay TV environment. And that's a big deal for us. And for those, and again, Maureen is our #1 client. And even if it's not at the top of her list, and it's important, but not at the top of her list, it democratizes the inventory for a number of advertisers that may not be able to get into live sports, that may not be able to get into, Roland Garros or the Olympics. And so thinking about the entire customer base, those with smaller budgets or who have not invested, significantly in a major sports league, this gives them a capability to get into those live sports.
And just to be clear, this is dynamic, real-time, biddable, data-driven, automated.
100%. Check.
So that is pretty incredible. We're going to come back and ask Matt the how the hell is that possible question. But Todd, question to you. Has Paramount done the same? Is that a capability you've adopted as well? Or are you in the process of adopting it, but it's doable from your point of view?
Yeah, we are have the ability to do programmatic on live. And if you look within Paramount, across our streaming footprint, Pluto TV is a big part of that, and that's really a live service, right? So starting there, but extending into things like on Paramount Plus, we obviously have the NFL, the Masters, UEFA, and I think we don't do programmatic on, for example, the NFL, Masters, and UEFA, and that has to do with the limitations that we see right now. But for some of the smaller football or soccer content, we are actively running programmatic. And the other thing, when you look within our walls, we see these live-like spikes, even on VOD content on a Sunday night when we release new episodes of 1923 or Mobland, right? And so news is running programmatic all the time, and that's a gigantic live spike. And so what we do is essentially we look really at the threshold of concurrency, and because at the end of the day, when we think about programmatic, we have a point at which the system doesn't really work once you get to a certain level of scale. And so we operate below that scale, and we're working across the industry on ways of trying to raise that bar so that we could be in a place where we have the ability to run programmatic on the NFL, for example. And certainly there are business decisions and other considerations related to how we approach this, and that will always be taken into consideration. But my goal, certainly from a technology perspective, is to get the ability there. And right now it's all about the ecosystem and the systems that are on really the demand side of things, able to understand when these spikes are coming, have creative ready, be able to handle the load, and be able to pace it in a way that we actually have bids and avails so that we don't get stuck with no users want, or no one wants slate or empty ad breaks. That's not good for anybody, right? So we need to hold that in mind.
So Matt, explain this to me. When I was growing up in the UK in the 1920s, broadcasters would say to me, live broadcast in black and white, that's going to be a thing, but the programmatic enablement of linear content at scale for mass audiences, that's just not a thing. That's just not happening. Doing it frame accurately, quasi-real time, mass ad insertion at scale with data, and making it biddable, given the very low tolerance that Todd just mentioned for failure and error in that space, not happening, not a thing, it's all being direct. That's changed. Just give us a sense of how it changed.
Yeah, I mean, we've spent a lot of time working with key partners like DirecTV, working to translate linear or traditionally linear opportunities into the digital world. And there's a few requirements there. Typically, a partner is helping us break into it. So someone's integrating with that environment. You can really think of it as a proxy over like a traditional linear set-top box environment. And they need to be able to support digital standards. So can they call us via VAST or OpenRTB? Is it a single ad request versus a zone-based ad request? Is it going to be delivered in real time or near real time? So those things make it possible for us to deliver ads. On top of that, in order to be successful programmatically, that's a signal-driven marketplace. So we need to see a user agent that folks are going to recognize. We need to see a client IP address or a device ID, ideally both. And DirecTV is one of those rare partners where they've checked all those boxes. So for us, it's just kind of going to market together and getting buyers interested, which is not hard.
So, Maury, I'd love to get your take on this. So part of the joy, at least historically, of live linear content was that you got one big message out to an audience. You built cover quickly. We had those water cooler moments, especially around event programming. But when we were talking, I was interested to hear you talk about the value that dynamic ad insertion can have in those moments. Tell us a bit about the kinds of opportunities that creates.
Yeah, I think it could really create efficiencies for a lot of our clients. So if we have a multi-brand client, so an auto, for example, where you really are trying to get different models, right? So you might have a more upscale one versus a family car. And now you don't have to buy 5 individual spots. You might be able to run one spot and run that messaging to different audiences. It really allows us to get the audiences, again, at scale, but be much more dynamic and addressable, if you will, in how we do it, which can offer marketers a lot of efficiency in terms of how they go to market. So that's what it works for, again, if you have multi-brand clients or multi-message
classic
clients.
Same spot, different creative
Yeah.
to optimize and deliver more relevant messaging. And you have the data to do that reliably at scale?
Yes.
Wow.
We do. And again, but traditionally we haven't really been able to do that
right.
at scale in these big events. So this is really what the opportunities, especially in streaming, allows us to do in a live environment.
So let's talk a little bit about biddable and auction-based mechanisms then. So obviously there's a lot of talk about it in the marketplace at the moment. I saw a fascinating piece of research recently which just looked at bid density and CPMs for a portfolio of video inventory. And what was really fascinating was that when you give advertisers the opportunity to buy a very concentrated high-value audience, they will often bid way above a classic linear CPM. So it seems to be a growth opportunity as a media owner. I can improve yield. Dan, has that been your experience? Is that something that you're leaning into, that you see as opening up new opportunities for DirecTV?
100%. We had a very big push for March Madness, to be as programmatic as humanly possible for the tournament. Earlier today, we were celebrating the fact that we delivered on every single commitment we made programmatically on the tournament, and ultimately it goes back to the customer. What does the customer want? And we are seeing demand from customers to have the flexibility in live sports for things like the tournament and other live events to use their digital tools, their programmatic tools, to buy and to measure.
Matt, presumably you have lots of experience of working with media owners who've shifted from a direct model to a biddable model and seen that kind of growth. Can you give us some insights there?
Yeah, I mean, I would argue, I agree with Dan, I would argue that if you're going to maximize the value of live sports, you need a combination of both guaranteed, whether it's traditional IOs or PG, and biddable non-guaranteed spend. That's partially for the reason you mentioned, which is different clients have different preferences. The other big concept is forecasting. So it's impossible to forecast live sports accurately. That's true for all of digital for reasons that are particular to ad tech, but particularly true for live sports. It always has been. And the reason for that is, let's say you're looking to buy a spot in the NBA Finals. All right, there's a lot of open questions. Is it going to be a 4-game series or a 7-game series? Are you going to go to overtime? Is it going to be Steph Curry versus LeBron James or 2 small market teams? So really, because you can't predict and because you want to mitigate risk, you need to have guaranteed campaigns, but also biddable to spend on top of that.
It's fascinating. Moving on slightly, Todd, you obviously, as a major TV network, a major streamer, you have a portfolio of cable channels, you have a variety of options in terms of how you program live sport. Do you see sport across those different platforms as being a different proposition? Obviously, there's things you can do in streaming that you can't do on a national live feed. How do you think about these differences?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the programming side of it, which is, not my thing. But I think, one distinction that is important to think about as we look at our portfolio, and, Paramount, obviously, we have our own streaming services where we're distributing the content, but we also obviously work with other streaming services and we work with the cable companies. And I think, live is an area where, given the complexity that comes with the scale, those models become trickier. And when we think about, really enabling the best solution, we have some great advantages that come from having our own streaming services and being able to, own the technology that does the ad delivery.
Maureen, from your point of view, when your clients are saying, hey, there's live everywhere, there's linear channels on Pluto, there's linear channels on Paramount Plus, Dan's got a whole caboodle of live channels, we've got national networks with live stuff. How do you think through the value propositions for those? Do you think your clients see it all as much of a muchness, or actually are there subtle differences and indeed importantly different capabilities that you can access across those different types of video?
There are different capabilities. I think we are trying to recognize there is, you know, when you look at like a Paramount Plus, a Hulu, Max, right? There's content that we may want to be associated with. And then a lot of it though is just kind of falls like a fast channel, falls into this idea that like we just want to buy audiences at scale to drive incremental reach. And then there certainly could be a live component of that. So we're trying to really break it up into, it's not all or nothing, right? It could be true for all of those things. And the combination of those things could look very different by client. Some clients just want to go all in on to be as efficient as possible against an audience and then just run it all, you know, programmatically. Other clients really want to be focused on the content. And so they may err heavier on that bucket. So we do look at it and what's the distinct, you know, attribute of each platform, but ultimately we are trying to make sure that we're managing the reach and frequency across those platforms. So that's why we are more and more running a lot of it through a DSP so we can help manage that reach and frequency to avoid a lot of the duplication that we can see. But they all have unique attributes to them and quite frankly play a different role in our allocations.
And sticking with you for a moment, you mentioned the importance of that ripple effect around live sports, you know, the social amplification of big events, not just in sports, but in other events as well. The Grammys, the Olympics, you know, the Emmys, whatever it might happen to be. Tell us how you measure that and value it.
Well, a lot of it, some of it's just the incrementality that you can get, right? So you're getting an incremental million people on, you know, Instagram, for example. And then obviously there's specific, very specific KPIs that you're measuring. Generally, it's around the level of engagement, how many people are watching the video, et cetera. So there's usually a level of like incrementality coupled with a level of engagement that we're trying to drive through those posts. So that's ultimately what we're really looking for is that, again, that total audience reach and engagement, which is unique now that we can really drive, do two of those things, quite honestly, at scale really well.
Can you really measure the incrementality?
Yeah, you can look at, I mean, if you tag it in the right way and you measure it the right way, you can measure it, the incrementality. It's not perfect, but you know, you can definitely get to ways of measuring that through different platforms and different opportunities that we have.
Todd, do you look like you wanted to come in? Actively not?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
You can measure it?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what it is, but there, I think, you know, part of what's so exciting about streaming is it gives you, you know, the ability to understand identity, and that opens up opportunities from a planning, targeting, measurement perspective that, you know, don't exist in other places.
Okay, question to each of you then. Are there any massively exciting innovations in the live and linear space that we haven't yet surfaced on this panel that we should surface? Dan, anything?
There are going to be a ton, and they're coming online right now.
Right.
But AI-enabled innovations, I was the first one to say it. But
AI-enabled?
AI-enabled programmatic innovations in live TV and elsewhere, and
that's interesting.
yes, you know, and there's, you know, and that goes to targeting, measurement, activation. It's going to be everywhere, so buckle up.
I love it. Maureen, do you have any
Double
other-
down on that. AI contextual, I think is very interesting in this
As in
space.
using an AI tool to identify the contextual, you know, characteristics of the segment and then inserting ads close to.
Exactly, exactly. I find that very exciting that we can do that through I mean, it exists now. We can do it now in CTV.
But it's going to be at scale.
But I think if we could, yeah, exactly. The more we can do it at scale, makes it then much more viable for many of our clients.
Matt, any other big innovations that we haven't talked about that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, from a technical standpoint, I really think of two categories. Todd talked about one, which is infrastructure. And so someone has to sort of spread out that load. If you have 100,000, 1 million people going to commercial break at the same time, that load is amplified if you're talking about programmatic because you might be calling 300 deals. So we can do that as the ad server SSP. Publishers are doing it. SSCI platforms are doing it. I think the next genre of innovations will be like the algorithms in the platforms themselves. And so I'll give you one example. If you're advertising during halftime of a soccer game and you've got 15 minutes to deliver your entire spend for that game, pacing has to look different. You have to think differently about frequency capping. So campaign tactics have to be specific to live. And we just released a product that basically allows a media owner to schedule live events and then pace within that event. That's specific for PG. So I think we'll see a lot of innovations like that, where there are pieces of the platform that are not necessarily specific to live, but have to be rethought for live.
That's truly extraordinary stuff from the sound of it. Todd, this gets much harder as we go along, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you kind of took mine. Sorry. I would say, building on something you said earlier, though, I think it is useful to take a step back and look at how far we have come and how amazing it is that we're able to watch live TV over the internet, and the experience is so good. And obviously all of the steps forward within streaming and major sports events that we've seen, and I expect that to continue. I think in terms of innovation, ultimately we want advertisers to be able to buy and execute in the way that they want to, and that requires an incredible amount of boring technical enablement. And so it's all about infrastructure. The big piece there is about communication. You've got a value chain that's very complicated. You've got lots of systems that are involved when you're thinking about a biddable live event, and they all have to be ready from a scale perspective. And so, the IAB is working on a standard now for signaling, and just different systems making other systems aware that this spike is coming. That's super important. Sounds very simple.
That's a lot of work.
Pacing is a huge thing. I mean, I can't, sort of reiterate enough. What we see is that when we get to a live event, a lot of the demand-side platforms are based on sort of very simple pacing curves that start at the beginning of the day, and when it comes time for an event, they just don't have the demand. The bids aren't there, and obviously they need to be aware that an event is coming and accommodate it from a pacing perspective. So the things like what Matt mentioned are critically important. And I think these are the things, they're very boring, but I think the result will be the innovation of allowing everyone in the ecosystem to do amazing things within live.
What a great way to finish. Amazing things within live. That's what this panel has all been about. Rosenfeld, McClellan, Bazzetti, and Bender, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight on. We're heading into what I like to think of as the 4 A's segment of our programming. We've got Abcarian, we've got Aquila, we've got ad fraud, and alcohol. That's at the end. So I would now like to welcome up on stage Tina Daniels, Bill Tucker from Aquila. We have the president and COO and the CEO. Grab a seat. Welcome. Clap, clap, clap. Right, so welcome, first of all. Congratulations. You made the most staggeringly large amount of progress. You now have an amazing senior team in place. You're up and running. You're in build mode. Let's not talk about that yet. Tell us about the market you're launching into. I mean, this has been the most phenomenal period of change. This market is shifting literally under our feet. Perhaps not literally under our feet, but it's shifting fast. Give us a sense of the market you expect to launch into. What's going to look most different end of this year, 2026, 2027? What changes are you planning as you think about Aquila?
Sure, I'll start with that. I think volatility seems to be the word of 2025, if not this week alone. And we certainly are planning for that. But I think that there's a lot of opportunity in volatility. So our intent is to create a platform that normalizes data across the ecosystem. So we're starting, of course, with our 4 major tech publishing partners. That's Google, Meta, Amazon, and TikTok. We are integrating linear TV through our partner Comscore. And that'll be the launch sort of group. But of course, we are actively talking to other publishers. We certainly want to expand the scope of inventory that Aquila measures. So if I project out, I would imagine, that if we do this right, Aquila will be a platform that marketers can use to see a pretty healthy percentage of the media that they buy normalized and compared through a consistent methodology.
Bill?
Yeah, I just think, this evolved because the ecosystem and the complexity of the ecosystem challenged advertisers and marketers to demonstrate ROI on their media investment, right? And the fragmentation of media, which has been, years in the making, the complexity of the measurement solution ecosystem with different methodologies and approaches that I think historically came from the sell side or supported the sell side, and the evolving privacy landscape, whether it's consumer privacy or regulation, set up an ongoing call for this solution. And many of you have been at this for a few years, but it's really a new day. It's not the same old. Our progress on our milestones is pointing to to delivery. So it's really exciting.
And just to unpack something you said there, Bill, quickly, you mentioned that there was a particular problem or set of problems that advertisers, through the ANA were talking to you about. Just unpack, what exactly was the problem they've asked you to solve?
I mean, the paint by numbers version, depends who you're talking to, is the inability for an advertiser to understand which consumer saw a campaign how many times over a period of time. And that created tremendous friction as kind of, platforms spending grew and huge investments in linear. It became, an untenable challenge. Yeah, so lots of use cases come out of that, but that was the the driver for why the advertisers have continued to push for this.
Okay, give us a quick update with some dates if you can. Where is Aquila? When do you plan to bring a fully functional, commercially available, tested, tried, and true product to market?
That's a big ask. Well, I'm thinking about all of those adjectives. 2026.
Give us a date.
Yeah,
2026.
No, Q1 of 2026 is our intended general availability launch date. We are moving into testing our virtual ID model. This quarter, we will be in trials with marketers using actual data in Q3 and with an expected launch next year.
Okay, let's talk methodology then, which is, we're deep in the weeds of method here at CIMM. So the methodology, as I understand it, is that you are taking impressions, you are deduplicating them, and then you're using a calibration panel and some clever modeling using vids and synthetic data to get to the answer that Bill and the ANA's members are looking for. I suspect I've simplified that a little bit. Can you give us a little bit of insight into how actually it works?
Want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay. So one level down from that, we are taking census level impression data from the 4 major tech platforms, plus, we hope to announce 1 or 2 more soon. That data is then personified using the Kantar Media panel that's being built for us. It's a custom panel. It is for calibration only. And that's what creates the virtual ID, which is, as it says, a virtual ID that maps across the U.S. population. It will then be married with ComScore data. And once this model, virtual ID, is trained, it's then used, the panel is used to deduplicate the data. And that'll produce these deduplicated reports for marketers, campaign-oriented. The platform is being built to have both a user interface and an API. So we anticipate that this data will flow very naturally into agency planning tools or reports and MMM models.
Yeah, I mean, we validated the vid in research and development testing with with ComScore and VideoAmp prior to establishing Aquila. You know, it was really important work. Advertisers backed that. And the use cases, I think as Tina said, market mix modeling and, you know, kind of the growth element to the solution is really as exciting as, frankly, the, you know, harvesting of waste in excess frequency, which we really look at as reach optimization, right?
So,
John, I was just going to add, maybe not everyone in the audience realizes that we are using the WFA's Halo architecture.
Yeah.
And we have a sister company in the UK that's owned by ISBA called Origin. And Origin is about 6 months ahead of us. So they're in trials now. We are really learning a lot from their process. In fact, we're using the same team at Accenture to build the platform.
So the obvious question, which lots of people are interested in, what gives you confidence that this is going to be robust, that it's going to give high quality, accurate answers to the questions that marketeers are asking?
Well, we have a lot of engineers and statisticians involved with, you know, giving, I think, Bill and I the confidence that this is robust. So we're reliant, of course, on subject matter experts. But I think maybe the better answer really is that we have marketers leading this initiative. So there's, you know, a group of marketers that, supported by the member companies of the ANA board, who are super leaned in to say, here's what we need, here's what's going to meet our standards. And that's sort of the North Star that drives this whole thing. And I think ultimately, if we can address their needs, you know, satisfy kind of their expectations, and we can meet the high standards on data privacy that the platforms have, it will be a winning model.
So the other question, Bill, which I'm sure you must feel day in, day out, is your panel's not big enough. It's just not big enough.
So that's a myth, right? The panel is a calibration panel. The size, target size is appropriate for the United States is to calibrate is 5,000 homes. It's probably about 10,000 people. UK is half of that. People a lot smarter than me have, you know, assessed the size required. But it's important that people understand this. We're not measuring media with the panel. We're flipping the switch. We're starting with data and calibrating that data. So that's kind of how the panel is actually robust enough.
I think the entire industry has come around to the fact that we shouldn't be using panels for measurement. Like, we have so much data. That's where the measurement should lie.
I have one quick subsidiary question. Are you measuring reach and frequency in households or with people?
People.
It's people, okay. I'm sure we will come back to that one. MRC, accreditation. I'm guessing another question that you love to field.
Yeah, the ANA loves the MRC, right? You know that. Everybody should know that, and believes in accreditation. But the principle of the solution at the global level was third-party verification through audits. And you know, United States, that's MRC, but MRC also is helping, you know, the UK as an advisor. But the MRC has been involved since day one. I mean, this is 4 or 5 years ago as an observer. We're making sure they understand, you know, our roadmap and the points where Aquila needs to be ready for audit and accreditation. That's absolutely a business commitment.
So next question is about TV businesses. You alluded mysteriously to the fact there might be 1 or 2 TV companies about to lean in. We had a panel on Halo and Aquila and Origin at a recent CIMM event, and a well-known TV executive said, there's a reason we're not leaning in. The whole thing is a digital business stitch-up. It's completely skewed against us. There's no way we're going to adopt this solution. You must have heard this 1,000 times. Set these people at ease, because lots of them are probably in the room. Why
Yeah.
should they not feel?
Is it possible that he also doesn't believe in his ROAS? Because anyone who is standing behind their ROAS will be thrilled with Aquila. And it really is as simple as that. So
What's the holdup? As in, you said you might have some names.
I think it's fear. Oh, in terms of
bring on board.
Well, John, we have a few things to do. You know, and to be just very frank, like integrating the 4 platforms that we have now is just getting started. So it will take a while. I think it's really important for us to get this right rather than to do it in a hurry. So we're in active conversations now with other publishers, and we are trying to be strategic and look at different parts of the ecosystem. But I don't know. Maybe by the next CIMM event, we'll have something to say.
My friend Justin Sampson at Barb is fond of saying that with measurement, you can either be fast or you can be right, but it's hard to be both. Let's talk about the money then. So there was a little bit of sort of a ripple in the market when it was announced that Aquila was being set up as a for-profit. But I think that's actually just so you can get paid for the work, right?
So, it's really as simple as this. The ANA is a 501c6. It's a nonprofit. IRS deems the work of media measurement as a for-profit competitive endeavor. So the ANA can't literally do this work unless they legally set up a for-profit entirely owned by the ANA with guidance ultimately accountable to the ANA board. So with that said, the business is really run as a break-even business with, any profit, which is not anything we're looking at in the next few years, to be just reinvested in a product or that's kind of really the way we have a 5-year business plan, right? Already planned out with financials, and the way we're funding is a combination of event data providers or impression data providers, particularly during the build phase, are putting up a substantial amount of money, but the advertisers are also putting up money, right? So it's a co-invested model. When it's launched, the advertiser will pick up the majority. Impression data providers will still, pay to be measured, but the majority of the cost will be the advertiser.
So that 5-year plan has started?
We're in it, yeah.
You're in it.
Yeah.
So how many years do you have to get to break even?
Well, we're managing it to break even, right? It's managed as a break even every year.
But you've got a big investment requirement because you're in build phase right now.
You got to raise more money in the build phase.
So you're in the sort of the hockey stick dip.
Yeah,
so
your
to
costs,
speak, and
your
then-
costs obviously to build are higher.
So the one obvious question, again, which lots of CIMM members are fascinated by, is how do you see Aquila fitting into the modern measurement marketplace? You've been pretty clear repeatedly, we're not a currency, we're not planning to be a currency, we're a planning tool, and other things. Where's the money going to come from? You mentioned this, but presumably advertisers will stop paying for other stuff.
Well, there's got to be a collection. There's going to be an industry advertiser backed measurement contribution. The acronym is fractional advertising contribution. That will be how they pay. The agency holding companies will be integrating Aquila, into their, as a tool on behalf of their advertisers, and they'll process that collection. How an advertiser and their agency wants to, deal with cost, that's their own business, right? But the advertisers are going to be driving the decision, and we'll have to have some help with that collection model, because that's how you have an ongoing system of sustainability, right? And that's how it's been set up in the UK.
John, I would just say the expectation is that the cost of Aquila will be quite low. So I don't see it as a disruptor for other measurement companies. I think other measurement companies will probably find that they can build even more sophisticated solutions and use Aquila to validate their own systems and potentially even charge, capture more value. So I think that's a false narrative.
Final question to both of you, and it's a personal question. Tina, you stepped into Aquila from Google. What surprised you the most?
Honestly, what surprised me the most was how collaborative the parties involved in Aquila were. I did have a seat at Google into the CMM measurement, but it was fairly sort of unilateral. By the time I joined Aquila, you had a whole group of some of the smartest minds in the industry working together. Meta, Amazon, TikTok, Google, Accenture, Kantar. And, it's heartening. When I was involved at Google, like I was on so many different industry coalitions and initiatives where we would try to move things forward, and it almost never worked. Like, good intentions. But I'm really, really inspired that times have changed, and I think so much of that has come from the mandate of the ANA board to say, like, we need this to happen. We need all of you to get together, and it is happening. And it's inspiring to see everyone working together.
Okay, we like that. We're big on collaboration. Bill, you had a storied career at the ANA. You stepped into...
Yeah, I mean, I'm really an agency executive for most of my life, so I always was most comfortable, you know, being right in front of an advertiser who was kind of paying my mortgage. So I've loved that environment of the ANA, and I 5, 6 years ago was asked to just do things at the request of the board and Bob, and the research and media community, particularly the research community, inspired me for their intellectual power. And then I just hung in there with a collection of maybe 5 or 10, maybe 10 top advertiser people, working with WFA and ISBA. And then we started to go for it. And I had worked with Tina when she was at Google, and I said, wow, if I could ever work with Tina, we could do this. And so that was a big thing for Tina to find this role inspiring to her. And then we've just attracted some great other leaders.
I was going to say, you've built a great team.
We have a great
Hugely
management team.
impressive. You've got some really good people there.
Yeah.
We should point out that Jed Meyer is here. He's our Chief Revenue Officer. Happy to talk to any marketers that are interested. And Josh Chasen is also in the room somewhere, our Chief Research Officer. So if you have questions about Aquila, talk to them first. Yi Peng, also from Kantar, is here. So lots of friends. And we hope you all join us.
Thank you so much for giving us that update and for taking some of the tough questions, but great responses. Super excited to see your progress. Congratulations. Looking forward to what comes next.
Thanks, John. Thanks, everybody.
Right. We're going to jump straight along into our next A session, which is the Abcarian session. So welcome up on the stage, please, Kelly Abcarian. It's so nice to see you back on the stage.
Yeah, it's good.
And once again, you've raised the game when it comes to sartorial elegance. So, blimey, it's been a while. You've been out of the spotlight for a little bit. What have you been up to?
Just raising children and learning and watching this industry and providing a lot of consulting services. And, you know, I think what I find so exciting, John, right now of what's going on is that we're moving from what are we measuring to how are we going to measure it? And do we understand the math behind the numbers? You know, when you really think about it, there's all this big data as Tina just referenced. And I couldn't agree more. We're in the era, and I've spent my last year being a ChatGPT obsessed. If anyone wants to go on a ChatGPT, you know, I don't know, Squid Game, I don't know what it would be. But I'm definitely in for that. You know, we're getting to a time where we need to understand how big data is being applied. And I think it was great to see Nielsen come forward and bring big data finally to the table, but do we really understand the math behind how it's being applied? They talk about the fact that they're applying it to the panel where the homes match up to the 41 million. Well, 41,000 and 41 million, I'm not certain what that overlap is. But at the end of the day, the panel's probably still doing a lot of the estimation work. So is that integration truly changing the game? And when we look at how all the other measurement providers are starting, they're starting from true big data. They're not trying to calibrate with small sources. And what I've learned about AI in the last year is the inputs and the quality of that oil going in is so critical for our industry to be obsessed about, to get right. And, you know, if we scale AI using bias inputs, inputs that cause, you know, bad assumptions, methodology that doesn't line up with true consumer behavior, we're not fixing anything other than maybe some people get extra time off, as we heard earlier. But at the end of the day, AI won't fix. It'll multiply the problems, not fix what and we won't know what's broken. And so, I spend a lot of time thinking about how is streaming being measured? Well, we talk obsessively about Nielsen versus ComScore versus VideoAmp versus iSpot. But why are we not talking about how is a single provider measuring linear versus streaming? And what I've seen is that those things are being vastly measured differently, and so we are not comparing apples to apples. When you look at Nielsen's streaming measurement, just as an example, they are taking in first-party data, but they're applying it directly to their panel by adjusting the weights. So now at a program level, if you look at a streaming program, it's different weights on every single program. When on linear, regardless of what someone watches in the Nielsen panel, it's going to be measured using the same weights and the same projections. I think that's fundamentally a huge problem. If we don't understand the math behind that and the implications of that, we're talking about licensing rights that are going to get distorted. We're talking about content creators that are not going to get, fair valuations, and whether they put their content on broadcast or streaming or both. And we're talking about advertisers that are apparently overpaying for reach and inflated impressions that aren't real.
Kelly, it's nice to have you back on the stage.
I have a lot to say. I've been in a year just waiting.
I feel there's a certain pent-up stuff. Let's just go back briefly a moment. So when you were at NBCU, you really championed the development of a multi-currency marketplace. It was one of your big trumpet calls to the industry. Why did you think it was so important at the time? You felt that choice and competition were vital for the future of a measurement marketplace. Why?
Well, we coined the term measurement independence not as a rebellion. It really was to kick off an education process. One of the things we saw was people didn't understand the options. They didn't have the transparency. Too many things were being brought behind kind of MRC audits that have ironclad NDAs, and no one's allowed to talk about what they learned. And so we felt helping the industry have an audience lookbook as the starting point, doing measurement innovation forums to talk about a massive test and learn around how to understand the data that is coming out from the various measurement companies. And I would say, at the end of the day, a single currency is not sacred, it's just convenient. It is easy. Let's be honest with ourselves. Every year we can apply a rate of change. I know this year might be, I think it was called a fiesta earlier. But regardless, at the end of the day, it is a translation table to understand how do we move from unit-based pricing to impression-based pricing? How do we really evolve measurement? And so what I and NBCU wanted to do is to use, a call to the industry to say, let's get moving together to evaluate these options. Because let's be honest, it wasn't about trying to, take down a single currency. It was about driving innovation and flexibility and accuracy. In the digital world, we don't ever talk about a single currency or like, oh, who's going to win the currency wars and, streaming television. Why do we talk about it still in linear? It just baffles me. And, I just would highly encourage us to keep going, please. There's so much great data out there. There's so much that can still be unlocked. And at the end of the day, it's up to an advertiser and a seller to agree on a price and to agree on a number at the end of the day. And I know I might be oversimplifying it, but I think it's so critical because in 5 years, if AI is going to wipe out most of this room, which I'm sorry if that's a Debbie Downer at 4 something in the afternoon, who's going to check whether that math is right? That's what scares me. That's what worries me. And it's up to all of us to start calling out whether the math is right now.
I'm thinking in my head that for next time we need to have some T-shirts with Currency Fiesta, Planning Party, and then in the back it will say, I just got fucked by AI. We'll do it.
I like that.
The next CIMM Summit.
I think Josh will help make those shirts.
Josh will hand make them. It's going to be great. Everyone can wear one. We'll cross out the F and make it nice and clean for your kids and everything. Fast forward to today then. Are we in the right place? Have we got to where we need to be? What progress do you feel we've made, I guess, in the last period?
Well, the fact that we're still fighting over is there a currency war, or I think Mike Shields coined it's over or it's ended. I don't know what Nielsen won. Did they win familiarity? Did they win inertia? Did they win most patent lawsuits? What did they win? And I think at the end of the day, we want more innovation and more players out here helping to make advertising work better. At the end of the day, we should want to use the best data inputs because we are going to be training very large data sets to do things that we can't imagine today in the next, I would say, 365 days, folks. Like, I'm shocked after kind of spending my life on AI. I mean, I asked AI literally before coming on stage, can you tell me what tomorrow's TV ratings are? And it basically said, you give me these 5 inputs, I can give you a forecast prediction right now. That's where we're at, right? And so I don't need 41,000 panelists or 3,000 or whatever. Sure, there's valuable insights from panels. I'm not disregarding that, but we have to embrace where the puck is already headed. And I just hope everyone gets so math obsessed as I am. And I know there's several math nerds in this room, so I'm not the only math geek sitting in this arena. But we have to be obsessed about caring about how a number is made.
Brief AI anecdote. We had Mike Fisher on a panel a little while ago, and we asked a question, tell us about the business environment for big media businesses. And he said, I asked ChatGPT. And he read out the answer. And I have to say, as someone who was a consultant, it was a pretty damn good answer.
Yeah.
And then someone in the audience stuck their hand up and said, damn it, I just paid McKinsey $50,000 for that. Times are changing.
Well, it's funny. I probably missed the conversation because I was out helping my college freshman daughter write a paper with AI. So,
about or with?
What's that?
About AI or with?
Oh, no, about sociology and whatever, you know, the topic du jour was. So I probably missed that commentary. But
okay, serious
it's here,
question then
folks.
about what kind of multi-currency marketplace we want. We had a bit of a debate this morning about whether we want competing measurement vendors trying to produce the most accurate, comparable numbers, or whether we're after differentiation. We want someone doing age, gender. We want someone doing advanced audiences. We want someone doing outcomes. What's your take? Do we want everyone doing everything? Are we after them to produce the best widgets at the cheapest cost? Or are we after them to do slightly different things? We want product differentiation. Do you have an answer to this? Is there an easy answer?
I don't know there's an easy answer. I think what we do need is to have transparency around how a number is made. I'm just going to keep harping on that because at the end of the day, I think we can have as many measurement partners as possible. I think that's good for the industry. It's good for pricing, that's for sure. And it's good for innovation. And so there's so much data out there. I wouldn't want to pigeonhole any given provider to say that's their niche, because guess what? They're going to get stagnant. They're going to get comfortable. They're going to get put on the public market. They're going to have other pressures, and then innovation dies. And so I would just encourage us as an industry to not run the innovators out, to embrace the innovators and let them in. You know, that was part of what we did with creating the measurement framework. It was to spotlight the 100+ innovators that were out there that many people had no idea were out there doing amazing work. And this, you know, data is moving so fast. The capabilities of technology are moving so fast. I think to pigeonhole any given company,
right,
I think is a disservice to this industry at large. Like, why would we want to run innovators out of our industry?
So,
what does that solve?
So speaking of innovation, I guess the other thing that we've spoken about is about the pricing and packaging of TV. And I think you've argued and continue to argue that we need a rethink about the way that we sell television. We're still thinking about average ratings, 30-second spots. What kind of changes do you think we should be exploring?
You know, Ramsey touched upon this briefly, but, you know, as a huge champion of, doesn't every advertiser want to measure their ad, their exact ad, and all ads, and fast? Is there an advertiser in here that doesn't agree with that statement? I mean, who wants a proxy to a telecast of the average across 16 minutes of ads? How does that tell you how you perform? How does that tell you how to connect that performance back to outcomes? So I was a huge proponent, and once again, we're stuck in tradition and legacy and systems. I agree with him, though I will say, once again, and sorry to be a little bit on this AI train, but I've realized just the power of what we could unleash to move mountains faster if we were all willing to do it and take that step. And what I'm seeing is that television is being undervalued because we are stuck in this ACM model. We're not measuring digital or streaming using an average commercial minute. And the biggest disservice is to the 15-second spot. We're counting the value in half. We're counting the impressions in half. We have no idea what the frequency is, folks, in linear as a result. Because anyone who knows math knows that you can't count the impressions in half if the reach stays the same. Frequency has to move, which is not even real. We're just changing the impression count because that's all at the time the measurement currency could do is standardize against a 30-second spot. So we had this great idea of, hey, I know how to do the math. Let's just divide by 2 and times by 2. A 60-second spot times 2, a 15-second spot divided by 2.
Strangely, the same formula used to calculate the tariffs.
It might have been. Maybe that's where Trump got the idea.
I mean, and
Who knows who's advising him these days?
who knows? Good question. I'm not sure I do want to know. I think ChatGPT as well is my understanding. But we should move swiftly and seamlessly on, I think. CIMM remains a strictly non-partisan body. Be extremely clear for what it's worth, although I feel that's being stretched to the limits at this point. Anyway, do you think the industry then, summarizing, has a good enough understanding of the numbers? And what should we be doing to improve our understanding? You've flagged some very real issues that many of the measurement vendors in this room are working hard to try and solve. Are there things we can do collectively and collaboratively to help them? What should we be arguing for? What do we need?
We should argue that there should be real transparency in how a number is made, period. Everyone in this room should be able to give a 60-second elevator pitch around how each measurement partner is creating numbers. And
more than the transparency the MRC provides?
That's not transparency.
That's just a
That's a process audit.
Right.
That's not a methodology audit. George Ivey has made that very clear. I'm talking about accuracy, error rates. I'm talking about the things that matter on how do you understand if advertising works if you don't understand the error rate tied to the estimate you use to decide whether that's driving an outcome. And so I just think as an industry, we got to get back to the basics. And what I would love to see, and look, if I was still sitting at NBCU with that kind of platform, I would totally write the second version of the audience measurement handbook. And it would be a digestible, how's the number made? And I would tell everyone by partner, by linear, by streaming, by digital, I'd tell you exactly how those numbers are made. And I think this industry would be floored to learn what exactly is going into how modeling is happening on people. I mean, we're not measuring people. We're modeling people. Let's be very clear. We are modeling people. And so at the end of the day, when we sit and debate about the size of panels, potato, at the end of the day, like, great, let's get the best data we can to train some models to be predictive of what people are sitting behind what screens. But I struggle within a CTV environment. How can anyone think that we know who is watching what personalized content behind there and co-viewing that? And a lot of the models are using linear viewership to predict CTV. Channel-based, appointment-based television is now the same as a streaming, my head hurts. And so I just would urge us, right, to just embrace change, care about how a number, be deeply concerned and care about how a number is made. And I would love to write this version of the lookbook, so if anyone wants to help sponsor it, I'm happy to.
Come, let's talk.
I think the work you're doing with Manish and Josh, it's an important one. But what's not being talked about enough is how do we create a translation layer? Because at the end of the day, guys, this is math. And it's literally a spreadsheet to say, here's the impressions from this provider, here's the impressions from this provider, and if we're going to keep with unit-based pricing, guess what? We can derive those CPMs all day long. I promise you, it's not hard. It's hard because we need help educating and help providing the tools to help people do those translations, to help people be educated around. And I just keep saying, and this is a quote that I steal from Andrea Zapata. She said, just because it's different doesn't mean it's wrong. Guys, just because it's different doesn't mean it's wrong. We have become somehow obsessed that we got some truth. Truth in what? Like, how do we know that's truth? I mean, maybe at some point ChatGPT can tell us, because that was another fun math problem I tried to help my daughter through. calculating the present and future value, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't remember how I did this back in college, ChatGPT. She goes, Mom, that's the wrong answer. And I was like, oh, you know what that is? It's called rounding. It's rounding the steps, because she wrote out in the instructions, please make sure you go to the exact cents. And I thought, aha, ChatGPT is rounding it, and so it's just getting it far enough off that she knows she's trying to catch the kids that they're using ChatGPT to solve their math problem. As soon as I said, put high precision at every step of the calculator, she got the answer right. Mom, how did you do that? And then I'm thinking, how do I explain to my daughter I just cheated on ChatGPT? But I said, hey, you know, math matters, rounding matters, precision matters. And so that's what I would leave you with. Let's become obsessed about precision and the math behind the numbers, because advertisers deserve it in the end, and it's going to be what drives the best outcomes. And really to understand, is it working?
Wow. Kelly, thank you so much
Thank you.
for sharing those thoughts. We've missed your passion on stage. It's great to have
I
you
missed
back.
everyone.
Thank you.
It's good to be back.
That was, as ever, a pleasure. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Right, we're going to go straight into our final panel, because we're going to help you recover literally billions of dollars that is going missing in an ecosystem riddled with fraud, if not outright corruption. So who better to guide us through this particular discussion than Ariel Garcia, Dave Morgan, Eva Papoutsakis, and Sujin Oh. So welcome our power panel on CTV fraud. This may get spicy. We hope. Let's see. Okay, let's dive straight in. Dave, when we talk about fraud in the CTV space, what are we talking about? What is fraud? Do we have a workable definition?
Well, I was trained as a lawyer, and I worked in a prosecutor's office at one point in my life. So we could go straight to criminal fraud, but I think at the least it is causing or inducing someone to take action or not take action based on a set of information that may not be, that you either know or have a reason to believe might not be true, or did not take appropriate care to ensure that it was true. Certainly that's commercial fraud.
So intention underpins it.
No. I said to take an action or not take an action. It doesn't necessarily, it can be willful ignorance can absolutely be fraud, and that's really important, because a lot of people, particularly in the areas we're going to talk about, don't want to know, and not wanting to know but transacting, knowing that you don't know and are not inspecting, when you have a duty for inspection, that's fraud.
I think that's where I agree and disagree. So I kind of see fraud as intention. So I call it deception. You know you're doing something illegal and malicious to steal someone else's money. Where we do have errors in CTV, where I call that degradation. It's unintentionally being inefficient, which we'll go into, but it's not that malicious intent.
And you're thinking about error. You're thinking about the mislabeling of inventory. But there's a blurred line, right?
I would...
Sujin, and then we'll come to you quickly.
Yeah, there's a blurred line because there's... Again, I think when you look at CTV and compare that to other digital media, there's a lot of ambiguity, if you will, right? So one, think about even the roots of audience targeting. You've got no cookies in CTV. You've got device IDs that are hash or unavailable. And so your audience strategy is oftentimes based on probabilistic data. So there's a lot of ambiguity there, right? There's a lot of opaqueness, which I'm sure we'll go into, where there's a lot of companies in the middle in that one single transaction. So whether you're intentionally doing it or not, there's obscurement of where the inventory is coming from.
A good panel has some debate, and I think we're heading into that. Ariel, so
Yeah,
you I think, probably don't quite agree.
Well, it's somewhere in the middle, right? Because when we talk about things like inventory mismatches, or like even when it's not truly misdeclared inventory, but a buyer would expect premium inventory and gets absolute garbage, like there's intention in that. That's a little different than data is probabilistic and therefore you don't know exactly what audience you're reaching. Like, fine. fine. Like that would involve calling the entire, all of it fraud, right? I get it. But the inventory misdeclaration or misleading, relying on the blindness of a party to sell them something they didn't want.
That is fraud. That's deception, because that's intentionally you're mislabeling something versus something being opaque, right? So,
or not labeled.
But
Eva, well,
yeah, I was going to say, but hold on. I'm going to jump in here. So, you know, I do think there's a continuum of intent, but I think of it a little bit differently in that all of it could arguably be fraud, but how do we define the different types of fraud? Because then fundamentally the problem's one thing, but it's ultimately the solution, right? So for instance, I think of at one end of the spectrum, you have highly malicious fraud. People are taking advantage of the holes in our ecosystem for nefarious actions. That requires one type of solution. Then you have some misaligned incentives in our industry, right? We have a deep hunger for high volume, low CPMs. So there might be people that put their finger a little bit on the scale. Well, that's still fraud, but I can solve that by getting the incentives the right way and moving away from punishing partners for not being perfect to looking at maybe what they're doing well. And then all the way at the end is kind of the opacity, the mistakes, maybe there was something inappropriate, or I said I was going to give you one thing, I gave you another, and that might be just more of a technical solve or a make good or something really simple. So when I think about fraud, especially in CTV, I think about, well, where on the continuum is this happening? And then what are the tools that I have, the ecosystem has, to attack that very specific type?
can we at least all agree that whether it's fraud or errors, the impact is the same, right? Yeah. So that's where the blurred line is like the impact.
Yeah, I actually think there is a difference because our industry relies on trust. You know, so much of what we do is a trust. It's a trust in the brand. I'm going to trust what I get from this platform, this publisher, this person, even whether it's done programmatically and automated or not. And so the intention matters. That's why I like what you were saying about what's fixable. Now, I think, to Kelly's point, if we want to bring a lot of transparency in, then we can be focusing on solutions. But I think we as an industry have this hiding thing that if you don't call me fraud, then it's okay if I keep doing it because I don't really know. It's like I was yesterday walking in Canal Street after a subway on the way, and someone was, trying to sell me some new AirPods. Now, if I bought them and then offered them up and sold them as authentic AirPods, I have every reason to believe that they may not be real. And if I don't disclose it, like, oh, that may have fell off at the back of a truck, and that's what we do with audience extension sales frequently. Oh, I don't really know what was in there, but I did actually ask for it under those parameters. Well, of course, if it came in too cheap and in too high of a volume, you should know, and that is fraud. And then you can't have trust.
So I have to say, this is already the best panel. Part of a nub of this, Dave, seems to be in your comment about turning a blind eye. Can we just unpack that a little bit in the CTV space? So if I'm a platform presenting inventory from multiple sources, I'm aggregating inventory, and I'm making it available to advertisers and agencies to buy, what would turning a blind eye constitute in that?
So I'll give an example. I mean, if you run the numbers, and no matter which panel you use, and if you use the industry-based definitions of connected TV, let's use IAB, let's use what Nielsen uses, let's use what ComScore uses, eMarketer, they're pretty much all the same. There is more CTV sold than there is actually watched in the United States by about 30%.
Wait,
about
what?
30%. So everybody knows right away that there's a 30% chance if you're buying something labeled that it's fraud. Number two, we see significant volumes of inventory available at sub-$10 rates where supply and demand would tell you it shouldn't be there. And then what's particularly interesting, because I'll say some words you're not supposed to say here, but this inventory is frequently available at rebates that exceed 50%, 50, and I've heard of as high as 70 at an $8 CPM, which means the cost to that platform had to be at least 3, no more than 3, which meant it was probably $1.50 because they're public companies and they actually report their numbers. And so if we see volumes like that, that actually means someone yielded out $1.50, that can't be real. And that happened in this last election for locally based geo inventory on platforms at the highest demand that there has ever been for CTV of a particular type. So it was pure synthetic delivery, and it was moved by significant players in the industry.
Just to carry on to what Dave was saying, so I'm going to use your fraud is an erosion of trust, right? So in order to build that trust, you need to take responsibility. What does that look like? Be a responsible buyer in that you don't buy things cheap, because if it's too good of a price, you know it's not real, right? Just have a little bit of intuition that if you're buying a premium supply source, but then you're buying it at just way too cheap, then be a responsible buyer, right?
Can I just pause just for 1 second there? So I have to be honest, I struggle a bit with this concept. So if I walk into a supermarket and I buy 100 tins of beans, and I get home and it turns out that 20% of these tins are actually filled with moldy peach slices, I go back to the supermarket and I say, you sold me this crap. And the supermarket says, you should have read the little label. And I say, I did read the label. It says it's baked beans. And the supermarket goes, oh, that's our mistake. We can't keep pushing it back onto the buyers, can we?
Well,
it's not their fault. They can't reasonably be expected.
I just don't think CTV should be on a shelf like a supermarket. Like, it is a very premium. First of all, like, let's just think about the inherent sources of supply of CTV. If you think about the reputable premium sources, there's probably about 50 sources. If you add the long tail, there's probably 100. So you compare that to the digital supermarket where you add up mobile apps and websites, which is millions. It warrants a responsible way of buying, which is go directly to the source. I kind of think of it as like, if you're going to go buy an Apple iPod, go to Apple, right? Because you know you're going to get authenticity and the true price of that. So that's what I mean by responsible buying, is not just buying supermarket like open exchange prices, but you go directly to the source and you get that authenticity.
So by responsibility, it's Dave's analogy, isn't it, of the dodgy dude selling the slightly...
Yeah, you don't buy Chanel and like luxury goods through resellers. You go directly to the boutique because that's where you get the authenticity.
Okay.
And you also get the credit for your business, which I think is like a problem in all of this, is advertisers are not the only ones like wasting money, but publishers are also, you know, losing out on money, and that opaqueness doesn't give the proper credit of that advertiser buying your goods. Like, there's too much lack of transparency on both sides.
Well, and it's interesting because, you know, you say, oh, is it on the buy side? Is it on the sell side? I think it's actually the relationship dynamic, which is you have the buy side looking at the publisher and saying, oh, are you trying to screw me? Are you trying to get a deal? Are you trying to do this? Like, I'm looking for something negative. And then you have the publishers saying, oh, I have to put my finger on the scale. I have to pad things because I know there's going to be a tax coming for me, et cetera. And I think that a lot of the solutions that we have in the marketplace right now, which are helping the buy side identified fraud and even the sell side identified fraud, are fundamentally based on I'm looking for something negative. Whereas when I think about CTV and I think about something premium, I think about, well, I want to look for something positive. I want to look for quality. I want to look for something that's going to enhance my brand. I want fine, you know, stitching. I want to dress like, you know, we saw previously on stage, really gorgeous and lovely. And I think until we change the model and how we communicate as an industry, we're just going to keep this vicious cycle going.
Okay, we're going to come and talk about solutions in a moment. Very quick fire question to each of you. What is your best guesstimate for the quantum of fraud, for the dollar value of fraud in the US TV, CTV marketplace in 2024? Finger in the air. I know no one has an exact number, but ballpark, what do you think we're talking about from a numbers point of view? Even, and we'll work our way down. Do you have a ballpark number?
I don't have a ballpark number, but the reason I
more than a
don't.
billion.
Oh, easily. I mean,
Less than 10.
No, I would say even more. I mean, I think it's sizable.
Okay.
I know that when you start adding financial fraud and other things, you start getting T's, not just B's, trillions, not billions. So when we think about our slice of it, it's not insignificant.
Okay, Ariel?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, billions.
Billions.
I mean, just referencing some of the studies that put out, like ANA said 13 billion in digital ad spend, so just take 10% of that, easily puts us over $1 billion. I think Pixelate put a report, like 20% of impressions are fraud, so if you compare that against last year's 24 billion, we're talking about 4 billion plus, so I would agree it's somewhere in the billion above.
Dave?
Yeah, I think the straight take is certainly in the $4 and maybe $4 to $7 billion. But I think, and even to your point of like when you look at all the financial fraud, you have to understand the consequential, the secondary and tertiary effects. And so the question is, what's happening because you're taking money away from a premium publisher by suppressing the pricing, removing value that's going downstream to professional studios and journalists, for example. Like in this case of the local advertising, basically mimicking zip code or geo delivery. So there's a lot of downstream consequences that are significantly higher in consequential impact than just the straight take rate of this 5 to 7 billion.
Okay, this is the bit where my jaw hits the floor and I do my incredulous look. It's 2025. Why are we even having this discussion? Why is it technically, commercially, operationally feasible to have a market in which there are billions of dollars of fraud? What is it about the design, mechanic, the logic of this ecosystem which means that's a thing?
Well,
Dave,
I'll just say first, the number of people that make money on every impression that's delivered, irrespective of whether it is provably fraudulent, massively outweighs the number of people that care and will expose something and basically don't mind doing something in the punch bowl.
So just to be clear, you're arguing that there are multiple players who benefit.
Everybody benefits. Everybody has impression-based business models. Every single intermediary has an impression-based business model. In most cases, there's strategic partnerships between each model, so they must comply and run a certain amount of inventory to meet their strategic deals.
Sujin, I could see you possibly shaking your head or maybe agreeing
No,
a bit.
I agree. I think it comes back to, again, we as an industry, we're looking for the easy and simple button. So everyone rallied around the growth of programmatic CTV, but we didn't close the door and do the work of making sure we also put that investment on responsible buying, what it means to have fraud filters versus just post-impression fraud reporting. So all of that, again, CTV is not like display and mobile apps. So we need to go and educate ourselves when we talking about understand go direct. What does that mean? You have to learn that. Second is even the supply chain. Understand what derives that transaction from an ad server all the way to a buyer on a DSP. In CTV, there's 5 to 10 intermediaries. When you have that many players in between, that is where fraud has a thriving moment to infiltrate. So you understand supply chain and knowing how to cut through the clutter and go direct to the source, but also technically what does that mean is an area that we just haven't spent enough time in.
Okay, Ariel,
Yeah.
why is this a thing?
I mean, I think it comes back to being an issue of the commercial model, like Dave said. Like when all of the intermediaries are paid on volume, and when we want to talk about you need to be a responsible buyer, who's you, right? Is it the advertiser? Because the advertiser has an agency, and the agency is paid on volume too, and probably has their own deals to hit. So who exactly are we appealing to be responsible? This is now baked into the commercial model of holding companies as well.
I just say the responsibility happens for all of us because not just the buyer, but everyone involved. So partners need to make sure that they go and deploy multiple fraud solutions. Publishers need to make sure that the connections that they're making and their supply, it's reputable, right? So the responsibility is shared, but I think the what I'm trying to say is you can't be responsible unless you don't even know. So educate on the foundation and the inherent difference of CTV and why you need to, what you need to do.
But aren't we past the don't even know phase at this point? I mean, it's been in anyone that works in the trades. This is why I say the willful ignorance is intent. I don't want to know. And I would say one of the other problems, I was not complete in my answer the first time, is the one at the top with the money is certainly a codependent. I won't say co-conspirator, codependent, because they're saying, I need it cheaper. I need more of it cheaper, because that's what I'm now going to basically judge you on, and they don't want to know the downstream consequences of that. And they would be the ones that have potentially a capacity to want to solve it too. They just want to keep their job and not then be fired for having permitted all sorts of stuff to be fraudulent.
Eva?
Well, what I was going to say is you're asking, how do we have this? I'm like, how do we not have this? I mean, you think about CTV, you think about the dollars, those are ratcheted up, so the motivation to commit the fraud is higher. You have pipes in the ecosystem. I'm going to quote Ramsey, if CTV is the baby of programmatic and linear, where we're putting a massive house on a shaky foundation, which is allowing more cracks to be able to take advantage of it. So it's funny when we were doing the prep conversation and you're like, how are we here? I'm like, how are we not here? This is a perfect storm. Of course we're here, but that's why we have to get ahead of it.
And TV, because when you first started asking the question, you said about TV and then CTV. TV doesn't have this fraud problem. And the reason it doesn't have a fraud problem, because we don't have everyone directly measuring their own stuff and directly reporting their own stuff. We have one single report, basically, with its inaccuracy, but at least it's relative to each one. So it may be inaccurate in its distribution of funds, but we don't have fraud because there is one truth number. And it's not quite like someone going to each gas station that has a little thing that says the weights and measures department has checked this pump. But
it surely is also about the structure of the ecosystem we built, which has very low barriers to entry. I mean, in a market, we had an event where Dave made some opening remarks and was as fascinating as ever. And the one comment you made that stuck with me, one of the many you made that stuck with me, was that there are, and it came up earlier, there are, 20 to 50 significant large-scale legitimate publishers, and if you only buy from them, you are getting to 90x%.
Yeah. I mean, because it's like you can say 50, but there's 50 different access points into some of that, but there's only 12. There's literally only 12 companies that are 98.5% of all CTV streaming inventory in the United States today. The other 20,000 apps that are on some of these different devices represent a point and a half. And so yeah.
Solutions then. So just before we move on and talk about a modest proposal, there are obviously a portfolio of solutions out there in the market. There are anti-fraud businesses, and sometimes there's a question about who pays for those services that are provided. But do you think those solutions have helped to stamp out the problem, but it's a game of whack-a-mole, so it's very hard to keep up? Or do you think those solutions have been largely ineffective? Eva, and then we'll work down?
Yeah, so I would say, listen, these solutions have been better than having no solution, right? And it's a very challenging problem. And if you think about what happened 15, 20 years ago, the industry kind of woke up one day and realized we're not getting what we're actually buying, and we had to quickly come up with a solution. So one of the things that I liked, that Kelly was talking about before was this idea of just because it's different doesn't mean it's wrong. So one of the things that we've been thinking about at Protected at Mediaocean is, okay, well, solutions today are based on a negative model. I am looking for Dave to do something wrong, for Soon-Jin to do something wrong. So they are going to be on the defensive versus can we flip that to be a little more positive? What are they doing right that I can continue to invest in? Second, if you think about a lot of traditional verification practices, they're a hack into the ad unit. Well, what if we turn the model around and think about, well, what if we looked more closely at the publisher, at the environment, at what's the content, what device are they looking at, what mindset are they in, and kind of empower premium publishers to say, my product is premium. Premium people are watching it. They are ingesting good content, and lean more into that as opposed to, well, you know, Dave was a jerk yesterday, so he's going to be a jerk today, so I better block him, versus having that deeper content. And we're investing a lot of developmental resources into that because we think it's time to kind of flip the model a little bit.
Okay, Ariella, the existing portfolio of solutions, effective, ineffective, they've
Yeah.
been helpful but not totally solved the problem, clearly.
So I have a complex relationship with this question because I understand the concept of something's better than nothing.
Yep.
I sometimes worry that the fig leaf is worse than nothing, right? I think that ineffective verification substantiates and supports and props up the willful blindness and like the illusion of cheap CPMs and so on and so forth, right? I think that Kelly mentioned before MRC is a process audit. I think a process audit that gives an accreditation that's a seal of approval that buyers just at a high level believe is a symbol that they can trust the vendor to be actually effective props up the problem even further. So I disagree. Like, I think that we would be better off if we acknowledge the current state that we are operating in and rallied to create real legitimate standards that are really legitimately audited than we are today.
It's a great point, Sujin.
So I think, again, I'm going to go back to like know your customer and partners. And one of the things that I feel is a foundation is know your supply sources. Actually build and forge that relationship so there's a trust. And you can look them in the eye and you do a binding kind of a supply and demand relationship there. Second is, again, know where the best ideal connection is. I just have to say it, but like FreeWill happens to be an ad server that serves over 80% of the premium publishers. So connecting your buyer directly to the ad server is a very technically ideal way to do that. Third is, to continue gaining the trust, we implement pre-filtering as post-filtering is a common table stake, but even pre-filtering. So as fraudsters get smarter, use AI, use machine learning, so you could actually get smarter about what to detect and get them out of the system. And then thirdly, or fourthly, wherever I am, it's, we've kind of used a lot of like reach metrics as a way to value CTV, but I think there's a movement towards understanding outcomes. So again, it's take the potential wasted impressions and hold credibility towards that by actually measuring how it drives outcome for you.
Wow, this is going to be a hard one to follow, all of these. I agree that the current solutions create a fig leaf problem in many cases. And so I think one thing, if we step back, I think if you look at the actors' motivations. So you have companies that were created as verification companies, but who are public companies and need to be complete digital marketplace solutions and now make 70–80% of the revenues on optimization, not verification, and use their verification technology as a data capture. And once again, I'm a little in politics sometimes, but I love BOK, but let's be clear, he wasn't worried about like saving the environment when he started Scopely like that. It's to do what he's doing today. That was a great data capture tool to then have a marketplace. So they're actually making their money in optimization, not verification, which means they're not really motivated to be really accurate. I'm 100% with you that I think what we're going to see is what we saw in the early aughts and mid-aughts, which is you just climb up the waterfall, you get straight to the ad server, it's clean. That's why your platform has less fraud in CTV than anybody else by far, because you have the direct connections to the most premium suppliers. And the further you go down the hops, the more you're going to run into people that are mixing stuff in.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's interesting because one of the things that we tell our clients all the time when it comes to optimization and pre-bid is if you have a trusted relationship, a direct relationship with a partner, why would you optimize? Like if I trust you deeply and I engaged in a direct relationship with you because I trust your inventory, then you should just let it ride and like see how it goes. Whereas, you know, if you get to this open web, you're not 100% sure, et cetera, then yes, use it there. But you have to be surgical. You can't just say, okay, I'm going to peanut butter spread this solution across all these different ad types. And that's where I do agree with you and disagree that I think when you use the tools the right way, they're effective. When you peanut butter spread them and treat every solution the same, then you're teaching to the test as opposed to thinking critically about how am I investing my dollars.
Peanut butter spreading at the planning party. I love it. We'll come back to that. So, a modest proposal, but I'd love to hear the panel's thoughts. So, we had a great session that was very much inspired by Dave, and Dave spoke at it, and we discussed potential solutions. And out of the discussions, the sort of germ of an idea materialized, which we spent a bit of time thinking about. And for your delectation and enjoyment, we're going to present it on a couple of slides quickly. And I'd just love to know what the panel thinks. So, the first stage is that unless you actually establish clear accountability, it's very hard to stamp out the problem. We had a fascinating contribution from an advertiser who said, look, we were pretty sure, having looked at log files, that we'd transacted and been a victim of fraud. Damned if we could get the money back. Nobody took accountability. So step one is you've got to make somebody accountable. And the obvious people in the programmatic marketplace to make accountable are the intermediaries, the DSPs and the SSPs. Fair?
I would throw agencies into the mix there if you want anything to get done.
Okay.
But other than that, yeah, that makes sense to me.
And then to coin a couple of thoughts from the banking industry. In banking, obviously, another industry which is apparently rife with fraud, but as a non-partisan body, we can't really comment on that. They obviously have quite strict regulations to try and stamp out fraud. And there are three big pillars, arguably. One is know your customer rules. So if you're going to be representing inventory to the market, to buyers, you're responsible for knowing who the hell those people are. And there's probably two steps to that. One is what we've called an IPIP, an inventory provider identification program. You need to validate the identity of a company that's ultimately providing the inventory. So when Zach Lane from Pepsi earlier made the observation that he was buying ads that were running on fridges in Indonesia, that shouldn't happen. Second is inventory due diligence programs. So there should be audits as part of this program to warrant that the inventory is legitimate. Again, to the panel, any thoughts? I mean, seems straightforward so far, reasonable?
Straightforward. I just think, you know, this is like a community effort, right? So scale is what helps these IDs and identification actually.
We are going to get on to that bit.
Yeah. The one thing which I think, and we had talked about this in our other session, but you know, some places have an honors code that have have a requirement that you need to be not just calling out, you have to call out your own problem and you need to call out those of others. And I think one of the biggest problems we have is that we have an opposite to honors code, which is the last thing we want to do is call out what somebody else is doing for fear that it hurts our industry and slows down adoption. And I think that's a problem. I think that we actually, and I tend to be not an want to get too overly technical because I think from a legal standpoint, it's easier, but I just think if we would actually get comfortable making a point of calling out the bad actors, because there's a limited number of bad actors, and when we used to have just daisy chains, I know I'm the old guy here, so I apologize. When we used to daisy chain what we now call an exchange, but it was a daisy chain, you knew who to cut out. And we knew the ones that would always jam the bad ads, and I'm looking at Larry Shake, he knows, and we knew the ones to cut off right away because they were gonna pollute your inventory, your supply chain. It's like, no, so I think we need to do that. The social engineering problem is much easier to stop a lot than getting to the electrical engineering problem.
I suppose my question is there a mechanism which allows us as an industry to get to a clear, transparent, objective view on who the bad actors are? And I suppose what we've been thinking about is, well, probably not. There's lots of scope for debate. I'm struck by, for example, some of the analytics reports where it's been very hard to figure out who was actually at fault. But if we as an industry decide that there's accountability and we agree that there are processes and procedures to support and warrant the veracity of the inventory we're transacting against. And then the nub of it, which gets, I think, to the trust point, that ultimately buyers and sellers have to agree that we're going to transact with people who get the trust mark, who have been audited, who had these rigorous processes. And if you don't, we won't transact with you, full stop, period.
I don't think that self-regulation is going to fix this.
I agree. I think this needs
independent
third-party
yeah,
regulation.
we just introduced a bill in Vermont that would codify know your customer requirements and transparency requirements. In a market where there are such power imbalances, it is simply impossible to self-regulate because of the capture of the standard-setting organization.
Yeah, and I didn't mean mutually exclusive. I just think we would help our technical regulation if we would actually call out our worst criminal kind.
Totally.
Or like going back, like there's finite pool of those that we should be working with. So instead of an exclusion effort, how about an inclusion?
Sure, I'd go for that. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to say that hopefully has helped you find billions of dollars of ad spend that you've been, I mean, if not, come and talk to these four.
You can invest in all the other companies that were showing earlier, the stuff that they say there'll be more money to spend on.
That was good. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings CIMM East to an end. I have a few thank yous to say very quickly. First of all, to our amazing sponsors, Paramount Advertising and Mucinex. Two brilliant companies. We really value your partnership and support for this event. Thank you. Secondly, our incredible speakers and panelists. Far too many to mention. You can always tell a good event when you try to list them on LinkedIn and it says, too many people, you just can't do this. So we've had to post a lot of different things, but we have a lot of people to say thank you to. Without your insights and expertise, none of this would make any sense at all. I want to say thank you to our amazing team. The inevitable Tamika Key, inevitable. The brilliant Evan Cohen, and then Chris and Marzane and India, who have worked incredibly hard behind the scenes, but are absolutely every bit as important to the success of this venue. Chris is over there. Thank you, Chris. Mars is hiding somewhere. No. There's Mars. Thank you, Marzana. And India's not here, unfortunately. But thank you, India. And lastly, thank you to you, the members of the coalition. We fund these events out of the dues that you pay. They're part of what we hope is a good service for you. We'd always love your feedback. We are now deep in planning for 2 days at CIMM Summit, which is happening, here you go, on September 6th and 7th, 16th and 17th. I can't see that. It's in September. 2 days, breakout tracks, programming, town halls. If you want to get involved, stand up on stage and have cool stuff to talk about, come and talk to myself or Tamika or Evan or any member of the team. And finally, a massive thank you to this incredible panel. I feel like we've gone out on a bang. Thank you. There are now drinks over there, mocktails and cocktails.
Can we get a photo? Excuse me.
Oh.